for the team that's most appropriately decorated their go-kart. And we got the wooden spoon to give out, as Andrew just described. Sheffield Steely, 5.5, 6 laps down on Bath Bandits. That's a big, big gap at this stage in the race. Bath Bandits approaching 666 laps. Sheffield Steely Wheelies, yeah, they are 5.5 laps down on Bath Bandits. So it looks like the wooden spoon might be making its way to Sheffield this year. Other contenders, 12 laps ahead of Bath Bandits. Warwick A, I think they've just about done enough to stave off that wooden spoon. When you look at that, 17 or so laps down to Warwick A. That's a decent half-hour delta with only 12 half hours to go. You do wonder if Warwick A have done enough, as have Karun Chandjob. It's too hard to say. That's why that's not in the running for best team name. It doesn't roll off the tongue. I understand it's a play on his name, and that's kind of his name, Chandok. But yeah, it doesn't work for me. Lancaster A as well, down in 53rd. I think they're out of the reckoning for the wooden spoon. Andrew.
I think we're back. I think Streamlabs had a moment where it's telling me that it was live, but we weren't live. Apologies for that, folks. I don't think you missed too much in the last 10 minutes or so, but we are hopefully here now for the remaining 6 hours of the race. GRX Racing are into the pits. Pretty much scheduled, 1 hour and 23 minutes to go, but I guess they're trying to maximise the fuel. This will be the stage of the race now where we start seeing teams running, right, well, we've got 6 hours to go, we can do 1 hour 30 on a tank of fuel, or 1 hour 45 maybe if we stretch it out. Let's see if we can get to the end, to the checkered flag, and the minimum number of pit stops remaining between now and the end of the race.
I'll just update the Instagram link to this, and then we've got best team name to sort out.
We have got best team name to sort out. I'm now trying to think of which of the links do I need to update. Welcome back, everybody. Apologies for the technical issue. We are now back live here at Teesside Autodrome for the last quarter of this year's BUKC 24-hour kart race. Enjoyed this, apart from the last 10 minutes when we've been off the air for not quite sure why. You will be able to watch the whole race back in its segments. We've got one that's the first 12 hours of the race, or there or thereabouts. We've got one that's the 6 hours overnight whilst we went and got some kip, and now we've got this one all the way to the end of the race. Let us know who you're cheering on for. You've tuned in to support. Remember as well, on Wednesday night we've got more racing of a BUKC variety for you. The 5th round of this year's Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship will be in action. Will be in the Formula 4s around Manicourt, French circuit in the Nevers region. Very much looking forward to that one. Should be a good evening of racing, and it all kicks off here on the DDMM YouTube channel at about 7:45 p.m. This is one of those moments where I've forgotten what order. There'll be lots of racing. I think we're running sprints format, so I think it's 3 or 4 races for you to enjoy there. And if you are on iRacing and you're a driver who's raced or is currently racing in Club 100 or the BUKC, you are eligible to enter that championship still. Still plenty of prizes up for grabs across the course of the season. But it's an interesting situation, this, for TU Dublin, because obviously they've been here before, winners last year. What do you think will be going through their minds, Jacob, at the moment with you know, best part of 6 hours to go with a 6-lap lead?
They'll be thinking just bring it home. They know that the only thing realistically that can stop them 5 laps in the lead is mechanical failures.
Yeah.
They'll be staying off the curbs. They will be nursing that kart, really. We had a similar situation last year where 5 hours from the end, so around about now, they realised that one of their stub axles was hanging on by a thread. Millimetres of metal, mere millimetres between that snapping and them having to be recovered on the quad bike. So yeah, they managed the race basically, and that's exactly what we'll be doing now. Whether there's a stub axle on the horizon or not, they'll know that the drivers who have stints between now and the end of the race, and there will only be 4 or so. 10 in their 10 drivers across their 2 teams. So someone may well have finished for the day. They'll be managing it. They will be making sure that whoever goes out for these remaining 4 stints, it looks like for them, is quite simply not taking any risks, is not damaging the kart in any way, shape or form, and staying out of trouble as well in terms of traffic, because bumping and bashing against other go-karts won't help either.
Won't do indeed. We're just going to do our hopefully final fettle of the race of the GoPro to get the live feed back for you. It has this little thing. It has a little pause every 7 hours or so, and as we were just fixing the other bits of the stream, he decided that was the point at which he was going to have its little wobble. Changes of position to report. Durex Racing have just retaken 10th place away from the team from Lancaster. That's the team known as a bunch of Lancers. And they're pulling away from them as well now.
I think they'll be disappointed with anything other than a top 10, realistically, with the team they've got.
It's with the team that they've got a lot of experience, not just in the BUKC, but in lots of endurance racing as well. Yeah, they'll be disappointed to be there. We've also just had a fastest lap for the kart for number 45 in 9th place. Mort's the karts cannot move it. A 121.646. Very good stuff from them. Putting them a little bit higher up in the stakes for the fastest lap, but still need to find 7/10 to beat that lap time from Brighton A earlier in the race.
Yeah, I think that's probably about insurmountable now. And well, I said that, to be fair, at the time that Brighton set their fastest lap, which was really a surprise. Came out of nowhere midway through the race. We're talking lap 419. The majority of the teams setting their best laps in the first stint, I think, Andrew.
Yep.
Although most seem to have gone a little better now. But if you look at CKRC, who were the previous, Land Down Under and CKRC being 1,000th off, they both set their fastest lap times in that first stint, 57, 58 laps in each. Karts have gone faster since, but yes, a surprise fastest lap there. Still significantly slower than last year. Conditions have been different, and obviously the karts change. So not quite as fast as we've seen previously at BUKC 24 hours. But impressive nonetheless from Brighton, who qualified reasonably high up. I want to say second or third, Andrew. I can't quite remember now. They were definitely there because they finished second last year. In fact, it was third. They qualified third last year as well and finished second. They've got some work to do if they want to repeat their podium. But I think they'll be happy with. They'll certainly be happy with the top 5 again, I think.
Yeah, I think that's fair to say. Morning to Alistair Mallard. I always like this bit of the race because all the different stories coming through the night, and Alistair reports that Durex had a rear axle snap earlier in the race. So yeah, unfortunate for them. But showing their skills, showing their speed, that they've been able to recover from that and get back up into the top 10.
Where are they? 12 laps down on the leader. There is a bit of a battle going on. They are 3 seconds ahead of Bunch of Lankers now. And only 12 seconds behind Mort. The car cannot move it. Perhaps that's why we've seen a fastest lap from that number 45. Because someone's been on the radio and said, Exeter are after you.
Yep.
Get a move on.
Yeah, and I think the Edinburgh boys up ahead in 8th place at the moment will be wary of that as well. Yes, they've got around a 50-second advantage at the moment, but that's not the largest of gaps at this stage of the race. If you want to help us out here on the stream, do share the new stream link that we've got here with your family and friends. Update them that this is where they can follow the race to its conclusion here today.
Got a number of awards to hand out as well, Andrew.
Yeah.
In this remaining part of the stream. Some of you might have seen the schedule or proposed schedule with spelling mistakes and typos on Instagram yesterday. It's been updated. And it's got the right day's date, but we've got best team name, best spreadsheet, best Bigfoot to be handing out. We've also got the wooden spoon to deliver. And then we'll be having some post-race interviews at the end. So lots to look forward to over the next 6 hours. We've got 5 hours and 45 to go. Is it too early for breakfast, Andrew?
Never too early for breakfast. You're going to go and do a speed run.
I'm just thinking, like, if I have my breakfast now, I'll be hungry before lunch.
Not if you have a really big breakfast.
Yeah, well, you can see my breakfast if you look just over to your right. It's another porridge pot.
They need more than that.
Yeah, that's the problem. I don't want more than that because Rye House next weekend, you know?
True. Body is temple.
I've had 2 Palmers already.
Yeah.
In this temple this weekend. As good as they were.
You're feeling the effects?
Yeah, big kind of bacon, sausage and egg roll wouldn't be too advised. I'm going to keep it healthy. But then I worry, you know, on that 4-hour drive home, minimum 4-hour drive home. You know, what if I stop and see a share bag of crisps and think?
Weatherby Services is always a stop that I have to do on the way back.
I couldn't tell you where that is.
It's back down the A1. It's the first major services that you get if you go down the.
Oh, that's too close for me.
Too close.
I've got to go at least two hours before I see services.
Okay.
It's a 4-hour drive, but maybe it'd stop roughly 2 hours in.
What's the motorway strat for the return journey?
Just go down.
Just go down.
I don't really. I'll be honest. Above Northampton, I'm clueless. You know, the M4 is my jam.
Yep.
Up and down there, to Buckmore, to Rye House, to London. That's where I go. That's the moves I make. Sometimes M5. Sometimes M6.
M5. Yeah, absolutely. M5 is usually for me for anything that's clay, that part of the country.
Yeah. I use
apart from that, it's normally the M40.
Yeah, I dabble.
Best motorway in the country.
Yeah, those are the only ones I can name. Hotwood Park is a regular for me.
Yeah.
That's on the M42, is it?
I wouldn't know.
As you come off the M6 and you go across, it's like M40, M42.
Oh, into the services.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, that's like my Weatherby. That's too close. That's too close to around Birmingham. I mean, I've either just set off or I'm about 30 minutes from home.
Yeah. Well, I get that about Gloucester Farm Services. It's like a farm shop / services all mixed into one, and everyone's like, oh, it's great. Like, who's stopping there? Why do you live in South Wales and you're stopping at the services an hour away from home? Like, just get on with it. Yeah, that was a conversation I used to have on Hinge, because one of my answers to the prompts was, where's your favourite place in the world? And I was tired of people saying, oh, I left Bali. Oh,
There's a lot of people like
Thailand. I
Bali.
went there on my gap year. So yeah, I put Hotwood Park Services on the M42. Great vibe, and had a few people arguing better service stations. A few people presumably thinking I was really boring, and because I was being serious, and managed to filter them out.
Yeah.
I also used to have on my Tinder and Bumble profiles, my bio was co-author of the New York Times bestseller, How to Tell Lies to Impress People. And it acted as a great filter, 'cause some girls would match me and be like, oh my God, you're actually a best-selling author. Wow, this isn't going to go anywhere,
Nope.
Sarah.
No, that needs to. Yeah. Okay.
We won't be having children together. We're not passing those genes on. Not to my flesh and blood.
We've had a position change for 18th place. DMU will get shunted off. Have taken that spot away from Saturday Night Fever, who've just had a pit stop. Decent pit stop, 2 minutes and 52 seconds for their outlap. Alistair Mallard is expecting an in-depth breakfast review, by the way.
It's a fuel porridge pot, Alistair. Don't get your hopes up. I'm going to put some hot water in it, stir it up, leave it for 3 minutes,
It's
and
functional.
go back and down it. It's 200 calories. Right house next weekend. Bodies at Temple. 2 Palmers already. Can't afford bacon. Well, I can't afford financially. Don't worry, viewers. I am an affluent young man, but can't be adding too many calories at this point in the week. I've got to get to the gym tonight. I say to the night. I'm going to watch the Grand Prix. There's no buts about it. I'm not going to the gym. I'm going to get home and watch the Grand Prix. But for the following 6 days, I will be shifting tin and hopefully shifting some weight. But to be fair, I'm doing all right. I was 84 kilos Friday morning.
That's all right.
You know,
What's the weight limit for heavyweights at the moment? 85?
90.
90.
So I had a kilo or two to spare.
Yeah,
I've used lead the last couple of races. So, but yeah, what I'm worried about is Clay Pigeon in another 3 weeks. We've got an off at the hairpin there. Who's that? Going straight on camera.
That's a Liverpool suit.
No.
It's a Bath suit.
Is that Bath
It's
Bandit?
a Bath Bandit, I think.
Are they going for it? Are they going for the wooden spoon? I'm going to keep an
could
eye
be.
on who that is. They've been lapped by Camille, which is a worry. If you are going for the wooden spoon, that's certainly one way to go about it. They got a hand in the air. I think they've got some sort of mechanical issue.
I think they've lost an engine. Now that may be a secondary effect of the spin, if they've stalled the engine and not had it and not got it refired. Some of the drivers are able to get the kart's engines refired.
It's the
themselves.
48.
It's the okay.
It's not Bath Bandits. They are quite low in the running order, number 48. 'Cause I can't see them on my timing screen, but
It's
Andrew.
Nottingham, mate.
It's Nottingham A.
Currently in 40th place. Yeah, they did a 1 minute 40.722 last time around. Apologies there for the mistaken identity. Change of position. TU Dublin B go past UH Racing. I think is that because UH Racing are in the pits and have been in the pits for a while? Possibly. Yes, I think that might be a position due to UH Racing being in pit lane at the moment for some service. We will have already had at this stage of the race the mandatory service stops for everybody. So big thanks to the team of mechanics down there in the paddock that have worked through this 57 kart field. The other thing that I'm noting, Jacob, is very much a reduced rate of curb warnings and contact warnings. In the first few hours of the race, it was going like the Nokia Bing Bong Bing. But we've only had a small handful of
4 in the last half hour.
4 in the last half hour. That's better.
It's better, certainly not where you'd want to be. 1 for each of Hallam Old Boys, Unprotected X, Mercedes and Lancaster. But yeah, I had a look at the big long list of curb warnings as I came in this morning, and it is a big long list. That wasn't just me saying big long list for the fun of it. We've had plenty. I think teams have probably started to realise there's some sort of correlation between the number of times you hit a curb and how often you make a trip to the cards. Yes. Yep. They've probably been warned as well over the tannoy, and when they stop, just stay away from those big curbs. Does you no favours and can ruin your day. So yeah, well, 4 in the last. Well, there's another one going in for Bungle Merchants, who've they have been in that conversation for the wooden spoon. They've kind of escaped up to 48th now. They're a fair few laps ahead, 30 odd. I think they'll be all right, Bungle Merchants. But another curb warning's certainly not going to help things. Sheffield Steely Wheelies are 6 laps down on Bath Bandits, who are 11 laps down on themselves on Warwick A. Those 3 are the main contenders for last place in this race. In fact, Warwick A are in the pits. No sign of trouble on their last lap. Warwick B still running 46th, and there's a Warwick Grads team running further up the order as well. How are they doing?
35th at the moment for the yearly outing of the Warwick Care Home.
Short a couple of members this year. I think Alistair Irvine is moving house,
yeah,
I believe, and Sam Cobb. I want to say Sam Cobb's on a honeymoon. I feel like I've seen something on social media that suggests
congratulations,
him and his new wife are travelling somewhere across the world, but I could have seen that 6 months ago, to be honest with you. He might just be sat at home thinking, I can't be bothered with Middlesbrough again.
Callum Brule also.
Callum Brule is the
third
name.
Spin on the exit of the D chicane. It's a driver in a black suit and a white helmet. They've got going again now. Yeah, Callum will be busy making Williams great again.
Yes.
So he's working for Williams Formula 1 team now. James Fowles will have him designing new bits of the car
probably
to go quicker.
Whipping him as we speak. What is it? 5 to 7. He's probably been in work 4 hours already, and putting his blood, sweat, and tears into Alex
Alistair's asking the big questions this morning of, has Sam Cobb graduated yet?
TBC.
TBC.
He has been racing. Has he been racing this year? Did we see him?
Not as much, no.
Can't remember. I think he's finally on his way. I think this might have been his graduate year for Cambridge, or no, maybe last year. It all merged into one eventually, especially post-COVID. It's hard to recall.
It's that 2020, 2021 period of which year was it?
Well, we didn't stop, did we? That was the thing. We kind of moved the whole of BUKC 21 out to the middle of the year, and then pretty much went. We went straight to Buckmore from the 24-hour, and then after a month or two, we're back dealing with test days and qualifiers. So that all kind of merged into one for me. Only really this year that's changed, and I've been as close to who's in and out of the carts, given my change of role. But yeah, now that I think about it, I want to say Sam Cobb finished last year.
If you're enjoying the stream, do let us know. Give that like button a press. Always just help us out. And so I've just seen a cart come by with a Bigfoot NASA panel, looking not quite factory spec. The mount, the aluminium bracket, bent I think pretty much through 90 degrees as the number 26 comes into pit lane for a stop. That was one of the Warwick karts. At least it was a Warwick suited driver coming through. That's the Warwick 18 in 55th position. Thank you to everyone who's subscribed as well over the last, 18 and a half hours. I don't think we've ever had a day like this for a number of new subscribers within 24 hours, even when we've had a bit of coverage for Bukc Park 24 hours. You guys are beating the Sidemen.
I wonder...
DDMM subscriber.
I'm going to double check that the BUKC is subscribed, because I don't think I've touched the BUKC YouTube since this time last year. So, if anything, 390 subscribers to the BUKC channel. Lucky us. No, there we go.
Now,
759 subscribers now.
Will it bing up on the... I would hope it would bing up on the... Is Lando Norris going to start spraying champagne in a second on the alerts? I'm not sure he is. Might just be taking a bit of a moment to come through. We are going to do a rundown. Unfortunately, you guys, whilst we had the slight technical hitch, missed the last rundown, but no matter. We're in the middle of a pit cycle for quite a few drivers, though, so we might just hold fire on that for another minute or so.
You go for it, and I'll have my breakfast.
He's going to have his breakfast. I'll mute his microphone for him. And let's do a rundown of the order with 5 hours. There's the BUKC. Thank you to the BUKC. Lando's spraying the champagne. There he is. Champagne out. The BUKC is officially subscribed. So, 5 hours and 30 minutes of the race to go. TU Dublin A have completed 753 laps of this Teesside Autodrome circuit. They have a 6-lap advantage in their number 1 kart over the second place number 5, Never Overtake Sheffield, who I think are going to be pretty happy with their run at the moment here at Teesside. They've got the best part of a lap over another one of the Yorkshire efforts running here this weekend, the first of the entries from Leeds University, that being the number 14 of Llandau Nunda. The Swansea graduates, former winners of this race, are in 4th place at the moment, a further lap back. 12 seconds for the record is the gap between Sheffield and Leeds. Swansea graduates are next up in 4th place in their number 51, 7 laps off the overall lead. They've got a laps advantage over CKRC, who are pushing on. They're back in the 21s at the minute. The number 47 in 5th place there. 8 laps off the overall lead at the moment as the timing ticks through. They have overhauled Yusuf's goat farm recently, although they are very early into a stint, some 3 minutes into their stint. So Yusuf's goat farm, the number 50, we talked to Yusuf last night. As something's happening on my commentary box window that we might come back to in a short few moments' time if it gets any worse. Brighton A are 7th at the moment as, we are going to break in. We have rain. Where has this come from? Teesside strikes again. The slippery surface flag is out. I'll prove it to you, ladies and gentlemen. There it is. So that is telling the drivers that there's a bit of moisture on track. There's a few spots of rain, in fact more than a few spots of rain on the window to my left. This is similar to what we saw about 5 hours or so into the race. Now the question is it going to get any worse? The cloud directly above the comms box does look a little bit heavier, and lap times not dropping massively, but have gone back into the 23s and the 24s. Let's continue with the rundown whilst we assess this situation with a potential rain shower. 8th place at the moment for the number 8. This is the Edinburgh run, Will Power. They're a minute behind Brighton A, 9 laps off the overall lead. They've got a good gap to the number 45 behind. 3 laps to Mort's the Kart cannot move it in 9th place. Durex Racing in 10th. Again, it's very similarly paced to the number 45 there, number 32 machine from Exeter. So they're running well. 11th place for the number 13, a bunch of Lancers, 20 seconds behind Exeter at the moment. They've got 39 seconds over 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. In 12th place, that's the number 17. Slippery surface flag has now been removed from start line here. So looks like, again, it was just one of those little mini showers. Similar to the first few hours of the race. 13th place, the number 21 of Imperial A. They're 3.8 seconds back from the number 17 and closing in quite quickly. Took 1.8 seconds out of 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher last time around. They've got a 1 lap advantage over Birmingham A in the number 23. They're sitting in 14th place at the moment and 4.6 seconds ahead of the number 3 from Liverpool. That's the O-Tom entry. Running there in the top 15. 16th place for the number 15. This is the second of the Leeds entries. Bohemian Rhapsody have just completed a pit stop. Decent pit stop. 2 minutes 57.9 on their pit effect, on their pit out. Lap time there. 17th place at the moment to the number 37 of DMU will get shunted off. The guys there 17 laps off the overall lead. 1 lap ahead of Saturday Night Fever, the number 52 in 18th place. They've got a growing gap of 31 seconds over Team O'Clock, the entry from York University. That's the number 38 in 19th place. And wrapping out the top 20 at the moment is the Miles Shelby squad. That's another one of the St Andrews efforts. And they've actually just got that position virtue of a pit stop for the number 42 of Nokia Bing Bong, who are now 21st. LGB team are in the 22nd spot at the moment in their number 4 from Liverpool. They are now back onto the same lap as Nokia Bing Bong, though. They're about half an hour away from their next pit stop, and they have a 4.8 second and decreasing advantage over the number 18 of Alan Prostate in 23rd place. Coventry B are next up in 24th place. Their number 43 kart's running quite quickly as the moment. Drivers find where the track is now. I think the rain has now properly stopped once again. A bit more of that psychological rain that can spook a driver every now and then out there on circuit, but we're back into the 21s and the 22s and the 23s for lap times in the top half now. In 25th place, the number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. They've got 45 seconds over the number 33 of Unprotected X in 26th. Speedophiles are there in their number 41 kart in 27th place. UH Racing have held in the top 30 as well there in 28th place. Their number 29 kart is 61 seconds behind as there is a spinner in hairpin number 1. That's our being hopefully trying to get the engine restarted. They've stalled on hairpin 1 there. We'll try and track who that is in a short few moments time. Let's continue with the rundown. 29th place at the moment for the number 2 of TU Dublin B. 17 seconds back from UH Racing, but they are closing in around a few tenths here and there each lap, up to half a second sometimes. Not too bad for them. 30th place, the number 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again. They're 26 seconds back from Dublin. They've got 2 laps over the number 44 sitting in 31st place at the moment. That's another one of Coventry's entries. That's Finding Guimo. Loughborough's Tap and Clap and Motorsport, the number 53, are next up. They're 27 seconds back from the number 44 there in 32nd spot for their number 53 kart. Number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party. That's another one of the Sheffield entries are next up in 33rd. Bit of no man's land for them at the moment, though. They're 2 laps back from Tap and Clapper, but they are a lap ahead of Loughborough's number 54 Ligma kart in 34th place. Cardiff University Motorsport are in 35th place in their number 28 kart, 2 laps down from Ligma, but they are 39 seconds ahead of the Warwick Graduates entry, the number 57 in 36th place there for the Warwick Care Home yearly outing. Ix's Icons, 37th at the moment in their number 35, a further lap back. They've got a laps advantage over Bristol A, the number 20 and 38th, who similarly have a laps advantage over Bristol B in the 31 and 39th. And wrapping out the top 40 at the minute are Nottingham A, 36 laps off the overall lead, a lap back from Brighton B in their number 48. 35 seconds is the gap back to Birmingham B in the number 24 in 41st position. Imperial B are next up, actually closing in on Birmingham B at the moment. 4.7 seconds is the gap for Imperial B up to Birmingham B, and they took 0.8 of a second out of it last time around, so 40-second could be improving soon for Imperial B. Lancaster B are next up in 43rd, the number 12 there. Needs a bit more pace at the moment. 126 is running around for Lancaster B right now. They've got 18 seconds in hand over Mercedes in the number 10 in 44th position. Hallam Old Boys next up, the number 56 in 45th place. 4 laps is their advantage over Warwick B, as we're into the portion of the field that really have hit problems and trials and tribulations over the course of the last 18.5 hours. So Warwick B 4 laps back from Hallam Old Boys in their number 27 in 46th place. 3 laps, though, is their advantage over the number 46 of Bungle Merchants in 47th place. They had quite an adventure through the night as well, the team from Coventry there, but they're still circulating round. So we've got a black flag, which we'll come to in a short while. It's not for one of our top 5, I can tell you that. Next up, we've got the Scuderia Ecosse team. This is the number 9, running some good pace at the moment, a lap down on the Bungle Merchants, but 47 seconds ahead of Birmingham C in the number 25. Gurney's going next up, completing the top 50 in their number 36, 45 seconds off the overall, 45 laps off the overall lead, 36 seconds behind Birmingham. They've got a lap over Edinburgh Napier in the number 49 and 51st. Further lap back, you find Lewis White in the 11th, back Marcus in 52nd. Karen Chanjob, they're in 53rd place in their number 19. And then it's Lancaster A in 54th, Warwick A 55th, Bath Bandits 56th, and Sheffield Steely Wheelies 57th. Right, blow me nose there, so you don't hear that on stream. Reports, Jacob Harris, how is the porridge pot?
So far, I haven't actually tried any. I've just come to the end of the mandatory remove lids, don't leave for 1 minute and enjoy. So I think I've put just a little bit too much water in for my own liking.
Yeah.
But first taste, let's see how it goes.
This is live content for you on YouTube, everybody, of the BUKC 24 hours. Solid?
It's good.
It's good.
Porridge is good. Yeah, enjoying it.
Excellent. Hello to Ian Sumner, who's got in contact. Liverpool carts. Yes, it's the number 3 and the number 4, mate, that you're looking out for Liverpool University. 15th and 24th at the moment for the Liverpool entries.
Not bad efforts from their teams.
Not bad at all. I hope you're all doing well on this Sunday morning. That rain shower, Jacob, that was strangely similar to what we saw in the early stages of the race, where it just appeared to be right here on the D chicane. Like if we've got, 5 windows around us, and only our far left one was seeing any spots of rain on it. It's quite odd in a way.
Yeah, it's it was a brief spell of spitting, I guess. Not spitting, and the rain was light. You know, you could feel the drops falling on your hands and pace, but no significant impact on the circuit. I am wondering if, the clouds look significantly greyer than they did yesterday, and we have had that thunderstorm.
The warning in place now. The warning doesn't start, and it's a bit of a nationwide one. If you're outside the UK of thunderstorms today, it doesn't actually start till noon. When I last checked as well, the percentage chance of rain in the last half hour of the race was a mere 4% yesterday.
Yeah, BBC saying it's not going to rain until 2, so we'll be all right.
Interestingly, though, my sources say potential rain at about 8:15. And potentially a little bit heavier than we've seen so far in the race. Welcome to Teesside, everybody.
In just an hour's time.
I'm not surprised in a way, because the number of races, particularly these 24 hours that I've called from a commentary position here over the years, it always rains at Teesside, even when you don't expect it to with the weather forecast in the week leading up to it. You always get a little bit of rain. And I don't think it will be the first time that we get some around 8 a.m. in a morning during one of these 24 hours. I want to say, we're going back into the pre-COVID days. I want to say something like 2018's British 24-hour had a deluge of rain. Not very early in the morning, kind of at normal wake-up time. So it's again around 8 o'clock, and then went away again. I just wonder if it's going to be one of those again. It does feel less muggy this morning. The humidity was very, very high overnight.
Wasn't it something like 90% at one point?
Yes, it was.
Wow.
It was very, very high.
Well,
yeah,
we'll call 8 o'clock the raining hour. That's when we'll be awarding best team name as per the schedule.
So
We've got.
My app's even getting into the point where there's a little bit of orange on there.
Does that mean rain?
That means heavy rain.
Oh. Wow. We will see. We shall see. We are into the last quarter of the Den Da Tieng Mo Guan Hong Bei 24 hour, as Facebook likes to call it.
Yeah. Let's go back to that black flag. It's for Imperial A. So they've lost a couple of positions. They've fallen out of that Durex Racing bunch of Lancers 1-2 Buckle Schumacher battle, and re-emerged in 14th place, just ahead of the Otom Liverpool number 3 effort. Thumb up there from Sam Johns, who's just headed out on circuit, so that won't be for a yes, I'm coming in. That'll be a I'm comfortable, I'm in the carts.
That'll be yes, the cart's all right. Sam Johns was out already for that team, so he may well have come in for some sort of mechanical issue.
May well have. New fastest lap for the kart. 121.350 for Willpower's Willpower. We've seen a few PBs in the last half an hour or so. I wonder if we have got some meteorological changes on the way. A little bit of change of air pressure. I'm sure there's someone with the spreadsheets out there calculating all of this to its nth degree. Are we going to get a little bit of happy hour running before potentially this rain comes in the next hour? The cloud. I am going to be honest, and again I'm doing it. I'm looking down to my left, down towards Middlesbrough Football Club football ground, towards the Riverside, which is always where the weather comes from here at Teesside. That cloud, that black cloud there, is the most threatening looking cloud I've seen so far in this race. Yeah, I think there's some rain coming. I think there's a little bit of precipitation coming. I've seen that kind of cloud before, whether it be here in BUKC 24 hours or British 24 hours. It always comes from that end of the locality.
When is the British 24 hours, Andrew?
It's in August. It's in August, which doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be good weather,
No.
as we saw last year.
What weekend's that? I wonder if I'm about.
To say it's like the 20th and the 21st, but I might be wrong.
Yeah, the 21st is a Monday.
Might be the 19th and 20th then. No, it's earlier this year. It's the first weekend in August.
5th and 6th.
Yeah. Because
Interesting.
we might have some double dutying DDMM that weekend.
Oh yeah,
Watch this space.
juggling.
Yep. Through the power of the technology.
We do love technology.
We do love technology, and we also love Alpha Live. So
Up the tech.
we'll watch this space on that one. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning. Or your Sunday afternoon, wherever you're watching in the world. Might even still be on the
Saturday night.
the west coast of not Australia, because they're ahead of us. America. Just be creeping into Sunday. Yusuf bin Sahel is walking towards us in the paddock, looking happy, but also like the kind of man who suffered through the night, but at a BUKC 24 hours. Is he going to get a bit moist out there on the circuit with this cloud that's coming in? What do we reckon? Wonder, does anybody know that there's potential rain coming? Rain starting in 53 minutes, according to my sources. This is where I need to get on the phone to Chris Simpson.
I've just realised.
Check on his potatoes
Just
and see if there's rain coming.
Literally just realised that the time zones, like, they're very Britain-centric, aren't they?
Yes.
Because if you're in Alaska,
Yes.
it's Saturday night.
Uh-huh.
And if you go directly south to one of the islands just off the coast of New Zealand, or even to New Zealand itself, which isn't too far from Alaska, Sunday night.
It is.
You just magically lose a day of your life
Yeah.
by flying. Well, you'd have to go east. You have to start in New Zealand, go east to. Or, you know, there's that little bit of Russia, isn't there, that sticks out towards Alaska. I think they bought Alaska off Russia, didn't they?
Hello to Lloyd. Is tuned in from Western Canada, and it's just gone midnight.
Let me just check. Let me just check the map to verify that, because I've got a time zone map open.
So he's going to be in that
Okay.
lighter orange. Yeah, absolutely spot
20
on.
past midnight
Yeah.
in MDT.
He knows how to tell the time.
Wow.
Thank you very much for tuning in, Lloyd.
If you go a little bit further west, you'll advance a day of your life.
So, race. Alistair asks Jacob, have you just realised what a time zone is?
No, I've been aware of time zones for a while now.
They're not
So-
a new thing.
No, I went to France once. It's just that whole, the bit where you get to the extremities and it doesn't quite go around. I guess it wouldn't make sense if it did, because you'd have to have another 0 point, wouldn't you, in the middle? But yeah, I wonder how the people of New Zealand and Alaska feel about this. I really do.
Well, they need to let us know in the comments.
Exactly. Tune in. I know it's late or early, depending on which
Where
way
you
you're
are
on.
in the world.
Well, it's not early for either of them. They're 24 hours apart. Yeah, can you?
Yeah, I can mute you. 7 laps. Sorry, still 6 laps the lead for TU Dublin. Birmingham B, Banditry, clipped a curb or hit a curb to the extent that they've received a curb warning. Another one for the chat as well. If you are watching here in the UK, what's on the menu for breakfast? I think for me, it's going to be something from the cafe here at the circuit in the not too distant future. Should remind as well, if you're watching around the circuit, you fancy a go a little bit of commentary, a little bit of interviewing. Open mic is in session, so by all means pop up and have a little chat with us here in the commentary box. Let us know how your race has gone in fine detail, especially for those through the night trials and tribulations. You can see Lucas Ellingham's out there at the moment. I think not for CKRC because they've got Sam Johns in at the moment. In the pit lane, we've got 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher. So this is the kart that's in 12th place. Fairly standard stint. 1 hour and 30 minutes for them is what they've run, and they've come in for a bit of service. They're about 69 seconds ahead of Birmingham A. They should be able to get back out ahead of Birmingham A in that case then. Current pit situation for the leaders. They're 55 minutes into this current stint, so they've tended to be running 1 hour 40, maybe even 1 hour 45 on some of their stints earlier on in this race. There's still a while until they come into the pits. But I think they'll... Just trying to do the maths in my head now. This early hour of the morning. I think they'll have 3 stints left. I think that's what they're doing. They're working it so they've got 3 stints left, and they'll probably be in with about 4 hours and 30 minutes to go. Jacob, what do we know?
Good news about the incident that caused the 2-hour yellow flag overnight. So a member of Edinburgh team found themselves in the wars just down at turn 1. The big delay was the medics on site determined that full ambulance was needed and had to be called, and the race was kept under full course yellows whilst we waited and whilst the ambulance attended to the member of the team. There was worry of a spinal injury, which is why the full ambulance was called, but it's just been confirmed that it's just muscular. No major damage, whilst there is obviously an injury. We're expecting a full recovery, and all hopefully will be good come October for BKC test days.
Very good. That's what we like to hear, in testament to the marshals and the safety crews here at Teesside Autodrome for doing once again a very professional and diligent job. Race leader comes over the line, 1 minute 22 seconds to the thousandth of a second. 0.000 as they came over the line there. And it's also good news for their B team. They've just set a new personal best lap time for that kart in this race so far. Lap 748 was a 1 minute 21.774. Good pace still in that kart.
I want to say they had a bit of a better result last year, though, that Dublin B. I think they were top 5. Let me just double check. Perhaps they had 3 teams. Yes, Dublin B were 5th last year. They did have a C team down in 39th, though, so fewer drivers, or at least fewer teams. I know they've got roughly 10 drivers come to this one. Don't forget, Andrew, there is a weigh-in at the end of the race. And for every kilo you are underweight, you lose a lap. Teams lost as many as 8 laps last year. Now, I can't see any of our top teams being that careless. But something to consider, it's not over till it's over.
Nope, no. The result will be provisional when we see the checkered flag, and again we've seen that change at this circuit over the years. Regular viewers of DDMM will no doubt remember the British 24 Hour in 2019, where we had a lead change on the last lap, and I remember calling that at the end of that race and not really knowing whether it was going to be a result that would stand or not. In the end, it was a shared win between the two teams involved in that one. It's a place that can throw up a bit of a surprise.
And of course, we had a lead change on the last lap of the BUKC 2021 24 Hour. I can hear you screaming, Andrew.
Yeah, I think Lancaster are getting very excited. I'm not quite sure what they're getting excited for. Let's try and look out the window.
Who knows? But yes, 2021.
Their two karts are fighting. That's what it is. The 11 and the 12 going at it. It's not for position. The number 12 is up in 44th place, and the 11 is in 54th place. There's also worryingly now a yellow flag down towards the bottom end of the circuit. I hope the two Lancaster karts haven't decided to have an extra team meeting down there at Ribbend.
Yeah, as I was saying before, Lancaster kicked off 2021 24 Hour 2 years ago.
Yep.
Birmingham A, otherwise known as Prawn GP, overtook the ex-Swansea Bitches, who are here this year, on the very last lap of the race. They both completed 1,006 laps, but Prawn GP took the victory by 7/10 of a second. That overtake coming at hairpin one. Just about everyone on site was watching that happen and unfold before their very eyes. I want to say Michael Gibbons was at the wheel for Prawn GP, but I'll be happy to be corrected if I'm wrong. Yeah, very, very close on that.
At Lancaster News, they have just received a black flag. Yeah. Well, there goes the number 11. Where's number 12 gone? Because it was with its teammate not that long ago. It's there. Oh dear. Oh dear.
Do we put 2 and 2 together?
I think the number 12.
I think they've just noticed.
Yeah. I think the number 12 have had a bit of an incident, possibly with their own teammates, and not only has the number 12 come off worse from it, but they have now received a black flag for a possible takeout, possibly on their stablemates there. That's a bit of an own goal.
Yeah, not what you want to be doing with 5 hours of the race left. They'll be coming into the pits for an unscheduled stop. The 12 down in 45th, the 11 in 54th. So neither can really afford the time to scrap with each other, but perhaps that's why they are. Perhaps they're thinking, well, we're not exactly battling for the lead. Let's see if we can have some fun. Speaking of strugglers, shall we say, in this race, Sheffield Steely Wheelies now 8 laps down, 7 or 8 laps down on Bath Bandits. They've been in the pits in the last 23 minutes. Bath Bandits do a pit stop in the next half an hour and are just staving off that wooden spoon. Okay, now further 3 laps up, so they got 10 laps in their back pocket to not get the wooden spoon. In the last 5 hours they can afford 2 laps an hour. I think 1 lap every half hour is a bit of an ask for Sheffield, to be honest. But we'll keep an eye on it, as we'll keep an eye on the lead. Dublin A now lead from Sandown Under. Never overtake Sheffield, are in second. They've pitted most recently. There'll be another hour before they come into the pits again. Ex-Swansea Bitches are up to 4th. Then we've got Yusuf's Goat Farm and CKRC, who have pitted recently. CKRC, we think, managing issues. They're still doing very well. I think a top 5 for them will be a good result. I'm sure they'll be devastated not to be competing for the win. but they're still in the mix. They are within 10 laps. We have 7 teams within 10 laps of our leader. Brighton A and Willpower are the other two that I haven't mentioned. And if something were to happen to that Dublin kart, they've got 7 laps. That's, you know, a cushion. I think they can afford a mechanical, depending on the nature of the mechanical. But 7 laps is, you know, close to 10 minutes. So there's enough time to get that kart in and fix a potential issue if needed for Dublin. There is the threat of rain. Obviously, it's not as if we've got fitting wet tyres to consider. Everyone will be on the same playing field for the whole of the race. It's not necessarily going to shake things up massively, but certain drivers do fare better in the wet. Landon in second place in particular got Kieran Harrison. I know he's a solid all conditions driver. Swansea bitches have got the likes of Costa Christus as well, who fares well when it rains. Yusuf's Goat Farm naturally have a few goats. And CKRC, Sam Johns out there right now, probably thinking he wouldn't mind a spot of rain to shake things up a little bit. It's 7:30. It's 5 hours to go. We're going to be closing the voting for best team name at 8 o'clock and awarding either Alan Prostate or Speedophiles with a big bottle of vodka to say congratulations on making everyone chuckle this afternoon and this morning. Do make sure you voted on Instagram. I think the YouTube poll was on the last live stream, so I think that will be closed now. Get Andrew to get the results of that. As and when he's back from his breakfast, there'll be a full report on just how good his breakfast is as soon as he's back. Let's see if there's any other battles going on throughout the pack that we can pick up on. Brighton A not too far behind CKRC. Sam Johns has just put in a 22.2. Brighton A were 12 seconds behind. They still are 12 seconds behind. They're closing in though. 0.6 a lap on that last lap. So I wanted to keep an eye out on the battle for 6th place. They're all on the same lap as Yusuf Goat Farm in 5th. Perhaps a little bit closer. Imperial A are 2.5 seconds off OTOM. That's the Liverpool effort. It's now 2.4 seconds. That's the battle for 13th. Further down the order, Unprotected X, they are down in 27th. That's the second of the exited teams, but they are just 2.6 seconds off Speedophiles. Speedophiles have really fallen away. Speedophiles were challenging for the top 10 overnight. It'd be interesting to see what's happened to Ocean Beach, Kane Shepherd, and Michael Grieve in the Speedophiles kart. And we've also got Imperial B, 2.3 seconds off Birmingham B. That's the battle for 41st place. Continuing on down the order, can't see anyone else particularly close to another team. So not many positional battles going out there. It's quite a quiet time, I'd imagine, for team radio. No one frantically calling up as the team with the North Korea plate come into the pits. That's Birmingham A, the number 23. They're in 12th. They've pitted from 12th, which means OTOM will be jumping up to 12th momentarily when they come round. They're close to the pit stop though. Themselves, I'd imagine OTOM will be in the next 10 minutes or so, which means Imperial A should inherit 12th place. In fact, Imperial A sitting pretty, just 22 minutes into their stint with the karts in front of them all pitting likely in the next half an hour right into the top 10 as well. So Imperial A could be on for a decent result here. Yes, Birmingham A are in the pits. Otom carries on and will move up to 12th on the next circuit. Dublin A continues to lead the BUKC 24 Hour 2023. It's going to be so much easier next year saying the 2024 hour rather than tripping over numbers in their 20s. Sandown Under 1L on the timing sheet, but 2 L's in real life. Yeah, probably a bit of a niche reference that. There was some famous graffiti in Newport, a little district called Liswary, famously had a bridge with "This is Liswary" with 2 L's spray painted on it. 90s Newport vandals were quite hot on their Welsh grammar. Do keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Make sure you are subscribed to Double Dash Motorsports Media, who are now on to 759 subscribers. Andrew said the ambitious target for this weekend was to reach 750, so we've already far surpassed his wildest dreams. Saying that, I'm sure he's got the wildest dreams of being a YouTube millionaire, but we surpassed his expectations and hopes, realistic hopes, shall we say. Coming up to pit stop time for the ex-Swansea bitches in 4th place. They've been out for an hour and a half now. At this stage of the race, teams are more likely to have an understanding for exactly how long their go-kart can go for without pitting. In the stints, the first 3 quarters of this race, no one seemed to take any chances early doors. They mostly came in the pits around the 1 hour and a half mark, but you'd imagine that they would extend by a lap or 2 each time and see what they can get away with. And I can see, I think, a member of the ex-Swansea bitches team. No, I can't. That's not who I thought it was, now that he's turned around. So yes, 1 hour 31 into their stint. We've got Brighton A as well, looking close to a pit stop. They are 1 hour and 28 into their stint in 7th place. They're going quite well in terms of pace. They were catching up to CKRC, who've pitted in the last half an hour. The fuel loads there being offset. The Brighton are within 10 seconds of CKRC now, but I don't think they're going to catch up to them in time to overtake before the pit stop that's coming up for them. 2 karts in the pit, bunch of Lancers and Birmingham A. Birmingham A still in the pits. That's a big one. Birmingham A have been in the pits now for considerable amount of time. Otom have profited from that. Imperial A, as I said, benefited as well. Next up would be Bohemian Rhapsody. They've got another lap to go before they do leapfrog Birmingham A, but there they go, just through. Birmingham A losing another position, and Saturday Night Fever's next up. They're closely followed by 1-2 Buckle Schumacher. Birmingham A really need to get back out of the pits if they're going to maintain that top 15 position. They were battling for top 10, but it's not looking good for them after an extended stint off track. Bunch of Lancers in 13th as well, haven't been in the pit as long. We'll keep an eye on them as the pit board goes out for Brighton's number 30, 30. That's in 7th place. They've been out for an hour and a half, and they will be bringing that kart in. Let's have a little look, see if we can see who it is in the Brighton kart, putting in such hot laps. Alex Mitchell qualified them, I know that much, so one would assume it's either himself or perhaps Josh Gollin, race winner in BUKC for Liverpool, who's racing for Brighton this weekend. No sign of them so far, though I imagine they're halfway around the track. If I've only just seen the pit board go out and come back in. Might have looked out the window a bit prematurely here. And there's a contact warning for 3030 as well. Maybe for the best they're coming in. Cool down and take 5 rather than get all worked up and yeah, hand up. It is one of the Gollins. Can't quite tell if it's Josh or Nat in for Brighton, but they won't be in for much longer. So they just ducked into the pits, as have the ex-Swansea bitches. They've gone 1 hour and 34 through that stint. I'm expecting to land down under in soon as well. Ex-Swansea bitches need a good stop here. They're only going to be doing 2 more, I would imagine. 1 at 3 hours. 1 at an hour and a half. Everyone stopping now will be looking to do 2 more stops. Realistically, I think there's 2 stops left for absolutely everyone. This is pushing it though. The 4 hours and 46 minutes. To go for 2 more, you're going to be on the absolute limit of having enough petrol. People who've stopped in the last 10 minutes or so. Risky business. I'm looking at Birmingham A. They've finally emerged from the pits in 14th. Saturday Night Fever have not benefited from that extended stay in the pits for Birmingham A. A bunch of Lancers have dropped below them as well. So Birmingham are still in the top 15. But can they make it to the end on just 2 more fuel stops? 2 more fuel stops, in theory, gets you to 4.5 hours, and there's 4 hours and 45 minutes to go. A bunch of Lancers have now emerged from the pits. They've kept their top 15 spot as well, but again, it's going to be tricky for those teams to get to the end. Might be some lift and coast going on. Tom are in the pits. That's Liverpool. The number 3 car, they are in 11th at the minute. The ex-Swansea bitches are back out. That's a very quick stop for them. Back out in front of Brighton A. And more importantly for them, out in front of Yusuf's Goat Farm. Yusuf's Goat Farm in 5th, just below the ex-Swansea bitches. These guys challenging for the podium now. Let's see next time round. Never overtake Sheffield. They've just gone through. Can't quite see who that was in the cart for them. I'll keep an eye out for them as they come back around. The ex-Swansea bitches coming through to complete another lap shortly. I can see Sam Taylor's distinctive Welsh coloured helmet. And by that I mean red, white and green. As per the flag, Sam Taylor is just a lap down on Sheffield actually. They've got a bit of work to do. Sheffield themselves within 10 seconds of Llandown Under. Llandown Under will stop though before that lap closes. Yeah, Sam Taylor's got a job on to extend that stint out by 5 minutes or so. Lift and coast towards the end of the straight perhaps. Oh, Sam Johns looks like he's bumped a back marker out the way there into hairpin 1. CKRC, they do not need a penalty at this stage in the race. Be interesting to see if he gets away with that. Black flag for Bath Bandits. Now, this makes the wooden spoon interesting. Sheffield Steely Wheelies down a couple of laps. Bath Bandits are already in the pit for that. That was 3 minutes ago. Apologies, I missed it. So Sheffield Steely Wheelies will be catching up. They are out on track. So we'll keep an eye on that wooden spoon as Sandown Under come into the pits as well. Sandown Under, hour and a half out on circuit. We're expecting the leaders in the next 10 minutes or so as well. Sandown Under were 10 seconds ahead of Never Overtake Sheffield. Never Overtake Sheffield will be promoted up into second. Will the ex-Swansea bitches be able to benefit from Sandown Under pitting in as well? Sandown Under penalised by a lap for impeding CKRC at the start, so they'd be a firm second right now had they not done that. Really good result from the Leeds team. They'll be hopeful of a podium from this. And we wait to see where they emerge from the pits. Brighton A are back out. They've held on to their top 10 position. They are 8th. Cart behind them, Mort the cart cannot move it. One of the Coventry guys, an hour and 20 minutes into their stint, they'll be pitting next in the top 10. A contact warning for CKRC, probably for that incident down at hairpin 1, if not a similar incident. As into second place go Never Overtake Sheffield. Sandown Under remain in the pits. The ex-Swansea bitches are coming round now to complete another lap. Sam Taylor at the wheel. Sandown Under can't be in the pits for too much longer. The Leeds team are very efficient. I've seen Tom Dent go through, but that will be for another Leeds team, or perhaps another university's team altogether, so he won't be going out for Sandown Under. I just keep an eye out for that number 14. Not the most distinctive of liveries. Bigfoots. No sign of them yet. Never Overtake Sheffield complete another lap. They're firmly in second place now. Ex-Swansea bitches approaching the end of the lap, which would mean that they leapfrog the Leeds team. And there he is. Sam Taylor takes third place. Recently out of the pits himself. Capitalises on the pit stop for Sandown Under, who should be able to go to the end of the race on 2 more pit stops. I think we're just about over the hump there. Yusuf's Goat Farm up next. Sandown Under register in 4th place. Slow stop for them, 3 minutes 45 seconds the last lap. And Yusuf's Goat Farm are 4 seconds behind them. Yusuf's Goat Farm are halfway through a stint. They will struggle to go to the end on just 2 more stops. They might need 3. Let's keep an eye out for that battle. 4 seconds, the difference, and see who's in those respective carts. So the top 3 now, Dublin, Sheffield and Swansea. Leeds fending off Yusuf's multi-university team for 4th at the minute. They should be coming through into hairpin 1 now. I can't quite see the 14 cart and who might be in it. There. I don't recognise the drivers. There's an incident going into hairpin 1. 2 carts, the one pink Bigfoot, not CKRC, the other pink Bigfoot. I've had a clash with someone with a red Bigfoot, and their engine may not stop. There's hay absolutely all over the entry to the hairpin. I think a clean line has just about formed. As through Sandown Under and Yusuf's Goat Farm are side by side. They just flash by your screen. They could see a track on track, change for 4th place. Land Down Under are under extreme pressure from Yusuf's Goat Farm. The number 50 hounding down the 14 who are just out of the pits, still trying to get up to speed. Let's have a look who emerges from behind the hill first. No sign of either. Yeah, there you go. I think Dan Seeger in the Goat Farm has overtaken the Leeds kart. That's Yusuf's Goat Farm up to 4th place. CKRC are on the same lap as well, but they're 40 seconds back on this battle. But it will be confirmed on your timing screens next time around. Let's have a look, see as they come over. I'm pretty sure it was Dan Seeger that I saw going into hairpin 1 with the number 50 plate. And yes, there it is, confirmation. The 14, I'm not quite sure who that is in the Barrel Art suit, but they are behind Yusuf's Goat Farm. And in fact, they've lost 3.5 seconds on that lap. It's not a great start to this stint from Land Down Under and the Leeds group. They are still top 5, which I'm sure will please them, but they're one step further away from that podium now. Yusuf's Goat Farm just half a minute down on the ex-Swansea bitches. They are 55 seconds into this stint though, as the ex-Swansea bitches might just make it to the end of the race with 2 more stops. Expecting Dublin in the next 10 minutes. So keep an eye on that number 1 car. You'll see the pit symbol come up on the right hand side of your timing screens. They are comfortably 6 laps ahead of Never Overtake Sheffield, who themselves are an hour into a stint. I imagine these guys are just checking over their karts as they come in for these stops, making sure that there's no visible signs of a potential mechanical. If at any point they see something likely to break, I'm sure they'll be adapting or adjusting their driving styles accordingly. Into the pits are Durex Racing. That's not quite where you'd expect them to be, 1 hour and 18 into a stint. Perhaps this is a timing thing, and they know that they've got 2 more stops to make, so they're making it now. Perhaps the pit lane was quite quiet and they've been on the radio to say come on in, but we can see at least 3 other karts in the pit lane, so perhaps this was more of a getting the drivers equal time job. The other teams in the pits, bunch of Lankers, not quite sure what they're in the pits. 10 minutes into their stint, they were challenging for top 15. They are indeed 15th still, but how long for? If they're still in the pits, 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher will be overtaking them on the next time round, and the Lancaster, the last hopes of Lancaster, falling by the wayside. Not ideal from them. Also in the pits, down in 30-second Tap and Clapper Motorsport, running as high as 3rd at one point. Their challenge fell away as quickly as it shot up. Ligma, another Loughborough effort, I think. Those are both Loughborough cars, indeed they are. Also in the pits, so pit time for Loughborough. Bandits have served their black flag. They're back out now. The gap to Sheffield Steely Wheelies is 3 laps. It's not insurmountable with 4.5 hours remaining. It's not insurmountable. Sheffield Steely Wheelies 3.5 laps down. They've got some work to do to avoid that wooden spoon. Still no pits from our leader, Dublin A. But I have been rejoined by Andrew.
Hello.
Welcome back. I was just saying, it's at that point now, for the teams who've pitted in the last 10 minutes or so, can they make it to the end with just 2 more stops?
I think they can. I think they can make it to the end with two more stops, particularly if we do get a little bit of rain. It's weather is doing Teesside things at the moment. It keeps changing around, and now it's telling me rain starting 37 minutes, so it's more gone back to about 8:30. But yeah, if there's a bit of slower running, if there's a bit more full course yellow, I think you could probably do it from now anyway, if you were being brave. But yeah, you should be able to get now. If you've stopped, in the last 10 minutes, 2 more pit stops to get you to the checkered flag.
What if you've stopped in the last 15 minutes? What if you are Birmingham A, who stopped 14 minutes ago,
I think
or
even
Swansea Bitches, who stopped 13 minutes ago from third?
I think even that you should be fine. You should be fine. I know a few of the teams have been running it quite conservatively in that at this stage of the race, you're right to do that. But yeah, if you're that close, I think you kind of take care of the field now up to the end of the race and make sure you don't have to have that because and for the benefit of those who are like, oh, why would the teams do that? It's all about. It's not like a Formula 1 race where you're losing 18, 20, 22 seconds for a visit into a pit lane and a fresh set of tyres in 2.5 seconds. Because of the steps of the process that you have to go through for a pit stop here at Teesside, it is quite a loss, even just simply going for a splash and dash, and you're also not controlling the amount of fuel that is going in your cart as well in that case. So it's of a great benefit to a team if they can reduce the number of times between now and the checkered flag that they can not visit the pit lane. You're probably losing about a minute every time you come in. So, 2 stops versus 3 at this stage of the race, a 60-second loss for a third visit to the pit lane, which may not be necessary, is quite a big thing.
Yeah, depending on who you are, obviously, if you're Dublin, it's not that big a loss. Can we get the votes counted and verified from the team name poll on the last stream, please?
Yeah, we can have a look at that.
Let me tell you, it is neck and neck on Instagram, Andrew.
Oh, it's neck and neck on Instagram. Ooh.
We are awarding the best team name now. We're doing it now.
We're doing it now. I'll come back to you in a few minutes' time as to what the poll was.
You crunch the numbers.
I'll do.
Keep an eye on our race leaders, because they are 1 hour and 30 minutes now into this stint. The number 1 kart goes round again. A Tony Kart suited driver currently at the wheel. How much longer can they go for? Surely coming in the next couple of laps. Very much a play it safe job now. 7 laps in the lead. There's no need to take any risk whatsoever. Consistently lapping. They're a second a lap ahead of Never Overtake Sheffield on that last one. They just simply should bring it into the pits. Maybe I'll have a little breather, cool the cart down a bit. I can see X Swansea Bitches in third, battling. I can't quite see who that is. They're battling with there. I'll check as they come over the line. Number 5 goes over the line as well. That's is that Adam Nather? Can't quite see as they escape my view. Number 8 will be coming to the pits. That's Willpower from 8th. There's a tap ahead for a kart going past there. But the number 1 coming back around now. Doesn't peel off into the pits. That's 1 hour 33 on this stint. Surely next time around they'll be dipping in. Curb warning for Team Bukc in 19th. Into the pits. Still in the pits are a bunch of Lankers. They've dropped right down now to 24th. They were close enough to the top 10. They were top 15 certainly. And a bunch of Lankers. It's all gone wrong for Lancaster. First their B and C teams punt each other off. And now their A team's challenges faded as well. Not ideal at all. Nightmare for them. Let's see what it is in that Sheffield kart as they come back around. it's who is that? I'm going to remind myself of who they've got in their team. Oh, I think it's Alex Smith. Alex Smith. It's not Callum Barnett, Amy, or Freddie. I don't think it's Adam. He's got a blue suit, so it's Alex Smith out for second place. Never overtake Sheffield. Round again. The next Swansea bitches, and here are Dublin, focused on that back of that number 42 kart, Nokia Bing Bong, rather than peeling off into the pits. I can't imagine it staying there much longer though. Imperial A are in the pits. 48 minutes as well, not quite the time you'd expect to see, as we've got Lancaster back. We've got a bunch of Lancers. They are 24th. That's a 9-place drop at least, possibly even 10, 11. They've dropped down in the last pit stop. It looks like more of a mechanical stop than a scheduled splash and dash. Do you have the results?
I don't have the results. I think they've disappeared as we did the reset.
Oh,
but here's
controversial.
my proposal.
Yeah?
Because I know, but when I last looked at it, it was very, very, very close.
Uh-huh.
Do we have a 10-minute runoff on the YouTube? If it's absolutely tied up?
Let me see. I think we just call it.
We call it?
I think we call it.
Okay.
Do you want to know who won?
I do want to know who won.
There you go.
Oh, by 5 votes.
Yeah, I think.
I kind of like that winner though. I think that's good.
To be fair, everyone on YouTube has had the chance to go on Instagram.
Yes. And I think when I last looked, when there was a slight leader, it was that same one as anyway. So, yeah, a deserving winner.
So the winner of Best Team Name 2023 goes to Swansea and Alan Prostate. Congratulations, guys. I will tag you in the Instagram story if you're not listening in.
Well done, Swansea. Is that their first BUKC win?
Possibly.
In anything? Possibly.
Possibly first win in life.
James Johnson's going to be very pleased with that.
Yes.
I don't know if he's watching.
Winner sticker for them.
Bit of a milestone. 800 laps up for the race leaders. 4 hours and 24 minutes of the race to go. Whilst Jacob's doing that, let's do a very quick-ish, just try and get it in under 5 minutes, rundown of the order. So T Dublin still leading the race now on 801 laps. 6 laps is their advantage over Never Overtake Sheffield in second place. Swansea Grads are in third place, a lap further back, 8 laps down. Yusuf's Goat Farm are nicely positioned at the moment in fourth place. They are owing us a pit stop though in the next 20 minutes or so. So I think they should be able to get home on that stop and plus 2 more, maybe a bit of a splash and dash towards the end of the race. CKRC are in 5th place. They've just taken that position actually off of Llandown Under, who are there in 6th place, 1 second separating the 47 and the 14 at the moment. The number 30 of Brighton A is running in 7th place at the moment. They're 10 laps off the overall lead. They've got a lap over Edinburgh's Willpower's Willpower. That's the number 8 car in 8th place. Mort's The Cart Cannot Move It are in 9th place, the number 45. 2 laps behind Willpower's Willpower at the moment. And more than a lap, it's just ticked through on time. Actually, they're in the pits at the moment for a scheduled pit stop. Are Mort The Cart Cannot Move It. 1 hour 38, so they definitely will be able to get home on 2 stops from here on in. The team from Coventry, Durex Racing, the Exeter Racing efforts are next up in 10th place. They should be back onto the same lap as the Coventry team in a short few moments' time. There they go. and the Coventry team as well. They're back out 2 minutes 58 for their out lap. So that's your top 10. Liverpool's number 3 kart, called O-Tom, are there in 11th place. And it's not been a very O-Tom kind of race, because they're doing really well. 2 laps back from Exeter, but they're a lap ahead of Imperial A, who have had a black flag in the last hour, if I'm remembering that correctly. So they're in 12th place now, 16 seconds behind the first of those Liverpool University karts. Bohemian Rhapsody are in 13th place, 16 laps off the overall lead. That's the second of the Leeds entries. Birmingham A are next up in 14th place, 17 laps down. 1 lap ahead of 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher in 15th place. That's the number 17 kart that's been having a really good run. That's the first Swansea team alongside the victorious in the best team name, Alan Prostate, who aren't that much further down the order. We'll get to them in a minute. Saturday Night Fever, the number 52, they're in 16th place. So Loughborough, that's the highest of the Loughborough entries at the moment, 18 laps down. They're only 9 seconds behind the number 17 ahead of them, so they've got a chance there of improving and getting into the top 15. DMU will get shunted off, who had a very bright start in this race. Haven't necessarily been running all the way to 1 hour 45. Their pace has been pretty good throughout this race. I think that we can be happy at the moment with a solid top 20. They're there in 17th place, 19 laps down. 28 seconds ahead of the number 42, another one of the Coventry efforts. This is the Coventry A1, but we all know them as Nokia Bing Bong. Number 42 in 18th place. They're also only 21 seconds ahead of their B team, Coventry B, the number 43 next up in 19th place. We talked about Swansea, we talked about Alan Prostate, but they're in 20th place at the moment. They've just swapped positions with Coventry B, but they've got even more reasons to be cheerful, having won the best team name award. They're in the top half. If they can keep this form going, they're on for a decent finish here at the 24-hour. 21st, the number 38. This is the York entry of Timo Klock. 20 laps off the overall lead, 7 seconds behind Swansea, 58 seconds ahead of the number 34 from St Andrews University. That's the number 34 of the Miles Shelby squad in 22nd place. 23rd is the number 55, the very well named from UClan team. Seriously hard and great go-karting, ending really safely team. Think of the acronym, ladies and gentlemen. So they're there in 23rd place. Bit of a Lancashire derby going on at the moment for that spot there. 72 seconds ahead of one of the Lancaster teams, and it's the bunch of Lancers who fortunately have faded a little bit in the last couple of hours, but they're trying to fight back now. They've got some decent pace in the 122s at the moment, and they've also got a laps advantage over the number 33 of Unprotected X. That's the second of the Exeter entries there in 25th. Speedophiles are there in 26th, defeated in the best team name final. The number 41 is a lap behind the number 33. They've got 38 seconds over TU Dublin B. That's the number 2 kart in 27th place. 28th is the second of the Liverpool karts, LGB team. 25 laps off the overall lead. 2 laps down from Dublin, a lap ahead of Make Huddersfield Great Again in the number 39 kart, running 29th. UH Racing still in the top 30 as well. Their number 29 kart is 4 seconds behind Huddersfield, 26 laps off the overall lead. They're a lap ahead of Finding Guimo, the number 44 from Coventry University in 31st. They've got quite a healthy gap actually now over Tap and Clapper Motorsport, who sit 32nd. They're 3 laps back from the number 44 are the Loughborough entry running in the kart to number 53. So they've got a bit of work to do there. They have got some decent pace though, and they're pulling away from the number 6 of Sam Harris's International Tea Party. That's the team, the B team from Sheffield University there. They're 1 minute and 12 ahead of the Warwick Care Home yearly outing in number 57. That's the Warwick Graduates team in 34th place. Ligma from Loughborough, the number 54, are next up in 35th place, 26 seconds back from Warwick Grads. Ix's Icons continue to just keep crawling up the order. They're now up into 36th place in their 35 karts, 33 laps off the overall lead, 2 laps behind Ligma, 1 lap ahead of the number 20 of Bristol A. Cardiff University are next up in 38th. Their number 28 kart is another lap back. And another lap back, you find Brighton B, the 31 kart, in 39th place before Birmingham B completes the top 40, 37 laps down off the leaders. They've got a 7.3 second advantage over Imperial B, the number 22, in 41st position. Nottingham A have been floating around 40th place for pretty much what feels like most of this race, so they're still plugging away there. 42nd for them at the moment in the number 48 kart, only 10 seconds behind Imperial B, and they've got a gap to manage as well back to Mercedes in the number 10. 27 seconds is the gap to the kart there in 43rd place. Hallam Old Boys are 44th, number 56, 39 laps down. They've got a healthy lead over Lancaster B of 3 laps, the number 12 there in 45th place. And they similarly have got a fairly healthy lead over the next kart, which is Warwick B, the number 27, who are 2 laps further back, 44 off the overall leaders. They're in 46th. 48 seconds further back, Bungle Merchants, who keep scrapping away. Got to give them credit. They're one of my teams of the race, actually. They've had a lot of adversity here at Teesside this weekend. And, you know, they've run down to like 55th, 56th at the time, and they just keep fighting back and are back in the top 50 once again. Bungle Merchants there in the number 46, 44 laps off the overall lead. They've got a 3-lap lead over Lewis White and the 11 back markers. That's the number 16 kart that's in 48th place. Edinburgh Napier in karts number 49 are 49th. Nice little bit of symmetry there. 48 laps down off the overall lead at the moment. 55 seconds clear of Birmingham C, the number 25, that wraps out the top 50. Scuderia Ecos, the number 9 kart, is next up. They've just come out from the pits, I do believe. In fact, they've just been overtaken by Gurney's Gang, so no, maybe they are still in the pits at the moment. So Gurney's Gang now in 51st place. That's another one of the St Andrews entries, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, because they've all got the names related to Le Mans legends of years gone by. So they're now in 51st, 50 laps off the overall lead. Scuderia Ecos now scored in 52nd place in their number 9 kart. Next up is Karen Chanjob, the team in the number 19. That's another one of Swansea's entries. They're in 53rd, 55 laps off the overall lead. They've got a lap over Lancaster A. It's all been going on in the Lancaster ranks in the last hour. But there, number 11 kart is 54th. Warwick A next up in the number 26 in 55th place. Further 9 laps back. The Bath Bandits are in the pits at the moment. The 732 laps completed by their number 40 kart that currently sits in 56th place. And last but not least, the number 7. 730 laps completed, 77 laps down on the overall lead, which I actually don't think is that bad. I've seen that number for last runner be in 3 figures at this stage of the race before. The Sheffield Steely Wheelies are the number 7 in 57th spot. Good morning to Mr. Steve Hicks of ex-Loughborough University fame. That is one good-looking guy presenting. You mean Jacob? He brings... This is... Now we've got the gorgeousness on the street.
Are we able to give... Whose idea was the name?
We got... Oh,
whose idea was it? Come on, who came...
Oh, I'm about to get tied
where is he?
In the wheels. We've got an award presentation, ladies and gentlemen. What? If I press that button there, that mic is now live. It's time for our presentation for the best team. Hmm? Yeah, it's picking up.
Do I just hold it like that.
Yeah, just hold it like that and use your usual booming
We've had
Welshness.
some fantastic team names this year. Speedophiles was a popular one, I will admit, but that final, you edged it by 4 votes, 150 to 146. Alan Prostate, best team name. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
A handshake as well.
Excellent.
Do congratulate Ben for me when he's out of the carts.
We will.
If he's on radio, give him a shout and tell him we're very proud of him.
Us too. We're very proud of
Cheers, guys.
Thank you very much.
Team Swansea there.
Team Swansea.
Accepting best team name for Alan Prostate.
There we go. Which award is next? Which one have we got next up on the board on the schedule? I'll press your button as well.
Thank you very much. Next up on the schedule, best Bigfoot. And I tell you what, Andrew.
Ooh.
I tell you what, the nominees are already on Instagram.
Oh, okay.
We have.
I think for this one, YouTube viewers, you kind of got to go to Instagram for
So there's
the pictures.
we've got.
So we've got number 1 is Edinburgh Napier, which is kind of a graffiti style on the number 49. I'm not biased, but I do quite like that one.
That's
Cardiff are nominee number 2. In fact, we could probably show this on. We can't. No, we can show this on the stream.
Yeah. Do you want me
You
to
just-
send you the pictures?
If I just do the rudimentary way and point it at there.
Okay. I might show my phone like that.
So we've got Edinburgh Napier. That's number 1. Cardiff are number 2, which is a very Star Wars Return of the CUM theme.
There's the Speedophiles,
Speedophiles there.
Manchester. The North Korea effort from Birmingham.
From Birmingham.
And then finally, Nokia
Oh,
Bing Bong.
Nokia Bing Bong. I'd forgotten about Nokia Bing Bong. I saw Nokia Bing Bongs at sign on. Okay.
I'm putting the vote up.
I know which way I'm voting, and I've probably given it away.
I'm putting the vote up. Can I do
It's not Birmingham,
here?
so nobody can accuse me of bias on that one, on this occasion. Oh, we've had a big off. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh,
Quite
yes,
a
that's-
sizable off. Now, there's so many tyres kicking around,
That
I'll
might
be
a full
honest,
course.
I'm not even sure which side, whether that's from hairpin 1 off to driver's right and through the tyres, a little bit similar to what we saw last year, or whether that is... No, it's got to be that they've gone off through entry into hairpin 1. The question is, you can just about make it out, folks. Driver's okay, sat in the cart, probably a little bit bewildered as to how that's all happened. How have they ended up facing inwards towards the tyres on the last corner? That's a bizarre one. And I agree with you, Jacob. I think this could very much be, because there's a lot of tyres to put back in position there. This could be a full course yellow. Now, this could shake things up. Who needs to pit? Who's in the need of some fuel right now? I'd be tempted if I'm the likes of, well, Never Overtake Sheffield have done exactly that. They've pitted, which is exactly the right thing to do right now if you're them. I think if you're Yusuf Scope Farm, you want to be thinking about a pit stop as well. 1 hour and 22 minutes into their stint. Coventry B have pitted quite nicely. 1 hour and 29. It's the Lancaster B carts that's had enough. My goodness, Lancaster have had a bit of a dramatic last hour. Black flags, contacts with their teammates and all sorts going on. Driver is okay, just to be absolutely clear, as there's a black flag coming in for the number 17. Want to buckle my Schumacher. Number 12 cart is going again. The Bigfoot is slightly off to one side, but relatively, I think that the cart's not too bad. The driver has pulled it into the pit lane. Probably as a precautionary check over the cart to make sure everything's still pointing in the right direction. Big moment there for Lancaster B. Sorry, Jacob, I cut across you there in all of that. Double waved yellows coming out of the final corner now. The drivers needing to be careful We haven't quite gone full course yellow, but we have got yellow flags on the approach to hairpin number 1. We've got them running from the exit of hairpin number 3, because that is the last marshal post that takes care of exit of 3, hairpin 4, and the run all the way back to the start line. Tyre barrier being put back into position by the marshals now. Hixie asks a question. You're right, we do have a number of Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship drivers running in this race.
What's the question?
The question is, which one of them has the highest running iRacing driver? That's the question.
Let's have a look. Well, you know better than me.
Yeah, I'll
on this one, actually.
I'll work it out.
Bad news. I can only have 4 options in a poll on Instagram.
Oh.
I've nominated 6. So,
2 threes?
Who are we writing off? I think I'm going to just join up the Birmingham efforts. I know that's kind of cheating to have 2, but I'll join those 2. So Birmingham makes 1. And I think Edinburgh and Napier have got to go. I'm sorry, guys.
Oh.
Sorry. I like it, but everyone else
the others are probably a bit more on the efforts front.
efforty, yes.
Yeah. There we go.
So it's return of the cam.
Let's work out that for you, Hixie. Surely number 51's got... Oh, no, number 51 hasn't got any of our iRacing drivers in it. Maybe number 50. Technically, it's number... yes. Well, Sam's in the... Sam Sanders is in the third place cart at the moment. And technically Yusuf as well. Yusuf's racing in the iRacing Championship. Matt's back as well, saying that the best looking driver award obviously needs to go to Josh Craft.
Only because I haven't been out.
That's true. So the no full course yellow, I think there were some pit stops there in anticipation of a full course yellow. So Never Overtake Sheffield came in, have serviced, are done, back out they go. So they need 2 more stops. I think we're still in that period where everybody needs 2 more stops.
Yep, it looks like.
At least 2 more stops is what I should say.
So get yourselves over to Instagram. The vote is live. Unfortunately, you cannot vote for Edinburgh Napier or individual Birmingham efforts because I forgot you can only do 4 in a poll on Instagram.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to vote myself. I'm going to switch to
Okay.
my personal account to vote.
Yeah.
Because voting from the BUKC account would be weird, wouldn't it? Let's face it.
DDMM has voted. Is that allowed? Maybe. We're fully encouraging people to have multiple account uses here.
No.
Particularly if you're on YouTube.
No.
Double like of the stream, double subscribe, and all of that business.
Yeah, exactly. I can't. Where is the BUKC? There it is.
It's here. It's right here.
Okay.
There we go.
Voted.
I voted as well.
Good stuff.
So that's over on Instagram, at the BUKC on Instagram. Do give that page a follow. Keep your comments coming in. Breakfast chat. Well, I've just had a very, very nice everything loaded in bun from the cafe,
Yeah.
which has charged me up with an orange juice. You know, you've got to balance it out.
bacon, egg, and
bacon,
sausage.
egg, sausage, cheese. There may have been a little bit of hash brown in there as well. So that was
Mushroom
good.
and black pudding would be really, very nice.
Mm.
There's a place in Newport, and I don't say this very often because there's not a lot of places in Newport that you'd recommend. It's called Holy Cheeses.
Holy Jesus.
They specialise in grilled cheese sandwiches,
Okay.
and there's one called the Morning Glory,
Yeah.
which is a grilled cheese sandwich with bacon, egg, and sausage, and you have the option to add black pudding and mushrooms as well, which I obviously I do. My word, what a sandwich!
I'll have to try it next time I'm passing through.
Other specialties, they do one with chili and jalapenos, which is very nice. They do Lamona pizza, which is pepperoni, mozzarella, and garlic butter, and tomatoey stuff. Really good. And what's the other one I go for? Oh, mac and cheese. Mac and cheese grilled sandwich. Ooh,
Sounds good.
they do some bad boy nachos as well. Really good stuff there. And if you're feeling really fancy, half cookie, half brownie bake. So yeah,
Nice.
one of my favourites. If I wasn't, Club 100 full timer,
You'd be there every day.
I'd be there. Every day would be a bit of a stretch. I think I'd die of high cholesterol in about a fortnight. But
Once a week.
yeah. Third placer in the pits, Yusuf Goat Farm.
Yep. On schedule. So
16.
yeah, they can do 2 stops to the end. I think they'd be a little bit brave to try and... I have seen teams run to like 1 hour 50 in these carts in the British 24 hour, but I think they'd be a little bit brave doing that today, considering they're in a good position, 14 seconds clear of CKRC. Matt asks, no tea or coffee? Had a coffee, very quick coffee. That's why Mr. Harris was waiting for me a couple more minutes than we'd scheduled, as usual, this morning.
No, I don't drink tea or coffee.
Smashing the coffee down my face.
I just drink water.
You do right. You do right.
4 litres a day.
I resisted for a long time on the coffee front, but it's got me in the last year or so. Unfortunately.
Just the juice of life for me.
But yeah,
All I need and more.
it's all right. Got some myself. And if not, we've got another bottle over there. That's for after the race. Oh, full course yellow has emerged. Now, can we see the reason for it? I'm having a good old look around, and no. So this
The cart's going out that way,
is
Andrew.
probably someone has had a problem down at the bottom end of the circuit again. The quad bike of shame has set off out onto the circuit, and the Battenberg flag comes out again. Now, is anyone going to stop here? This is at a bit of an awkward time. If this was 10 minutes later, I think there'd be some teams taking this one as an opportunity to pit, and then maybe only have to do one service stop between after that point and the end of the race. There are still a few teams who are 1 hour 20 something on their current stint. Yusuf's Goat Farm, have they re-emerged from the pits yet? I'm not sure they have. Oh,
Yeah,
we also have now a yellow flag symbol on our live timing. I'll be honest, that's got nothing to do with me, but I'm very glad that it's here because it now shows you on our
It's been there the
live
whole
stream
time.
as well. Oh, it wasn't there in the middle of the night during the long one
Yeah.
because it was still showing green.
Was it?
Yeah,
Oh, maybe they didn't.
it was when we signed off.
Maybe they didn't have it on the DigiFlag.
The DigiFlag's been operating all the way through, but the little graphic on the
driven
live.
by the DigiFlag.
Oh, okay.
Well, the same system that drives the DigiFlag, yeah. So who is it, do we think?
Not sure. Apologies if we just had a little bit of a blip on the connection. I think we're back now. Let us know in chat. I'll be back live. I think the internet had a little bit of a wobble, like one of the drivers has had out there on the circuit.
who's dropping down the order? Make Huddersfield great again. I've lost positions. No, yeah, it's just make Huddersfield great again. I'm wondering if it's them, Andrew. Green, we are green again.
Back to green then. Back up to full speed.
Yeah, I think it might have been a Huddersfield kart, unfortunately. Suffering from some sort of incident causing that flag.
So we are in to our number 21 of this year's BUKC 24 hour. Andrew Mather and Jacob Harris on commentary duties for you at the moment.
I wonder, I thought you said like hour 21. I was like, hour 21st what? Like, the possessive hour. Whereas you meant the chronological hour.
Yeah.
Really should be comfortable with the term hour by now, shouldn't I? No, I've heard it so many times it's losing its meaning.
What's this race called again?
It's called
How long is
the
it?
Den Da Tieng Mo Guan Hong Bei 24 hour.
If you know, you know. R.I.P. the Facebook page. You never
I'm
know.
still guessing no one put that as their team name. I wouldn't have even run a poll. I said that to the Warwick boys last night when I was talking to them, and they were all like, I'll do it in the
Maybe
presentation.
next year. Maybe next year.
I'm going to say it a few more times to practice, so when we get up for the presentation, I'll say winners of. And everyone, I've got to check the Facebook page. And yeah, right. Remind me to practice that. Yeah. Anyone else losing positions? Was it Huddersfield? I don't know. No one's really lost it massively. The battle for the wooden spoon is not getting any closer. Sheffield's still 3 laps down.
Yep.
Let's see what their first lap is like. Bath Bandits not too quick. Sheffield Steelies, where are they? Number 7. Coming through anytime soon. There they are. Not sure who that is. They are slower. They're not going to catch up with pace like that.
Just assessing your feel. I don't think it did, but I hope that didn't reset a live stream link. No, I don't think it did. No, we're fine. We're fine. It did reconnect.
O-Tom up to 11th. Yeah, they are doing well. It's an O-Tom kind of moment.
Weather continues to confuse. So my app's saying it's raining where I am right now. I don't think that's the case. I'm looking around. There's no spots of rain on our windows here in the commentary position. Lap times are looking all right. 1:22s for a number of the leaders. It's a bit bunched up at the moment anyway because we've just come off the back of a full course yellow. Only at Teesside could the app be saying, yes, it's raining where you are right now. And it's like, it really isn't. But you never know. It could be sneaking up behind us. In fact, I'm going to have a little look and see if it is sneaking up behind us, if it's coming directly from behind us, this supposed bit of wet weather.
There's no sign of umbrellas or hoods at the window. So I don't think it's tipping down. Andrew's got his hand visor above his eyes. He's had a good look. Nothing doing. Never mind then. Still dry here at Teesside.
No, I've done a full 360 look around. Can't see any rain.
All right then. I'm going to take a quick break.
Air temperature currently around 12 degrees Celsius, so yeah, quite cool at the moment. It's still forecast to be going back up to the low 20s, 21, 22 degrees, as we saw at the start of the race. There's been a contact warning for Birmingham A. Hope you enjoy the stream. If you are, try and get that like button to press. Try and get the likes up to, should we say 15? Oh, black flag for Nokia Bing Bong. That is for an overtake under yellow flag. Now, where is that going to move? That's going to move them down from 21st place. They'd only just pitted as well. So that might even be a fresh driver straight out, maybe getting a little bit too excited. And overtaking under yellow flag, straight black flag. And they're going to have to come in to the pits once more. And they won't have to fuel, but they will have to go through a lot of the procedure of coming into the pit lane, going through the way bridge, getting out the cart, pushing the cart around through the non-hot area. It's not a cold area because the cart's still pretty warm, but no engines allowed to be fired. You can see the ex-Swansea team, Swansea graduates, Costa Creatis, Matt Slate down there as well. They're getting ready for the pit stop. A little bit early at the moment, 53 minutes into their stint. But yeah, they'll need 2 fuel stops between now and the end of the race. Probably another 40 minutes off of if you were pitting around 3 hours 10. You would then be saying you could do the rest of the race on 1 further stop. So if you pit now, you are going to be pitting another 2 times after this. In the pits at the moment, Nokia Bing Bong for their black flag, and the Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team are in as well. That's just for a normal pit stop, normal service. Change of position for 33rd, the Warwick graduates. Warwick Care Home yearly outing have got past Make Huddersfield Great Again. Could the Warwick graduates break into the top 30? Well, they've got 5 laps to make up, so they need to be making that up at more than a lap an hour now. You never know. Maybe a bit of disruption for the carts ahead, as there is a yellow flag out for a cart that's gone a very long way off and managed to lose its Bigfoot. What has happened there to that particular driver at hairpin number 1? They're going to get back on circuit. They're going to retrieve their Bigfoot as well. They're going to probably... Now, how are they going to deal with this? How are they going to deal with this? They're just going to carry it in their left arm all the way back to the pit lane. Oh, dear. Only in the BUKC 24 hours do you see this level of banditry. The driver's almost using it as a windbreak going down the back straight there. I think this is going to be one of those times where we just have to pick the camera up and be a normal cameraman right now, because this is quite amusing. As our driver in question, I can't quite make out the number of the cart yet. We'll see it in a short moment's time. Look at the state of this. This is not a proud moment for cart number 14. In they go. Please reattach your Bigfoot panel as soon as possible, sir. That's not gone well. That's not... Oh, that's not gone well at all for the number 14 there. Just trying to see. Oh, no, that's Leeds as well. That's the Landau undercart that was running up in 7th place. Nobody been out for 27 minutes. That could not have happened at a worse time for Leeds, because they're relatively early in a stint. They won't be able to change strategy from this point because they're too early to make a stop and then be able to say, yeah, we can do only one more. That has gone really, really badly wrong in a quite amusing fashion, in a way, for Leeds University and Landau Under. They have come to the pits. We've seen them flash through. So I'm not quite sure why they've not registered on timing as in the pits, because we've just seen them do so. Exclamation mark BUKC timing. Pop that in the live chat. Streamlabs will return the full live timing link to you. And in other news as well, Wednesday night, if you're not already aware, Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship here on this channel, live from around 7:45 for qualifying and all the night's races. Will be in the Ferrari, not the Ferraris, the FIA Formula 4s around Magny-Cours. See Jacob just having a chat there with Tom Dent and Ocean Bates. Keep your votes coming in for the poll ongoing on the BUKC Instagram at the moment for the best Bigfoot design. We want to know what are your favourite designs. What is your favourite design of them all in this year's race? You've got 4 options to choose from. I've chosen my favourite, but you can quite easily outvote me and my whole 2 Instagram accounts by choosing your own from the short list of finalists selected by Mr. Jacob Harris. To remind you, the finalists are as follows. Cardiff, number 28, with their Star Wars-based Return of the CUM. Manchester, for their Speedophiles effort. Birmingham, kind of a joint one, because they had two entries into the short list of the number 4 and the number 6. And Coventry as well for Nokia Bing Bong. It's an interesting result right now. There is a clear leader, but it's not a resounding lead. It's not a majority yet, so it's still all to play for in that vote. 3 hours and 45 minutes of this race to go then. TU Dublin in control, 7 laps ahead of the Swansea graduates at the moment. Never overtake Sheffield, holding in 3rd place at the moment. So yeah, doing all right there. If you don't mind helping us out as well here on the stream, share it out with your family and friends, because this is where we are now. This is the link where we've got the coverage all the way to the end of the race now. Very close at the moment between Otom and Imperial A, I've seen. Just 0.6 of a second between them. Let's try and make out where they are on circuits using our tracker function. If I actually knew how to make it work now. Why do we make it work? Never mind, the technology's defeated me. We'll just have to do it the old-fashioned way, try and spot them going round out on circuit. Birmingham A come across the line. Just come past me now, so 1 second between the number 3 and the 21. Other changes of position out there. Coventry B have gained a spot. 18th place is now theirs. They've taken that off of DMU, will get shunted off. Some really good pace for Coventry B at the moment, into the 121s. Quite a few teams now dropping into the 121s. Once again, this is a bit cooler here at the circuit. Are the driving conditions now a bit better for the karts, for the drivers to start putting some really fast laps in? Contact warning for the number. It's not been a good few minutes for Nokia Bing Bong. They've had a black flag at 8:36, a curb warning at 8:40, and now a contact warning at 8:45. Racing go across the line, set their new fastest lap of the race. It's another 121, 121.822. Track is getting quicker out there. Battle for the wooden spoon, or to not receive the wooden spoon, rages on as well. 2 laps between Bath Bandits and Sheffield Steely Wheelies. Both of them driving on at the moment, not giving this one up. Bit of a tardy lap last time around from Bohemian Bapsody. 14th place for them at the moment with a 1:27.485. Sam Sanders out on circuit at the moment for the Yusuf's Goat Farm. Where do they re-emerge after their pit stop? Well, they're in 6th place at the moment, so the contact warning comes in for Bristol A. Good question from Matt. Are we expecting any more rain? I really don't know anymore, because the app is telling me that the rain, this apparent rain which is over us right now, which it definitely isn't, is ending in 42 minutes. So we'll try and get one of our more specific radars up to have a look at where things are at the minute, but wouldn't be surprised if there's a short shower, Matt, in the next half an hour, and there's still potential threat of thunderstorms late into the race. Let's see on our radar at the moment, there are some light showers just south of us here. At the circuit, kind of just going over Yarm and Guysborough. Hopefully just missing us here. Did have a little bit of rain about 6 o'clock that passed through. And there's been another system that's coming up from the south as well. It just seems to be burning up, thankfully, over Northallerton. So it approaches the coast, so it might be one of those where actually a little bit of there was some theories about this at Le Mans last weekend of almost like old NASCAR style theories of weather incoming towards NASCAR ovals, like places like Dover, because there were so many people, so many cars, so much heat that literally the heat around that venue would push the rain away, push the air currents away, so the rain didn't drop where the people and the cars were. And there was theories that was happening at Le Mans last weekend as well from the start of the race. So I sat on the starting line, people texting me from home saying, "Are you getting wet?" It's like, no, absolutely fine, not a problem here at all. So I don't know, maybe 57 of these arrive and drive karts at Teesside is just producing enough heat with all the students as well to keep the weather away. Or might be talking complete rubbish? Probably the latter. Yeah, just having another look at the radar. It just seems the showers that have been approaching from the south are all just dissipating before they hit Middlesbrough and hit the surrounding area, which is good news for the drivers. Looking further south, there's some more patchy weather coming in, but again, it's not as strong, not as fierce on the radar as some of the other storms that have already reached the edge of Middlesbrough and faded away. So I think we could, fingers crossed, get through the rest of this race without too much precipitation. Should be a good way to finish this race. We had to curtail the British 24-hour last year. It was the right decision. The weather really was horrendous that day, and it's not how anybody wanted to end the race. So Steve Hicks asks, is there a Garage 56 Formula Super A 100cc kart in the BUKC 24 hours? There isn't, but I like your thinking there, Hicksy. Maybe that's one that we put to for the British 24 hours organised of an innovative kart. We have 24-hour solo attempts in that race, something a bit different. Why not a technologically different kart as well? The clouds still looking not bad at the moment. Not quite full blue skies. A bit of blue sky just peering through the higher clouds. Actually, for the drivers, this is very good driving conditions. It's not too hot. We've talked about how physical this circuit can be. So a little bit of cloud cover just to keep the temperatures cool. I think quite a few of the drivers will be quite thankful for that, as Jacob Harris rejoins me here in the commentary box.
I'm back, sorry, I got chatting.
What's the goss? Oh, full course yellow.
Where's that? Where is it? I can't see anything down the far end. Must be another top end. Yep, you can see the quad bike of Shane going out of the pits and turning left. Ocean tells me he doesn't want to do a race next year where people are in more than one team. He said, as flanked by Tom Dent and Will Stacey. And then we discussed the merits of having a group of 10 people entering 2 teams and just working across the 2 of them. In theory, doubles your chances of winning. What would you say to that? I mean, in theory, Dublin could have done that. They've got 10 drivers and they put the same 10 names down for both their teams.
Oh, I see. Sorry, I've got my face full of...
but yeah, you all 10 of you go out in both karts and practice, and presumably one's going to be slightly better than the other one, so you might put that one on pole with the bump draft, and then see how the reliability pans out through the race. Maybe ditch the second one towards the end if it's not really going anywhere.
I'm going to be very old here. In a purist point of view, in endurance racing, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. It used to happen back in the day, back in the 50s and the 60s, where drivers would be entered for multiple cars, and that was at a time of obviously when reliability wasn't as strong as it is today. I'm going to respond with don't hate the player, hate the game.
Okay.
Maybe a little bit controversial.
Yeah, did you see the Leeds kart come by with the Bigfoot in hand?
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
That was quite amusing.
That's their wild card. I forgot the guy's name now. Tom Dent did tell me that he's a TKM champion, though. But his name eludes me. I wasn't really listening. Tom Dent was talking to me now, naturally. Yeah, we were talking about who's impressed us most in terms of individual drivers.
Back to green we go. So efficient turnaround again by the Teesside staff, the marshals here at the circuit. Back to racing we go. Yeah, I think it's tricky in a race like this with so many different stories as to who's impressed me today. There's one driver who's just caught my eye as they're going up the back straight, who definitely has. Lucas Sullivan. You can't help but feel a little bit sorry for the CKRC effort, because they had some super pace, around hours 6, 7, 8, 9. We've praised Sam Johns in that team a lot. I think you've got to give a lot of praise for Lucas Sullivan as well. His double stint in the night, not easy, had some technical issues, was dealing with that at the same time, had the full course yellows and everything that went on there. That was a very impressive stint for me, and one of the best I've seen from Lucas in his many years of doing BUKC. So he's definitely a nominee for me. Curb warning for the number 44, Finding Guimo.
Is it Lucas out there right now? 'Cause
Yeah,
they are
he's out there right now.
within
Yep.
2 seconds of Sheffield.
Yep.
Whereabouts are they?
They
First
are
half
going
of the
to
lap.
be just coming back into view on the Bob Pope straight any second now. There they are.
The pink. That's Lucas. Where's Sheffield in that? They are. Freddie Gallagher is 2 karts ahead. They got Sam Sanders and one of the Warwick drivers in between them.
This is not a slow group going round at the moment. This could get quite spicy. Just coming out of hairpin number 2 now, heading up towards the South Bank curve.
Sam Sanders has gone up the inside of Freddie, and Lucas has gone up the inside of the Warwick driver, which means they are now have no karts in between them. Freddie not quite on Sam Sanders' pace there. Sam, who's Sam out for? The Speedophiles?
He's going to be out for the goat farm.
Of course. There he is. No, it is Speedophiles.
Oh, he is. Oh, okay. He's another one doing double duty.
Yep, hence Ocean's comment.
Change for 10th place. Imperial A have gone past Liverpool's number 3 Tom entry. Imperial A have had some really good pace today, Jacob. They've probably had a couple too many black flags and incidents along the way. Oh, very close moment. 3 wide coming in through the final S's, and the number 3 Tom Liverpool entry nearly getting pitted round there. Was on the driver's left-hand side. I don't think realised that there were 2 karts to their right. That could have been a hairy one. That's a very fast piece of circuit coming through there towards the finish line.
Third place is very close, Andrew. It's a lot closer than it was last time round.
Yep.
Freddie Gallagher is under pressure now from Lucas Sullivan. Sam Sanders is making his way through that pack, and Freddie dives to the inside of hairpin 3, gets a move done. He needs to get that done, but they're fighting back. I can't see who that is with the big orange NASA panel.
This is going to be an opportunity for Lucas Sullivan. 4th place at the moment for the number 41 CKRC. There's some gestures going on as well. The kart with the big yellow-orange NASA panel pits. They go out of our view once again. There could be an opportunity here for Sullivan down into Rib Bend. They're fully out of our view now. We now have got to wait about 15-20 seconds for them to re-emerge along the Bob Pope straight and see whether there has been a change for 3rd place. This is the Never Overtake Sheffield karts. Well, I think CKRC are going to ignore that instruction and do everything they can to take this spot. Here comes the pack of karts once again back into view. There's Sam Sanders. They're side by side on the Bob Pope straight as they go towards the S's, and through goes Lucas Sullivan back into 3rd place for CKRC. Classic move that, Jacob. That'll have been a good run off of the reverse corkscrew, getting the slipstream down the Bob Pope straight, going around the outside. Got to be very brave in that situation to gun it and commit to it to make sure that you take initiative as you go through the S's. Good move from Sullivan.
These two are absolutely in sync with pit stops as well. This is a battle that's going to rage to the end. 2 stops left each, I'd imagine. There's only going to be about a lap's worth of time gained and lost there. Lucas now, he was a 10th behind last time round. He's now 4 tenths ahead. Freddie's got to stay with him. They simply got to stay with him if they want to stay on the podium. They can't afford Lucas to build up a gap. It's going to be an hour until they pit again. They can't afford to be losing, a decent amount of time in that hour. They've got to stay in touch if they want to be on the podium, Sheffield.
Indeed. 3.5 hours to go. Let's have another little look down the order as how things stand. As we're getting into the latter stages now of this year's BUKC 24-hour kart race. Your leaders still by 7 laps. The reigning champions TU Dublin A have ticked off another hour as they look to defend their title. They've completed 840 laps of this Teesside Autodrome full layout. And as we say, their lead is now 7 laps ahead of another previous winner of this race. The Swansea graduates team there in the 51, having completed 833 laps. We've just seen a change for third place. CKRC, previous leaders in this race, suffered a technical issue in the night, just in the hands of Lucas Sullivan, retaken that third spot ahead of Never Overtake Sheffield. So it's the 47 from the 5 now, the two of them separated by 1 second, both of them 8 laps off the overall lead. Fifth place at the moment and still holding the fastest lap of the race so far, 1 minute 20.938, set just after sundown on Saturday evening. It's Brighton A in the number 30, 9 laps off their overall lead. They've got a situation to deal with though as well. Yusuf's Goat Farm, the number 50, around 10 seconds behind at the moment in 6th place. Willpower's Willpower, the first of the Edinburgh carts, is in 7th place. The number 8 running quite nicely there, 10 laps off the overall lead. They've got 2 clear laps over the 8th placed cart. That's the number 32 of Durex Racing. 9th is the number 45 of Mort. The cart cannot move it. 13 seconds behind Exeter, trying to close that gap, but at the moment they need a bit more pace. The track is very quick right now. Quite a number of 1 minute 21s coming in on the timing screen. One of those lap times has just gone in from Imperial A, the number 21 there in 10th place. 2 laps behind Mort. The cart cannot move it. Only 3.5 ahead of Liverpool's number 3, Tom entry. Those 2 positions changed fairly recently. In 12th place now, Birmingham A. They've got past Leeds in this last hour. So the winners from 2 years ago in their number 23 cart are 17 laps off the overall lead, and now 26 seconds ahead of the Landau Under entry from Leeds University, who have been very quick today, but it haven't. Well, the rub of the green hasn't gone their way. They had an incident. They have had an incident in the last hour. Lost their Bigfoot Nassau panel. Have had a pit stop unscheduled to come back in and repair that. They've now been back out again. Well, I think they didn't take any fuel on that last pit stop, so it's literally just to reattach the panel. And at the moment they have done 50 minutes on this tank of fuel. But they're in 13th. 3 laps further back is the number 17 of 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher. They've got a lead of 21 seconds over Saturday Night Fever in 15th place. 16th at the moment for Coventry B, 21 laps off the overall lead. Quite a few carts on this particular lap, so Coventry B are 17.5 seconds ahead of DMU will get shunted off. That's the number 37, who themselves are 5.5 seconds ahead of the number 18. Officially the best team name in this race this year. The number 18 in 18th place is Alain Prostate. 19th place, the number 55 of Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely. They're 22 laps off the overall lead. They've got an 8-second advantage over Nokia Bing Bong, who are the last cart in the top 20 at the moment. That's the Coventry number 42 efforts. Team O'Clock, number 38 from York, 14 seconds further back in 21st, 7.2 seconds back to Bohemian Rhapsody. It's not been a good couple of hours for the Leeds teams, because that's another one that's just dropped down the order a little bit. So the 15 now in 22nd place. They're 10 seconds ahead of the Miles Shelby squad. One of the St Andrews carts there. Number 34 in 23rd place. They've got a clear lap over the Lancaster effort for a bunch of Lancers. Again, another cart that was running up in the top 5 early on in this race, but now finds itself in 24th, 45 seconds ahead of Exeter's number 33, Unprotected X. They themselves are 20.5 seconds ahead of TUWB. That's the number 2 cart in 26th place. And we find the combination of Manchester and Leeds drivers, the Speedophiles, the number 41 in 27th place, 25 laps off the overall lead. Only 1.3 seconds ahead of the second of the Liverpool teams. This is the number 4 cart, LGB team. There, running inside the top 30. Also still in the top 30 are UH Racing. Been there a while. They're 26 laps off the overall lead. And they were a lap ahead of Finding Guimo, who are back into the top 30 now in their number 44. Tap and Clapper Motorsport are up to 31st in their number 53. They're 4 laps behind Finding Guimo. So they're probably going to have a pretty faultless run between now and the end of the race to gain any more positions. They are a lap ahead of Loughborough's number 54. That's Ligma. 57 Warwick Care Home yearly outing are in 33rd place at the moment, a further lap back. They've got 68 seconds over the number 35 of Ix's Icons, who currently stand in 34th place. The second of the Sheffield karts, the number 6, Sam Harris's International Tea Party. They're 29 seconds behind Ix's Icons, 1 lap clear of Bristol A, the number 20 in 36th place, who are 35 laps down. Cardiff are next, the number 28 in 37th place, who are a further 33.5 seconds back. And then we get into a flurry of karts separated by 1 lap each. 38th is the 39 of Make Huddersfield Great Again. 39th is the number 31 of Brighton B. 40th, wrapping out the top 40 at the moment, the number 24 of Birmingham B. They have a 36-second lead over Imperial B, the number 22 in 41st. 42nd, the number 56 of Hallam Old Boys. 39 laps of the overall lead. Some work to do, though. They've got Mercedes not too far behind. They've just taken themselves their number 10 karts into 43rd place. So they're 0.7 of a second ahead of Nottingham A. And if they keep going at that same rate, they could have a chance of catching the Hallam Old Boys up. So as mentioned, Nottingham A now in 44th place. Warwick B 5 laps back in 45th. Further 3 laps back, you find the Bungle Merchants in 46th. Very, very tight scrap going on right now between Lancaster B and Edinburgh Napier. 1.6 seconds between them, 47th and 48th, both 49 laps down off the overall lead. And Edinburgh Napier, in fact, have just taken that position. So Edinburgh Napier now 47th with a 121.5. That's one of the fastest laps that kart's done in this race. Lancaster B now into 48th, 49th for Lewis White and the 11 back markers. 50 laps down, they're a lap ahead of Gurney's Gang in the number 36 and 50th place. Number 9 of Scuderia Ecos are 51st, 2 laps further back. 4 laps further back from them is the number 19 of Karen Chanjob in 52nd. Birmingham C, the number 25, are 53rd, 58 laps down. 59 laps down is the Lancaster A, number 11, in 54th. Warwick A continuing to pound round. It's been a torrid 24-hour for them. They're 66 laps off the overall lead, running in 55th spot, having completed 780 laps at this latest count. But they are 11 laps ahead of Bath Bandits, who may have taken a big step to avoid the wooden spoon. They are there in 56th place, but for that wooden spoon awarding, crucially, they are now 6 laps ahead of the Sheffield Steely Wheelies. The number 7 completes the 57 kart field. But I think still the really good thing here, Jacob, is that we've still got, even at this stage of the race, a field of 57, and all 57 karts are still running out there.
Yep, no retirees so far, which is, I think, a first for the BKC 24 Hour. I've never not known someone to throw the towel in, although Sheffield Steely Wheelies are
they're nearly there.
them and Bath Bandits, whether or not they make the final. I mean, there's only 2 stints left.
Yeah. Birmingham A are in.
And yeah, Sheffield Steely Wheelies have just sent someone out for another stint.
Yeah.
So that, yeah, there's maybe even 1 stint left in that car. I'd imagine they'll finish. Everyone will at least be still running at the finish.
So,
first time ever.
Birmingham A have just pitted. There was a tap on the head, and from their driver to say, I need to come in now, and in they have come now. Now, interestingly, 3 hours 18 to go. So if you were able to do 1 hour 40s on your fuel, you could get home with 2 more fuel stops. You could stop now.
Yep.
An hour 40, that would leave you another hour 40 to go, get home. So normally I'd be saying right now, yeah, you can do it. If you're pitting right now, this stop plus one more gets to the checkered flag. But Birmingham A seemed very convinced at that point that they were very, very low on fuel and only did 1 hour and 28 in that stint.
Yeah, not ideal. There's a couple of full course shallows as well in that stint.
Yep.
Which would conserve a little bit of petrol. I'm concerned about the likes of 1-2 Bukc on Schumacher. They've been out for 15 minutes.
Yeah.
So how are they going to cope? You know, that's 1 hour and 47, 1 hour 48 stints that they need to pull out the bag. Likewise, Bohemian Rhapsody. It's some teams have not quite got too lucky with the timings. We will be awarding the best Bigfoot. 9:30.
Yes.
20 minutes.
Yeah.
Get your votes in on Instagram if you want to have a say in who's winning that one. We've had all manner of votes so far. We're looking at about 15, we've had over 100 votes so far. Get your votes in for your favourite Bigfoot. Get your votes in for the lads. Dublin now 8 laps in the lead.
Yep.
They just extend, don't they? They just keep on extending. Swansea bitches approaching a pit stop. So that'll be a change for second place. CKRC have take that gap to 5.8 now over Sheffield, who we saw them overtake not too long ago.
The gap between third and fourth now up to 5.8 seconds. More fast laps coming in here. A bit of a surprise here. The track must be getting quite rubbered in. Good conditions for the engines. Coventry B have just done a 1:21.46, which is their fastest lap of the race so far. But can anybody beat that stonking 1:20.938 from Brighton A?
Doesn't look likely at the minute, but who knows what the weather will do towards the end of the race. We got 3 hours left, so a bit of bright sunshine could go a long way. But we shall see, Andrew. We shall see. Contact warning for the speedophiles. Their day has gone from bad to worse, down in 27th. Keep coming in underweight. Just can't not infringe on the rules, apparently, the speedophiles. Strong team, but not their day. Swansea bitches are approaching their pit stop. Sam Taylor looks to the wall and gives a thumbs up. That'll be him coming in next time around, I'd imagine. Similarly close are Brighton A. They've just hit a 21.0. 21.0, so they are a mere 10.5 off their fastest lap. So it could be coming. Could be coming. I do wonder that perhaps people might be looking after their carts a bit more in this late stage and securing their position. To expect the ex-Swansea bitches to lose position when they come in. CKRC and never overtake Sheffield will leapfrog above them. Brighton A might, but will certainly lose that shortly after. Apologies for me accidentally bumping the microphone there. Hand up for 48. Nottingham, they're coming in as well. And I've lost sight of Sam Taylor. Completing his last tour. Oh, there he is, going into hairpin 3. And round 4 and onto the back straight. Hand in the air for Sam. No. One more lap, he says to the Bukc pits. One more lap. His pace is in the high 22s. They they are doing 1 hour. That's 1 hour 32. He's been out there, so he's probably got one eye on the clock and thinking exactly what Andrew said. Can they go for that 1 hour 35? Certainly what he's going for now, and that would mean that they do have to pit. It's better to take the risk with 1 more lap here and 3 more laps later on. He's having a draft down the straight from one of the St Andrews teams, and Birmingham also getting in the mix there as well. Can he get a nice toe off this corner? Yes, he can. And in fact, so much so that he's going to overtake Birmingham down the Parabolica. No Birmingham pit just yet either. Sorry, Brighton in the 30. Sam Taylor thumbs up again to the pit wall, which kind of removes all doubt that they can go to the end on just the 2 more stops. 1 hour 33 now, and you'd require 1 hour 35 stints to get to the end. It'll be 1 hour 34 by the time he gets around, so ex-Swansea bitches have timed their pit stops well. Where is the Brighton car? 3030. They'll be coming around shortly. They won't be out for too much longer either. I'm going to look out my window now to see them coming. That's it. You can hear it catching on the microphone. Still no sign of Brighton. In fact, there they are. And it looks like Alex Mitchell's back out for Brighton. He's gone round again. He's done a 21.1. It's great pace from him. 1 hour and 32 into the stint. So low on petrol. And surely now Sam Taylor peels off into the pits. Hand is in the air. Yeah, ex-Swansea bitches pit from 2nd place. Now they've got a decent gap over CKRC. I can't see Lucas Sullivan out of my window. I'm pretty sure it was Lucas in for them last time I checked. No green suit or pink NASA panel. There he is, going into the 3rd of the hairpins and the 4th now. Never overtake Sheffield's Freddie Gallagher is also going into that section of corners as Lucas comes across the start-finish straight now. Brighton's pit board is out for Alex Mitchell. 3030 will be coming in next lap. Freddie Gallagher crosses the start-finish line for Sheffield, with the Swansea guys still in the pits. Alex Mitchell coming around now. Remains to be seen whether or not he'll peel off this lap or next. He stays out, gives a thumbs up to the pit board, so Brighton will be coming in from 5th as well. Presumably the ex-Swansea bitches will be relegated to no further than that position. Yusuf Scope Farm may be in contention for a top 5, given that they are just a lap behind Brighton. And no sign of that 51 kart just yet. Keeping an eye out for their main competitors. I've not seen the 5 go through yet, but they have. I've missed them, I think. The 51 has fallen into 5th place. That'll be reflected on your live timing next time they come through the loop. As around comes Lucas Sullivan, there he goes up into 2nd place for CKRC, closely followed to the tune of about 10 seconds by Freddie Gallagher in the Sheffield kart. There he is, yeah, 9.5 seconds back. And Alex Mitchell for Brighton will cross the line, this time in 4th place, but duck into the pits and almost immediately get relegated back down. Into the pits he goes. So we wait for the 51 to confirm that they will be in 4th place with 2 stops to go. My eyes are out the window, looking out for the next of the 51 car. And I've seen Lucas Sullivan going into the final part as Yusuf's Goat Farm come through as well. Wasn't 100% sure they'd be able to leapfrog the X-Swansea bitches. Willpower would be next, the number 8. We'll keep an eye out for them as well. But unless there's been significant issues on the stop, you think the X-Swansea bitches will be back out before Willpower get a chance to gain a place. Through comes Speedophiles CKRC. They've put a lap on the X-Swansea bitches now. Following through the number 5 as well. With a decent advantage. Willpower have come through to be on the same lap as the X-Swansea bitches. Still no 51. Not sure whether that's a case of adding lead or not. I know Sam Taylor wouldn't need to take any off. 52 goes through. Still no 51 emerges from the pits. This is a slow stop, especially by their experienced standards. Hand in the air, tap of the head for the number 42. That's Nokia Bing Bong. Through come our leaders, doubling to complete their 856th lap. And Andrew rejoins me just in time to see trouble for the X-Swansea bitches, Andrew. They're in the pits, and they've been in the pits for a number of laps. CKRC come round to put another lap on them. Freddie Gallagher's going to do the same for Sheffield. They were ahead of these guys and challenging them for position, but it's been a slow stop, this one.
Yeah, it's well scheduled. They've been out there for an hour and 38, but yeah, this is not what they want for the former winners.
Willpower's leapfrogged them as well. They've lost a number of laps here, Andrew. Yeah, I'm wondering if they might drop as far down as 8th or 9th at this point.
Well, definitely drop back onto 12 laps down. So there's a 2-lap gap between themselves and Morts. The carts cannot move it at the moment. So they'll be looking to try and get back out in that gap. But this is tough times for the Swansea graduates.
There they are.
Yep.
They come through now.
P7.
10 laps down. They lost 3 laps. Yeah, I'm sure they were 7 laps down on Dublin.
Yep.
Possibly 8. I think they might have been about half a lap ahead of CKRC, if not a bit more. But yeah, 2 stops left for them. I think 2 stops left for everyone else in the top 4, to be fair. Brighton have come out. See, they were ahead of Brighton. Brighton were 4th, and X-Swansea bitches were 2nd. Brighton have come out in 5th. X-Swansea bitches in 7th.
Yeah, I think that may, at this stage of the race, have put to pay any of their chances of being in the top 3, really. They need some misfortune for others ahead. I'll
go and quickly find out what happened there.
Yep.
I can see Luke Thomas out the window.
Oh, yeah, folks, pressed the wrong button as Jacob took his headset off. Yeah, real shame for, as I say, a team that have a very good record around this circuit, know how to navigate their way through and take race victory. Did that a few years ago. See Jacob having a chat with the team. I'm sure he'll report back in due course as to what the cause of those problems were, what their thoughts are. They lost probably, I mean, it's a scheduled pit stop anyway, so we've got to remember that. So we would have been expecting to come like a 2-minute 40. I reckon they've lost a further 3 minutes with that problem. I'm sure we'll get the report back in due course as to what the cause of the problem was. Jacob's just coming back into the box now.
Yeah,
what's the word, boss?
Confirmation of the heartbreak for the X-Swansea bitches. They got their hopes up for a podium
Yeah.
I was talking through it. They could have come back out in 4th place. The exhaust snapped off. Internally, I think, because they didn't quite see it, but there was no compression, and the engine started back up once they were in the pits, and that has put paid to their podium chances. I think.
Yep.
They've, Brighton have leapfrogged them in that respect now, and have a laps advantage over them. Yusuf's Goat Farm never overtakes Sheffield and CKRC. Still have to pit, but they're not going to be pitting for as long as Sam Taylor did in swapping out. You can see him walking down towards us now, looking rather dejected, head in hands.
You got to feel for Sam in some ways. The cruelty of endurance racing, from my experience, both competing in it and watching it. When you have something like this, the closer to the finish it happens, the worse it feels.
Oh, yeah.
And when you put so much time and effort into, 21 hours of this race completed.
Yeah, Sam pulling a face that can only be described as pain and misery.
Yeah.
They would have been very happy with the podium, based on what Luke was saying. They're not the happiest with their carts. They know that they didn't have perhaps what you would call a race-winning go-kart today, but the podium was on through sheer hard work and perseverance.
And some very good driving as well along the way. It's, we've seen, when I think through all the messages that we get here in race control, the curb warnings and the contact warnings and the black flags, I don't think I've really seen any of, maybe been the odd one here and there, but the number 51 has not been a regular on that race control list today, showing that they've been keeping it very clean and very stable.
You're up to 760 on the subscribers.
Yes, thank you very much once again, everybody, for the support of the stream and support of DDMM. It's been a great weekend, and thank you, everybody, who's clicked that subscribe button so far this weekend. If you're new around here as well, you don't mind doing so as well, and following some more of our stuff, that would be absolutely fantastic. iRacing coming up midweek. Our ticker along the bottom. I need to change something on the ticker, because I spotted it whilst winding down in before going to sleep last night. Fullback is not in Cumbria. Apologies, that's on the ticker service. We'll get that corrected. Rowra is, which is the last time the ticker service will have been used. So we'll correct that.
Where is Fullback?
It's not. Well, it's around the corner from PFI.
Oh, that's that one.
Yeah.
I thought that was. I don't know what I thought that was. But yeah, Will gave me a lift there once.
Yeah.
To Fullback, and then I realised that we were supposed to be at PFI. That's how I know where it is.
Yeah. Yeah.
Brighton 31 are being called into the pits.
Yep. That's their B team.
It is. 13 is their 18. They've been in the pits in the last 10 minutes. And are back out in 5th. Eyeing up that podium. They are eyeing up that podium.
39th place at the moment for the B team. This will be a non-scheduled pit stop. And now we're very much in that period of if a team is stopping now, it's this stop and one more to get you to the checkered flag.
Oh, yeah.
2 1 hour 30-minute stints will take us through to the checkered flag.
I suppose there's an element of timing in there as well. Because if you're, let's say, 2nd place, CKRC, or 4th place, Yusuf's Goat Farm,
yep,
you want to be stopping 1 hour and 30 before the end of the race, right?
Yes.
Because it's the least amount of fuel you need to put in, and otherwise you're finishing the race with a significant amount of fuel. So yeah, you want to make sure you're pitting, but there's a limited number of fuel bowsers. And 1.5 hours before the end of the race, everyone's going to be thinking the same thing.
Yep.
We pit now rather than in 10 minutes' time.
Problem for the number 7. This is the 57th place. Sheffield Steely Wheelies have had a spin into hairpin 1. They're facing the wrong way at the moment, just looking for a gap to pull out, and there they are. Nice safe gap to rejoin the race. Probably lost about 20 seconds there. No matter. running once again. Yeah, going back to fullback, we've got the ticker running along the bottom of the screen here. Show some of the things that we're doing in the upcoming weeks. Say iRacing in the midweek. And then we'll have some more Super 1 from fullback in a few weekends' time. Some more stuff coming up as well, other kart clubs and the like. Potentially some more car stuff coming up as well. Keep an eye out for that at @MM across all your social media networks. And if I do get round to editing it as well, there'll be a nice sights and sounds of Le Mans vlog from last weekend coming onto the channel as well. I haven't done one of those for a while.
It's best Bigfoot time, Andrew.
Best Bigfoot time. What is the verdict?
With only 16 votes.
16
in fourth
votes.
place is not Bing Bong.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Well, I was one of those 16 votes.
I was 2 of those 16 votes.
Not too popular outside the Commons box. With 27 votes, and quite cheating because they had 2 entries, but only managed in 3rd place, Birmingham.
Okay. Bronze medal.
With 34 votes was the Speedfast.
Oh, second again.
But with 49 votes, it's a massive victory for Return of the Cub. Cardiff Union Motorsport.
Cardiff won a thing.
Let's share that to the story.
Cardiff won a thing. Well, have that, Fraser
no, I
Bunt.
want to delete that. Yeah, Fraser's in the mud.
He leaves the Cardiff effort to go and try and win with somebody else. Doesn't end up winning for the best Bigfoot NASA panel of the 2022 BUKC 24-hour. Well done, Cardiff.
We'll just right over it. Right. Share results.
Oh, technical defect flag. Sorry, I thought that was a red for a second. Like, what's happened here? No, it's technical defect flag has come out for the number 38. This isn't for a scheduled mandatory stop. Where are the number 38 at the moment? They are midway around the circuit. Let's try and figure out what this is for. 3, the 16, the 50, the 55. Can't see any carts running around there with anything flapping or looking Larry. 33 going in. Oh, I think the 33 thought about going in and then decided against it. Where is the 38? Here's the 38. Can't see anything obviously wrong on that one, so not sure. Not sure why the 38 has been called in for a mechanical, but they have, and they have come in now. So that will drop them, where were they? 25th place, so they might drop out of the top half with that. Actually, I don't know. They should be able to hold on. Thanks for tuning in, everybody. Hope you're enjoying your Sunday morning. Less than 3 hours to go then. Less than the cumulative time of an endurance BUKC Mains Championship round to go now. And it'll fly by. Great to have you with us here on DDMM. Andrew Ballard and Jacob Harris on the mics for you at the moment. And if you are in the paddock and you fancy coming and having a little chat with us, you'd be more than welcome. Got a couple of microphones that we could stick on your head. Have some more stories of how this race has unfolded. Obviously, we're having a look across all the 57 teams, but I know there'll be many a tale to tell that we're not aware of here in the box. It's always good to hear those. Keep your comments, keep your questions coming in as well. Fingers crossed we'll be back here later in the year, later in the summer as well. The British 24-hour. Keep an eye out for news on that one. I was with Tom Butterworth last week at Le Mans. He's one one of the regular commentators on that event. Very excited for that one. Lots of plans afoot. It's got to get the green light from the bosses above, and then we'll be good to go for that one.
Coming up next in the awards category, best spreadsheet. And here we have a representative from Team Cardiff here to receive the award.
I'll press that button there, and let's get the roving microphone. And we'll get the camera on as well. So this is presentation. We are on, yes.
We're on. So for winning best Bigfoot, we had a big bottle of vodka. So that's for yourselves. Talk us through the design of it. You've had 2 years in a row Star Wars themes.
Yeah, well, next year it's going to be the Come Awakens, where hopefully we're going to have a team that actually does well. And we'll have a new trilogy for the B team. And then, that's what's going on. It's the return of the Come this year. Last year was Come Strikes Back. There's not much to it, really. And there's a lot of faces on the title that you can crop people into.
Does that mean 2025 will be the last Come, and then finally Rise of Come in 2026?
Well, if the Come does awaken, that will be the end of Star Wars for us. If it doesn't, then that'll be the last Come.
Yeah, and then if the
yeah,
Silver's
yeah,
back,
yeah.
maybe the Rise of it doesn't rise.
And then if it doesn't rise, then I don't really know what happens, to be honest.
Yeah. So at that point, university.
Yeah.
We'll see. Congratulations.
Thank you very much, Jacob.
And good luck with the rest of the race.
Cheers, thank you.
Thank you, Jacob. A popular victory, I'm sure, for Cardiff there. And yeah, it's not quite been their year on the circuit, but off the circuit with the preparations, they have been rewarded for the best livery design in 2023.
Yeah, so we've just got 2 awards left to go. I need to draw the T-shirt for best spreadsheets. We've had a few come in.
Yeah.
We're not going to send this one to a public vote.
No.
I'm going to show you what I think is going to be my winner for this. How about that?
Oh, now that's very good.
Yeah,
That's almost got like hieroglyphics style.
It is on the inside of a Corona box.
But it works.
It does work,
It
yeah.
works. Okay. What other nominations have we got?
We've got an actual spreadsheet or 2. We've got the website that we saw
Yeah.
from Leeds. We've got an actual spreadsheet, which was Hertfordshire. Have we had any more pictures come in of spreadsheets? We haven't had many entries, I will say that much. Nothing there. Spreadsheet is usually the one I have to go looking for, but when I go looking for them, I find some very good ones.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not sure this year. What time are we lining up to do that? 11.
It's 9:39 now.
Okay, so we'll get back to this after 10. I'll put a reminder up that it's the last chance for this sort of thing.
Whilst Jacob's doing that and setting up his next set of awards, it's a curb warning for Tap and Clapper Motorsport. Battles out there are looking tight. Well, we've seen a change of position for 22nd place. Unprotected X and Saturday Night Fever have swapped places. The Miles Shelby squad are closing in on Bohemian Rhapsody as well. That's for 20th place. Can the Scottish-based university team in the number 34 find a way past? About halfway round the circuit at the moment, trying to see where they are. Looking out for a Leeds suit in the number 15, no doubt. That's them possibly just going through hairpin number 2. The pace has been good for the number 34 in the last few laps. In fact, no, they're not going through number 2 at all. They're coming around to complete a lap. There goes the number 6 and the number 20. And oh, look at that, looking side by side. The number 37 trying to find a way past. Not being able to do so. There goes 34. So yes, they're still in order. So they're just going through the D chicane now. Whoa, big run wide for Bohemian Rhapsody. Disappear out of view down the hill. Is there going to be an opportunity for the Miles Shelby squad here? That was a very lurid moment for the Bohemian Rhapsody number 15 running wide out of the D chicane, hopping across the big curb on driver's right. That will have meant that they'll have lost momentum. There may have been an opportunity, but they're out of our sight at the moment. These two karts fighting over 20th position. There's some 3 wide ahead of them as they re-enter into the S's. No, they've still held position. The 34 behind the 15. The 34 kart being the kart with the bright orange Bigfoot panel, heading out of hairpin number 2 now and towards the South Bank curve. This is your closest battle out on circuit at the moment. And up the inside are looking for the position. They've got it. Really good move by the number 34, the Miles Shelby squad. That is them back up into the top 20 then. Will be confirmed in a short while. They've gone past another one of the back markers, I think, as well. There they go, across into 20th. Good stuff from the Miles Shelby squad, but don't think Bohemian Rhapsody are going to give this one up. Leeds B team are fighting back, maybe realising that that was for position. They're on relatively the same strategy. 39 minutes into a stint for Miles Shelby, 46 for Bohemian Rhapsody. And a fairly routine move up the inside into hairpin 3. It's quite a wide entry on a racing line into hairpin 3 that, Jacob, does mean that if you are attacking, you can stick it down the inside, do a conventional block pass through there, almost similar to a move that we might see at somewhere like Bukc Park.
Oh, I thought you were going to say a move that we might see you doing and give me a little bit of a compliment there, but never mind, you missed the opportunity. Imperial A have just come out of the pits and they've maintained 10th place. Mort, the kart can't move it, have pitted as well. They're in 9th. Durex Racing, that's Exeter, they're up to 8th. They'll be looking towards Willpower just ahead of them. Wonder if they can overtake them for 7th. I think the ex-Swansea bitches might be a little too far in front, especially since they've got designs on chasing down Brighton for a top 5 finish. We're in the pits are our race leaders, Dublin.
They are in. We'll cover that in a moment. Change for 35th place. Bristol A have also gained a position. They've got past Sam Harris's International Tea Party, so the B squad from Sheffield dropped to 36th place, but as Jacob quite correctly says, the leaders are in for what should be their penultimate pit stop. 2 hours and 44 minutes to go in this race. That was a 1 hour 35 minute stint, so you've got to give it to Dublin. This has been a thoroughly professional job from TU Dublin A, the reigning champions. They're pitting, they're not pushing it absolutely to the edge, which I understand, but this is going to be a good, comfortable pit stop. They'll have a little bit of, well, actually, a good chunk of fuel in hand for their final stint. They don't need to worry about fuel saving. They are very much in bring this home mode.
Yeah, to be honest, I doubt they'll do what we mentioned a few minutes ago in pit with an hour and a half left, purely because they can just cover off having the slightest of leaks in their fuel tank by pitting now and again in an hour and a half. They'll play it safe to the end. We are expecting Never overtake Sheffield in the next 15-20 minutes, and then in the next half hour CKRC and Useless Goat Farm. Brighton A and ex-Swansea bitches will be keeping an eye on those guys and seeing what can happen there. Yeah, the top 10 looking fairly settled now in terms of who's going to be finishing in it. It'll take some trouble for any of our current top 10 to not finish up there. Just to recap, that's Dublin, CKRC, which is Brooks UWTSD, Sheffield, Yusuf Scope Farm, which is another mix, Brighton, Swansea, Willpower is, remind me, Andrew, Willpower is Edinburgh.
Edinburgh, yeah.
Edinburgh. And then you've got
He's in the
Exeter,
news
Coventry, and
today as
Imperial.
well.
Willpower?
Yeah,
Is he?
yeah.
What's he done?
He's not a happy boy.
What's happened?
He's had a recreation of his famous mean ball flipping from a few years ago. He's not happy at Mr. Grosjean as well.
Willpower. Let's have a look. Oh yes. There's a lot of controversy in the news around Mr. Power. Never mind. We have none of that at the BKC. I
No.
assure you of that. I'm the one who does the shoving around here, Andrew. I'll tell you that.
That's why I have you as my protective minder.
Exactly. Anyone comes in the comms box,
Yeah.
I'm at them.
Gotta get for you
That's
two
why no one
first.
come in, because they know that there's a danger that I'll knock them out if they step through that door. Yeah, expecting Yusuf Scope Farm, Never Overtake Sheffield and TKR3 to be pitted in the next half an hour, first of which will be Never Overtake Sheffield, the number 5 card.
So yes, a couple of pits visitors at the moment. The Speedophiles, the Manchester and Leeds graduates efforts, and Unprotected X both in. A little bit earlier than I would have maybe been expecting for the Exeter team in there, but no matter. As long as it's not for a problem, having done a 1 hour 9 stint there. Again, anyone pitting right now, you fill it up. We'll see you in about an hour and 30 with an hour and 10 to go. And then another fill-up will take you through to the end of the race quite comfortably. Hello to Joe Weaver, back with us, who was with us in the night. Says, went to sleep with the dulcet tones of the BUKC last night. Surprisingly good to get to sleep to. It's one of those that it's a straight. Well, we had a hotel, couple of hotel rooms to go back to last night, so we were able to come away from the circuit. But I know when I have stayed at the circuit overnight, the drum and the rhythm of the Pro Kart engines can actually be quite soothing at times if you get a good way from the circuit, not too loud. There's been times before where I've actually been woken up by a red flag because suddenly you get silence. It's like, oh dear, something's gone wrong here.
I mean, I assumed he meant the bedtime story on the stream, Andrew, but I meant the
Oh,
sound of the
Joe
engines.
was up after that point.
Well,
Yeah.
maybe rewinded. You can rewind.
You can rewind the stream.
Mashing that J button.
And
Back to the start of the story.
now we've archived it. We can you can go back and listen to the bedtime story whenever you want.
We could
all
release
year
it as an
round.
audio book, couldn't we?
We could.
Yeah,
We could.
we'll see.
There we go.
We'll see. Still no pit stop for Never Overtake Sheffield.
Nope.
We've got DME will get shunted off. I like that name, you know. DME will get shunted off. It's nice and easy.
Yeah.
It's karting related. It's got their name in it. You know who it is. You know, the thing I don't necessarily like about the chosen finalists, even Speedophiles and Alan Prostate, I'm like, hang on, which one's they again? Who's they? Who are they?
Yeah.
Driving for them. It's something which you use them quite a lot. But DMU will get shunted off. I know who that is. It's DMU.
Yeah.
DMU will get shunted off. Yeah, underrated. Underrated now.
We're back on the weather radar watch. I've given up looking at apps and things because quite clearly they didn't get things right earlier when they said it's about to absolutely tip it down, and then nothing happened. Bit of rain. To be honest, I think it's going to miss us. It's going out towards the sea, out towards Whitby and Scarborough, down the coast here from Middlesbrough. So I think we're looking all right here for a dry run to the end of the race. And a bit of a threat of rain about an hour ago. But I'll actually say this is probably the most blue skies that we've had so far this weekend at the circuit now. Definitely off towards my left-hand side, looking back again down towards the Riverside Stadium. So hopefully the way that we've structured the streams as well, if you have missed any of the commentary so far in the race, don't worry, you'll be able to relive it at your leisure here on the DDMM YouTube channel. We'll keep it up live and probably clip some of the best bits as well. Put some reels out in the week. See Ocean Beach being prepared for a stint, or maybe he just likes to walk around the paddock in his full suit, helmet, seat inserted lead combo because he can. I can also see the mascots being paired again. Do we know the story on the mascot?
It's the Leeds Griffin. Quite why?
So, hold on a minute. So, the Leeds Griffin started the race.
Yeah.
And the Leeds team
Yeah.
from pole position screwed up the race start.
They made their own bed. Yeah.
That one lap deduction gets better every time I hear about it.
Yeah. I genuinely, the Griffin was just dancing around, and Kieran was a bit like, "Oh, what's going on here? I'm not into this." And then all of a sudden, the flag was dropped, and
Missed the
Kieran
start.
was elsewhere.
Yeah. And then Tom Dent ran out in front of a Sam Johns and got himself run over and obstructed the CKRC cars.
Yes, indeed. He's got himself run over, and all round poor decision making. Into the pits.
This is where
CKRC,
I
Andrew, second place.
Yeah.
That's Sam Johns, Lucas Sullivan, Louis Bevan, and Curtis Granger's team. Slightly earlier than scheduled, although 1 hour and 20 minutes would mean that they go for another 1 hour and 20 minutes, and then 1 hour and 20 minutes after that. So
Having learned that is one of those I'm having to resist the urge now to sing one of the favourite chants on the stands at Bramall Lane when Leeds United don't have a very good moment. But it's 10 o'clock nearly 10 o'clock in the morning. There might be children watching, so I'll refrain from that this time.
my children are watching. My children are watching.
You're watching, yeah, of course.
Let's see where CKRC come back out. Never Overtake Sheffield will be pitting very shortly as well. Just seen Freddie Gallagher go past again. No signs of a pit board from Team Sheffield, despite the fact they are up into second place, but out on a 1 hour 28 stint. 1 hour 21 for Yusuf's goat farm as well. I'd imagine Yusuf himself is getting ready to flag. We see a Scottish flag being waved for, well, there's about 7 Scottish teams, so might not have been the best choice for Elon there, waving the Scottish flag. But as long as he's waving it at the right one, should be okay.
I just wonder here for Never Overtake Sheffield, because I'm not sure. Do they try and take advantage here of maybe a little bit of fuel, don't immediately pit just in case a full course yellow comes out in the next couple of minutes?
Maybe.
Could make a bit of a jump.
I mean,
on CKRC.
we've had a couple this morning already.
Similar story for Yusuf's goat farm. They're 1 hour and 23. Don't need to dive into the pits right now. Safe on fuel. And also, with the margin that they've got to get to the checkered flag, they're not in one of those situations of every drop of fuel counts. On that side, they will definitely get to the end of the race.
They are back out.
Yep.
KRC. They are down in 4th. They've managed to stay ahead of Brighton, but only by 20 seconds. They're coming back around, actually. Just looking for that pink Nasset panel. There they are, is it? Looking out for CKRC. No, that's
This
not.
should be about halfway around the circuit at the moment, CKRC.
My timing has messed up.
Change of position. This is for 20th place again. It's actually now the DMU will get shunted off. We've got past the Bohemian Rhapsody Leeds B kart as well. So good move for the Leicestershire-based university. It's virtual pit stop actually, so But having said that, both of them are both DMU and Bohemian Rhapsody have both stopped in the last 5 minutes. So that is a genuine overtake through strategy by DMU. Good work by them. They should be able to get to the end with one more stop.
Lucas Sullivan back out for CRKC. I can't see the number 30 of Brighton. So here they are. They are some way behind. As through goes their driver. They are 21 seconds behind. CKRC are 19 seconds behind Yusuf Goat Farm, who will be in the pits shortly. So Yusuf Goat Farm will lose a position, well, at least 2 positions, possibly 3 if the ex-Swansea bitches can capitalise as well. But yeah, expecting Never Overtake Sheffield very shortly, Andrew.
Potential bad news. I think we've lost a kart. The Sheffield Steely Wheelies have been in the pits. They've either just come into the pits and they were only out there for 15 minutes, or they've been in the pits for 15 minutes. This has very much got the air of a kart that's been parked for a little bit because they've run out of drivers. I hope I'm wrong, but I've seen this several times before, so I think you might be getting a bit more of a lock-in on who your wooden spoon recipient is going to be. It's going to be going back down the M1.
Down to Sheffield. Hand in the air for Lucas is waving at something on the side. No idea who he's waving at there. CKRC in a spot of bother by the looks of things.
Could just be a radio thing. I'm a pain to my endurance teammates sometimes because I get a bit paranoid about my radio. And sometimes I just like early in the stint a bit of a just check the radio for me that I have plugged it in and it is all good, and sometimes I'm going to get maniacal with my waving. There's actually nothing wrong at all.
Ah, wow. I'm sure we'll
psychology of, well, I was about to say racing drivers, but I definitely can't put myself in that category.
Racing enthusiast.
Racing enthusiast. That's a better term and a more widespread term that we could use there.
More applicable.
John Ratcliffe goes in for return of the com.
Just keeping an eye out for those pit stops.
I was thinking that there could be several other. They could go.
The Star Wars. Well, they didn't touch the prequels.
They haven't touched the prequels. They haven't touched any of the anthology films either.
No. And there's going to be more coming out. They've recently announced that they're going to do a sequel to the sequel trilogy, I believe. Curtis has got his hand. Sorry, not Curtis. Lucas has got his hand up.
That is a problem. That is a problem for CKRC, and this could be a big moment in the context of the podium battle. This is a kart that has had the pace, but hasn't necessarily had the reliability. It's only been out for 4 minutes or so, and it's back in with 2.5 hours of this race to go. What is happening with CKRC? Not good news. Well, we've already seen the Swansea Grads car drop out of podium contention in the last hour or so. Jacob, this could be another one for the 47 going by the wayside.
Yeah, if you're Brighton, you are looking at that and getting your fingers firmly crossed. Yusuf Goat Farm and Never Overtake Sheffield also going to be the beneficiaries. Those guys soon, very soon to come into the pits. I can see Freddie Gallagher going down into hairpin 1. He can't be far off a pit. Yusuf's Goat Farm are just coming through to finish the lap, I think. Yes, that's them there, I want to say. So Yusuf's Goat Farm start another lap. Freddie coming around the last part of the circuit now for Sheffield. Where is he gone? Ah, there he is. Is he going to peel off this time around? 2.5 hours to go, Andrew. It's 10 o'clock.
Yeah, let's have a.
Freddie doesn't peel in.
No. But yes, let's hold off on the next rundown just until this cycle of pit stops is ended, because it should be in the next 10 minutes or so. Once again, I know I've been saying it a lot today, but thank you everybody for your support and watching of the stream. I won't bore you with the analytics and the algorithms and the background stuff, but your efforts today have really, really, really genuinely helped. I mean that a lot. This has been a good one, very successful set of streams for DDMM today. It's going to help us in the future. So thank you very much, everybody. Genuinely, from the bottom of my heart, I love you all.
Done a good job, Andrew. You deserve everything that comes your way.
Oh, cheers, mate.
Were you doing a rundown?
I was going to hold off until we see
the
where the pit stops
Second and
hold out for
third.
second and third. And there go Yusuf's goat farm. So they've blinked. They've gone in. Who else was heading in there? Was that
Sheffield
number
is due to be. Surely this time Freddie ducks in. Coming round now.
I wouldn't if I was him right now, because there's quite a few carts in the pits. The number 2 have just come in.
No, he goes round again,
Yeah,
but
right
he's
choice.
Risky business. 1 hour 36 into a stint. Yusuf's goat farm will come back out. The next likely pitters, you got Dublin B down in 22nd are in the pits, and it's only really them in 15th place seriously hard at. And great go-karting ending really safely. The Shaggers in 15th, coming in the next 10 minutes. But yeah, Freddie doesn't need to be taking such risks there. Obviously, as you said, the pit looks full, so you wouldn't want to get caught at the Bowsers. But I can only see the 2 other carts in at the minute. Just Dublin B, other than Yusuf's goat farm. So then the one cart we think is retired. That's Sheffield at the back. They certainly wouldn't get in their 18's way, even if they were at the Bowsers. You'd imagine they'd just move aside in the queue if there was such a thing forming. So yeah, that number 5 cart coming through the final section once more. Now been out for an hour and 38 minutes. Another lap would be put them in the 1 hour 40s. And Freddie comes in. Second place in the pits.
Yep, so here come the Never Overtake Sheffield crew for their penultimate pit stop with 2 hours and 25 minutes of this race remaining. Brighton A go up into 3rd place. Now, this is where we start doing the mental mathematics and gymnastics. Brighton A last came in 39 minutes ago. Let's say they can go another hour. That would take them to 1:25. So yeah, they've got to pit 2 more times. So in effect, they owe us a pit stop in relation to the others. CKRC are back out. Curiously, now how's that happened? Okay, well they did get the carts back out on circuit, 2 minutes and 3. So they gave away, whatever the problem was, it wasn't a huge one because they only gave away around 40 seconds. And it means that they've got back out ahead of Yusuf's goat farm. So maybe it is still on for a podium for CKRC.
They've done all right there, yeah. They've got Brighton in contention. And see where Sheffield pan out here, Andrew. That's the interesting one.
Yep.
There'll be 1 pit stop left for the top 5, probably top 6 after this. In fact, almost everyone in the top 10, right the way down to 15th position, will be only stopping 1 more time after this. You would imagine. Keeping an eye out, coming down to hairpin 1 for that number 5 Sheffield cart, because that's when we'll know exactly what things are looking like, with just over 2 hours of the 24 to go in this, the 9th running of the Dendia Tiang Mo Guan Huang Bei 24-hour race.
You're very good at that.
I've been practicing. I have been practicing for nearly 22 hours now. Still no 5. Still no 5 out of pits. Big long fuel though, obviously that tank's going to be nigh on empty. So it will be a lengthier stop. I imagine the next stop will be a little quicker. They're stopping again in 40 minutes time. as we predict. No sign so far. 5:05. They're still shown as second on your timing. They're back out. They are back out.
And they've got ahead of Brighton A, so right when they needed it, a really good pit stop turnaround there for Never Overtake Sheffield. Their pit out was a 2:34. That's very good. Very, very good. Now the question is, I didn't quite clock who was in the cart for them.
I'll keep an eye out now. I must have missed them coming into hairpin 1, but they'll come back around very shortly. Still not seen them. Whoever it is hiding from us. Doing a very good job of it. I've turned my attention to the start-finish straight now. I think they're in the latter half of this lap. There's first place Dublin going through to complete another lap. And that's 8. Right, there's the 5.
It's Adam Nather. Adam Nather in. I like that choice. I like that. Adam's had a very good season in the BUKC. If but for one slight penalty where he got cursed by Moi, he would have had a race victory at Bukc Park early this year. But I was also very impressed with his driving at the Bukc Park 24-hour for Zesty Drink Racing earlier on in the year. Become a very, very well-accomplished driver in a range of machinery in his karting.
You might need a bit more pace though, Andrew. We're looking at Brighton A, and they were at 1.3 seconds quicker on that last lap. 10 more of those, and we'll have a battle of it on our hands.
Got to remember though that not to panic too much if Brighton A do catch them, because Brighton A still owe us one more stop than the rest.
They all owe us one more stop, but do Brighton A owe us?
I think Brighton can't make it to the end of one more.
They can go for another 45 minutes from here.
I think.
I don't think they owe us
no,
more
I
than
think
one stop,
no,
Andrew.
hang on, they can. They can. Because if they've done 44 minutes, they've got to really stretch the fuel. If they go for another hour, that takes them to 120. That takes them within range. No, this is on. This is on for Brighton A.
In the top 15, I think it's only Birmingham will have to stop twice.
Yeah.
That's my professional opinion.
So they do have to worry about it. They do have to worry about the pace and Brighton A catching. That's more like it. 122.5 last time around for Sheffield. Let's do our rundown then. We're a little bit behind schedule. So 2 hours and 20 minutes of the race to go. TU Dublin A are on for back-to-back victories in the BUKC 24 hours. They have completed 889 laps of the race so far this year, and their lead is 8 full laps ahead of Never Overtake Sheffield, who've just completed what should be their penultimate pit stop. Adam Nather is in the cart for them in the number 5. His lead, though, is quite close, given that we've been racing here for nearly 22 hours. 18 seconds is the gap back to Brighton A's number 30, who still hold the fastest lap of this race on lap 419 of a 1 minute 20.938. 19.5 seconds further back are CKRC, who on pace would probably argue that they should be in the top 3 of this race, but they've had technical issues, they've had challenges, including one in the last hour where they lost about 40 seconds. So at the moment they're off the podium there in the number 47 in 4th place. In 5th place, the number 50 of Yusuf's Goat Farm. They're a further 25 seconds further back in the number 50. They're probably still thinking that they might have a chance of taking a podium as well. 6th place, the number 51, the ex-Swansea team. They're a further lap back from that battle for the top 3, but I think they've still got an outside chance, especially if there's a little bit of chaos in the last couple of hours. They had a problem themselves in the last 60 minutes. And it's put them out of that top 3, but they'll keep pushing on. They'll keep driving to try and get back up there. Edinburgh's number 8 kart, this is Willpower's Willpower, are currently in 7th place, a further lap back, 11 laps off the overall lead. They are a lap ahead of the number 32 of Durex Racing for Exeter. The number 45 of Morts, the kart cannot move it. They are in 9th place, 10th for Imperial A, looking to solidify that position in the number 21. 25 seconds is their advantage over the number 3 from Liverpool University. That's O. Tom. Llandown Nunda, the number 23. It's just fallen away from them this race. They had a crash down at hairpin 1 not that long ago. Lost the Bigfoot NASA panel, had to come in for repairs in the number 14. It'll be a case of what might have been for the Leeds University efforts. They've got a 1-lap advantage over Birmingham A in the number 23, who are 18 laps down. They've got a 2-lap advantage over 1-2 Bucklemar Schumacher. That's the number 17 in 14th place, 20 laps down. They've got a laps advantage over Coventry B, the last of the karts in the top 15 at the moment in their number 43 kart. Alan Prostate, voted by you as the best team name of the whole field here in the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. They're in 16th place. They've had a really good last couple of hours. They've gained some more positions. They've completed 870 laps. They're only 11 seconds behind Coventry B and going quicker. They need to keep an eye on the kart behind, though. The number 34 of the Mars Shelby squad, they've had some really good progress in the last couple of hours as well. They're up to 17th place. They're 25 seconds behind their rivals up the road. But considering they were outside the top 20 not that long ago, as there's a Leeds kart in trouble, needing an engine refiring on the stretch between the short shoot between hairpin 1 and hairpin 2. They've got going again now. So not too long a delay for one of the Leeds karts there. Apologies, couldn't work out from this angle whether it was the A, B or C kart. Let's carry on with the rest of the rundown. So yeah, Mars Shelby squad really getting into a bit of a stride as we approach lunchtime and the end of the race here on Sunday. Next up, 18th place, the number 55, the Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting Ending Really Safely team. They're 22 laps off the overall lead, 43 seconds behind the Mars Shelby squad, 11 seconds ahead of Nokia Bing Bong, the number 42 from Coventry in 19th place. 20th at the moment. Our DMU will get shunted off, the number 37. They're 1 lap behind Nokia Bing Bong, 16 seconds ahead of Bohemian Rhapsody. That's as there's another off at hairpin number 1. It looks like it's Lancaster B who've gone off to driver's right, and they're going to have a bit of a problem because they're right up against the tyre wall now. They're going to need some help, outside assistance from one of the marshals there. So Bohemian Rhapsody in 21st, 22nd for Saturday Night's Fever, the number 52 entry from Loughborough, 24 laps off the overall lead, 27 seconds ahead of Lancaster's number 13 efforts, the bunch of Lancers. Unprotected X are 24th, that's the number 33 run by Exeter, the BUKC champions in the mains championship this year as a university. In fact, I think they're the top running. No, I'm talking complete rubbish there. Their A team's up in 8th place. The B team, though, they are there in 24th. 1 lap ahead of TU Dublin B. That's the number 2 in 25th place. And then another seconds team, this time from Liverpool, the LGB team, running in 26th place at the moment. 25 laps down, 7 seconds ahead of Team O'Clock. That's the team from York in the number 38 in 27th place. UH Racing continue to solidify their top 30 spot. They're in 28th place at the moment with some decent pace. 1 lap behind Team O'Clock, 27.8 seconds ahead of the Speedophiles. So at least the Manchester and Leeds effort is back into the top 30 now in their number 41 kart. But again, another one of those teams thinking what might have been. They had a difficult nighttime period here at Teesside this year. Wrapping up the top 30 is the Finding Grimo number 44. They have a 3-lap advantage over Tap and Clapper Motorsport, the number 53, who are followed by another one of the Loughborough efforts. The number 54 of Ligma are there in 32nd. Warwick Care Home yearly outing, our 33rd. It's been a really tough run for the 3 Warwick teams here this year. They are the top of those Warwick teams, the number 57. I'm sure they'll be back for another go next year, the graduate squad, but my oh my, this place has not been kind to them in 2023. Ix's Icons are next up, 34th place for the number 35, 35 laps off the overall lead, 1 lap down from the Warwick graduates, 48 seconds ahead of the Sheffield seconds as the yellow flag out towards the bottom of the circuit, which we'll try and decipher what that's about in a moment's time. So that's the Sam Harris's International Tea Party number 6 from Sheffield University, 35 laps down. Very close between them and Bristol A last time around, 0.4 of a second for that spot, but at the moment it's still in the advantage of the number 6 over the number 20 of Bristol A. They've both got a lap over Make Huddersfield Great Again in the number 39 in 37th place, and Cardiff University are in 38th place, 43 seconds further back in their number 28, with the best livery in the field, officially voted by you, the viewers, and those on Instagram. 39th place, the number 24 of Birmingham B, 123.1 last time around. They're 2 laps behind Cardiff, 10.5 seconds ahead of Imperial B, who complete the top 40 there in their number 22 cart. The Hallam Old Boys are next up, 41st in the number 56. They've got a 12-second advantage over Brighton B in the number 31, riding 42nd at the moment. And Nottingham A, the number 48, continue to run in 43rd place in a little bit of no man's land in a way. They're 2 laps behind Brighton B, but 2 laps ahead of Mercedes, the number 10 running 44th. They're also 2 laps ahead of their next nearest rivals. That's Warwick B in the number 27 running 45th. And it's another 2 laps back that we find the Edinburgh Napier squad, the number 49 running 46th. And just for good measure, it's another 2 laps behind before we find the Bungle Merchants, the 46 in 47th place. 12th, number 12 of Lancaster B run 48th, 51 laps off the overall lead. They've got a bit of a battle going on, 12.9 seconds further back, and closing are the Lewis, White and 11 backmarkers team. That's the thirds team from Leeds University there in 49th place. Wrapping out the top 50 at the moment are Scuderia Ecos, 54 laps off the overall lead in their number 9. 51st Gurney's Gang, number 36, a lap further back. They've got a 4-lap gap back to Karen Chanjob in the number, their team in the number 19. That's another one of the Swansea efforts in 52nd. Birmingham C currently run 53rd in the number 25, 60 laps down. They have got a healthy advantage of 7 laps over Warwick's A team, the number 26, running in 54th. Who are pulling away from Lancaster A, 40.5 seconds and growing the gap back to the number 11 running 55th. Still running out there are the Bath Bandits, the number 40, 78 laps off the overall lead, 11 laps behind Lancaster A, but crucially now 16 laps ahead of the number 7, which is circulating again. This sometimes happens, ladies and gentlemen. Carts go off for a bit, and they find a driver that eventually has got enough energy left in their body and not too battered and bruised to take it and start circulating again. And that's exactly what Sheffield Steely Wheelies have done right now. They are running 57th, but they are running, and that's the more important thing. 95 laps off the overall lead, 16 laps behind Bath Bandits, with 2 hours, 9 minutes and 30 seconds of the race to go. Still very much up for grabs in the top section. Never overtakes Sheffield, 2nd place. So they're nearly bookending this race if it wasn't for TU Dublin A in a dominant position. 14.6 seconds is the gap back to Brighton A. And Jacob Harris, this race now changes a little bit. It's no longer a 24-hour race for these teams, you know, Sheffield, Brighton, CKRC, Yusuf's Goat Farm and the Swansea grads. You know, it's not a 24-hour race anymore. It's a 2-hour, it's almost like a 2-hour Club 100 endurance race to get to the end to get one of those spots on the podium.
It's a 1 pit stop race from here.
Yeah.
You simply need to swap drivers once You don't even need to swap drivers, actually. And yeah, we are looking at a podium of Dublin, Sheffield and Brighton at the minute. The CKRC, they have some pace. They are closing in on Brighton, who are closing in on Sheffield, so it is going to close up. Those guys all on the same lap. There are 4 teams on that lap now, including Yusuf's Goat Farm. 6th and 7th are on the same lap as well. We expect the Swansea bitches to be able to hold off Willpower's Willpower. Durex Racing a further couple of laps down. But yeah, Brighton are 15 seconds off Sheffield.
Yeah.
Coming through shortly will be CKRC. In fact, as I look out the window, there is Curtis Granger for CKRC there. It's 17.3 seconds, so they're closing in on Brighton. And then Yusuf's Goat Farm, the number 5050, before long will be crossing the line as well. They're some way back though. I'm not quite sure who's in for the Goat Farm at the minute. Let's see if we can recognise them as they come around. Should be in this gaggle of carts, and there we go. It's Sam Lovelace. 31 seconds off. They've all got a stop to make. They've all got gaps which can be made up in pit stops or even lost in pit stops.
Yep.
But they've also gaps that can be made up or lost in 2 hours worth of racing.
What do you think in terms of, say, you mentioned Sam Lovelace there, as there's a moment for the number 31 Brighton B carts at, you guessed it, hairpin 1. We've got going again now. In terms of driver selection for a captain of any one of these teams, what kind of driver do you want in for the penultimate stint of this race?
Fast.
Fast, yeah.
Quick.
Yep.
Rapid. Pacey.
But not too crashy. I would
Yes.
suggest. You don't necessarily want your sprints alien out, I think, at this point.
No. I mean,
You want to save them for the last stint, in case you need to get your elbows out.
yeah, I'd say so. You've got to be careful. You've got to make sure that this cart gets to the end. The last thing you want is mechanical now. Mechanical now pretty much rules you out.
Yeah.
As we said,
Yeah.
everyone's got one pit stop left.
Yep.
And it's too soon to make that pit stop now. So mechanical in the next 20 minutes rules you out. Job done.
Yep.
Thanks for coming. You will not be on the podium unless you double in which case you can probably afford one with 9 laps in the bank. We're up to 900 laps, Andrew.
We are.
Are we going to make 1,000? I don't think we are we?
No, I think we might just be short of 1,000 laps.
Did
this
you
year.
really win the BUKC 24 hour if you didn't do 1,000 laps? That's the question.
Well, I think it's the long full course yellow is probably what stopped us. I mean, if I think of British 24 hours, it tends to be in the last hour or so. I think that we see 1,000 laps tick over for the higher category.
Lots of people did 1,000 laps last year. 34 carts did over 1,000 laps last year.
What was the winning distance again?
1034.
034. See, I reckon we lost at least 20 laps worth with the length of the full course yellow. Because it wasn't just a full course yellow. It was and it needed to be for the situation that was occurring. It was a slow full course yellow.
Yeah, it was. We'll see though.
We'll see.
Maybe there's some good pace left in that Dublin car as they complete lap number 900.
I'm going to go do some furious calc like we do in the iRacing special events, trying to work out how many laps we've got to go. Working it out by the number of seconds that we've got remaining. That doesn't seem right. I've calculated something wrong there. I know what I've done wrong. I've just left a whole hour out of the race. I would say, including some pit stops, I reckon maybe got 50 laps, 51 laps left. And we've got to remember as well that 1,034 was at a pace where what we reckon a second and a half.
Yeah.
The kart's running quicker than last year. Oops, we've had another off. You know where.
Well, yeah, so that, over the course of the race, they've lost roughly 900 seconds.
900
maybe
seconds,
even,
yep.
1,300
Yep.
seconds, which is a lot. 1,300 seconds. How much is that in minutes, Andrew? Come on, tell us.
So,
quick maths.
well, nine, it's going to be 15 minutes.
Yeah. I'm surprised you needed your phone for that.
It's late.
I say surprised.
My brain's
I think
gone.
I mean disappointed.
So in a way, they're running about 10%, not 10%. That's too big. A good degree slower.
But that 15 minutes is another 12, 13
12
laps,
12,
isn't
13
it?
laps, yeah.
And you
Combined
estimated
with
20 for the thing, so yeah, it would come in at just under 1,000.
Yep.
You'd imagine.
But either way, we're about to pass through the 2 hours to go mark, and
Those gaps are still coming down, Andrew.
they are coming down.
Let's I think, do we want to give out our award
Yeah.
for best spreadsheet? Do we want to give out the wooden spoon?
Or
Or do we save that for next hour?
I think we save that for the next hour, because you never know. You
Yeah.
never know. It's always a terrible time
I
to
need
see
draw
when
the
karting
spreadsheet
trophies get
t-shirt.
handed out and then they have to
Be
be
rescinded.
pulled back,
Yeah.
pulled back in.
Are we going to see one final stint for
I
Big
definitely hope
Jav?
so, Peter.
We'll keep
I
an
think
eye
that'd
out.
be a great way to finish the race.
They are currently running in 8th.
Yeah.
They will have another pit stop to make. They'll just about make it. They're hour and 7 minutes in to their current stint, Andrews. They got
Oh yeah, they'll be fine.
to play fast and loose, but top 10 will be a decent result for them. I think they were hoping for more, but
Yeah,
I'm going to get my pens out and get drawing.
And yeah, it's for Durex. They lost the vast majority of the 13-lap deficit in probably the first 6 hours of this race. One of them, I think I remember saying they were 9 laps down in one of the earlier rundowns. So their pace has not been bad at all. I mean, they've just popped in a 121.982. But not their year, at least in the 24-hour. But they have had a very good season, of course, in the mains championship. We are 35 seconds away from passing into 2 hours to go. So as endurance aficionados like to talk in these 24-hour races, we compare the left time on the clock to other races, and we will pass under the mark of a Club 100 endurance race. The difference here, they won't have to do 5 pit stops. All the teams will only have to do 1. As 3, 2, 1. 2 hours of the race to go then, to decide who's going to take the podium spots for the 2023 BUKC 24-hour live here from trackside at Teesside Autodrome on the DDMM YouTube channel. Thanks for joining us here on your Sunday morning. Contact warning for the number 19 of Karen Chanjob, also for the number 52 of Saturday Night Fever. Those two came through a little while back. There's the circuit, looking resplendent. No, just a few wispy clouds in the sky now to my left. A little bit more cloud cover immediately ahead of us, which is what you can see on our little camera here. Phil, how many hours straight have you guys been commentating? Well, we did have a stop in the middle of the night, but I think including the Super Bowl session and the grid walk, I think we're going to top out and maybe a little bit after as well for the festivities. What do you reckon? Well, Jacob's busy doing his best art attack impression at the moment. Probably 19, 20 hours across 26. Not bad. It's been a good one. third commentated DDMM 24 of the year so far, following up the Buckmore Park 24 hours and the BRSCC Silver Lake Citroen C1 24 hour at Silverstone, which was about a month and a half ago. And I'm sure we'll get at least one more in before the end of the year. Possibly here at this place as well. Working on that at the moment to sort that out. Bring another stream with our friends at Alpha Live and David Sullivan and Tom Butterworth, with the regular commentators up here at Teesside for Teesside Owners Sprint Series, which you can follow on Alpha Live every 4th Sunday of the month. I appreciate your support, everybody. Continue to watch on the stream. Continuing to click those like buttons and those subscribe buttons and all of that YouTube business. It really does help us out here at DDMM. Some very tired looking drivers and team members out there at the moment. As I say, less than 2 hours of this race to go. And it's one of those periods from when I've been in the position of those guys. You've come so far, but a lot could happen in 2 hours, especially when you've got that one remaining pit stop to do and that one final stint of 90 minutes for most of the teams. The end is so close, yet it feels so far away. We'll be remaining on the air for a little bit after the race finish. I think we'll try and get the Discord-powered roaming phone camera going again as the festivities and the podium celebrations happen. And RTU Dublin on their way to a second victory in this race in a row. They won last year, topped out 1,000 laps last year. Don't think they're going to do that this year. They won't mind about that, because at the moment they have an 8-lap lead over the rest of the competition. Gap between second and third is still shrinking, but not at an alarming rate, I'd say, for Never Overtake Sheffield at the moment. It's 13.5 seconds for them over Brighton A at the moment. And as the traffic comes into play, they're just coming over the line, and about now they're in the middle of a bit of a pack, which eventually Brighton A will have to come through as well. Brighton A coming over the line now and heading down towards Rib Bend. Keep it locked here on DDMM. This will be the live stream link all the way to the race finish. And if you want more BUKC racing, because this is the last racing event of the year in real life for the BUKC, I'm sure the next few months will whiz by, and before you know it, we'll be back doing qualifiers at Wilton Mill in November. Test day starting in the mid-autumn as well, once the new 23-24 academic year begins. But we will have the iRacing Championship continuing. Next round of that, of course, is on Wednesday night here on DDMM. And the competition is open as well to drivers who maybe have just competed in this race. If they've this is part of the BUKC. If you've done this race, you're therefore eligible for the Club 100 and BUKC iRacing Championship. So if you want to get involved in that, good number of space on the grid, but a bumper grid as well. I think we're expecting about 30 drivers on the grid for the F4s on Wednesday night round Magny-Court. Very supportive club environment, looking to build drivers up, especially if if it's a first foray into sim racing. Doesn't matter whether you're brand new to it or you've been doing it for many years and you're a bit of a sim alien. There is someone to race against in the Club 100 and BUKC Racing Championship. Black flag for Saturday Night Fever. ABC and an overtake under yellow. That's a double whammy for Saturday Night Fever. They're going to be coming into the pits for a little bit of thinking time, shall we say. We've also had a change of position for 8th place. Mort, the cart cannot move it, have gone past Willpower's Willpower. Now, the trouble we've been having in the number 8 all the way through is it doesn't register on the pit timing line. We don't know why, but that's why, at least on our screen, it says that they've been running for 21 hours and 59 minutes on 1 tank of fuel. I mentioned that because they were in 7th place and they've now lost out to Durex Racing and now Mort the cart cannot move it. Is there a problem here for the Edinburgh squad? There's also a cart going very slowly-ish, now building back up speed, going down the back straight. As we mentioned earlier, they've come so far, 22 hours gone, but still a lot can happen in the next 2. I think there is a problem. There's for a cart just coming through hairpin number 3 now. He's pulling off to driver's right. I think they've lost an engine, trying to get it refired with one of the marshals now. Not quite sure which cart this is at the moment. But yeah, I think there's a problem for Willpower's Willpower. They are not circulating round. Hopefully it's just a transponder issue that they are still going out there, but I've not seen the number 8 come through for a good few minutes yet. The cart that was in trouble has now got going again, but is again slow. Is it just them trying to find a route back into the train here? They've got the hand up to try and get across. It's the number 10 Mercedes cart that's going into pit lane, so it looks like they've got a problem as well. A lot can happen in the last 2 hours, and particularly things of a mechanical nature can strike teams. There goes Mercedes into the pit lane. Oh, but what a shame for Willpower's Willpower, the team from Edinburgh. They've been running so well in this race, up in the top 10 for a long time. They continue to slip down the order. They're now 11th. Liverpool's number 3 O'Tom kart goes through. The Leeds effort of Flandown Under, they're going to go through. Birmingham A might be going through as well. Curb warning for Gurney's Gang, the number 36. They're in 51st place at the moment. Gap between second and third then. 12.3 seconds now for Sheffield over Brighton A. So it continues to come down, and it's now a black flag for the number 36 of Gurney's Gang. So that's been upgraded, or it's just an accumulation of the warnings over a period of time. No reason to panic at the moment, though, for Never Overtake Sheffield. As I say, I just wonder who they. I wonder if they've held someone like Callum Barnett back for the final stint. That's still probably an hour away. The interesting thing that we'll see in due course is how did Brighton play this? They're an hour and 15 into their stint at the moment. So probably about another 20 minutes before they come into the pits. And then they can do a 1 hour 30. The problem for Sheffield at the moment, they're in a right bunch. Oh, 2 carts go round in the middle of the pack as going through hairpin number 2. That won't have involved Brighton A, as the number 17 are going to be pulled in for a mechanical. That's the 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher cart in 14th place. The trouble for Sheffield at the moment is they're having to work their way through a big, long scrap of carts, all on different laps and different targets and things to aim for. This is almost broken out into a more traditional BUKC Club 100 race. At the moment, Adam Nather is fighting with Jack Fisher in one of the Leeds entries down there into rib bend. So he is going to lose time here. Yeah, it's down to 10.3. But the hope for Sheffield is they've had a bit of pain due to traffic the last couple of laps. Brighton will have to as well. Or do Brighton try and play this tactically? Do they try and pit as soon as they can to mean they don't have to take on that traffic and gain delta time in a little bit of a different way? The trouble is, if they try to do it now, 1 hour and 48, they would have to be running that tank of fuel very, very long indeed. Probably longer than we've seen anybody try under green flag conditions so far in this race. We have seen it done by some of the European teams in the British 24-hour here at Teesside in August. But again, that's subtly different tactics and slightly different race, a race that's multi-class. So arguably in certain sections of the circuit, the corporates are running a little bit slower to aid by some of those faster pro karts. There goes Adam Nather across the line again. Completes another lap, 124. That was another one where he had traffic. Where are Brighton? I think they're just coming over the line now. And yes, they've taken another 2 seconds out, but now they're going to start hitting traffic as in. I think that was that Durex Racing heading in? That looked like Jensen Brown's helmet. Yes, it was. So Durex Racing are in. Now, that might be early. That might be a little bit too early. I don't understand that one. Durex Racing, currently in 7th place, have pitted, having done 1 hour and 21 minutes on this current vat of fuel, with 1 hour 46 remaining. Bit perplexed by that one. Why have they not gone another 10 minutes to get the remaining race time down to something like 1:35, maybe even 1:30? Okay. That might mean there's going to be an opportunity for the likes of Mort, the car cannot move it in Imperial A. So I think Durex Racing have gone a little bit too early there. Hello to Snicky. Back to let everyone know that Neil Basu Racing is the greatest racing driver of all time. I have seen Neil down in this little bit of the paddock to our left. In fact, it's sat right to the side of me. Looking pretty good at the moment. Technical defect flag out again for 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher. Not seen or heard, or nothing's jumped out at me to suggest why that would be needed to come in. Never overtakes Sheffield are back to pace now, back into the mid 122s. 8.1 seconds now the gap, and don't count out CKRC out of this as well. 13.8 seconds further back. They're just getting their heads down now and getting on with things. Not giving up on a podium. It'd be a very well-deserved podium if CKRC could make it there, but they've got to knock off some other very deserving teams of a top 3 spot first. There is a yellow flag out at turn 1, pit bend, before they take the run downhill, which is a lot smoother than it used to be. We were talking to some of the drivers last night about how that run down to rib bend is nowhere near as ferocious as it used to be with the bumps and the roughness of the circuit. Through go Sheffield again, just looking out for where the number 30 is. There they are with the blue NASA panel, actually in a clear bit of air at the moment, and they take another 9/10 of a second out of Sheffield. Where's the number 17 at the moment? They've now gone in. So yeah, so they've now gone in. Have 1-2 Bucklemire Schumacher. It's going to knock them out of the top 20. It has knocked them out of the top 20. That is a real shame for the number 17. I'm afraid if a team suffers an issue like that at this stage, there's just not enough time in the race to recover back through. It's been a very, very competitive race again here this year in the BUKC 24 hours. Second and third place karts going through hairpins 1 and 2 now. So the job for Brighton, if if you're just listening to the coverage, is this. There's probably about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, maybe 12 carts between them and Sheffield on the road. That's all traffic. Those are all carts on laps down the order. And there's some not slow drivers in that group as well. Benjamin Boris, for example, of Birmingham A. We know how quick he is. Race winner in the BUKC Mains Championship this year. He's one of those carts that if Brighton want to catch up to Sheffield, they're going to have to drive through or do something clever with their strategy. I don't think the window for that is quite open yet. 1 hour and 43 minutes on the clock. And they've done 1 hour 21. But at this rate, there might be an opening here. If they can do another 5 more minutes, pull the remaining race time under 1 hour 40. If I were Brighton, I would pit that kart for its last stop before it hits this long train of traffic. There's 2 spinners right in front of Brighton there, through the middle of hairpin number 1. Well, that's going to help Brighton in a way. We talked about 12 carts, it's now 10. And that was all carts just having a little bit of a fight. I think the Scuderia Ecos carts was involved there. Was it the 36 that has also gone round and is still stranded in the middle of the road in hairpin 1? That's Gurney's gang, the St Andrews University entry. But that's the risk at the moment for Brighton A. Big pack of carts normally attracts some kind of carnage and chaos and events in front of them that are out of their control. And if they trip over one of those, pick up some damage, lose some time, pick up a penalty, and lose the opportunity. They are doing a good job, though, with this pace. Another 22-1. It's now down to 6.4 seconds for Brighton behind Sheffield. 1 hour and 41 minutes to go. At the moment, I think Brighton A, you keep out there. Whilst the pace is still good, you keep it running well, but they are now starting to hit some of this traffic. What are they going to do? They're going to be delayed on this lap, I think. And this is the time where if you're in Adam Nather's shoes, you've really, really got to start hitting in those low 1 minute 22s. You've got to take advantage of your rivals for second place being in traffic now. Black flag for the number 3. Liverpool's O'Toms. That might drop them. Ooh, they might be all right. They've got 2 laps over the number 14 of Landown Under for Leeds. Jacob Harris, after his artistic brilliance has been displayed, rejoins me. This race has suddenly sparked back into a second, third, fourth, possibly fifth wind as we've got 2 hours to go, Jacob. There's some cracking battles going out there. The intensity's back out there on circuit.
Not least that battle for the podium, Andrew. It's on a left, I think, for drawing purposes. There was 15 seconds between second and third and 15 seconds between third and fourth. There still is 15 seconds, about 14 seconds between third and fourth. But there's 6 seconds between Sheffield, Adam Nather out there, and Brighton on course for a second. We can't have the exact same podium because I think Bukc finished third last year and they're not here this year. In fact, it was Redemption Racing. Bukc missed out on the podium by 1 spot. Can't quite remember who Redemption Racing was last year. Might have been Yusuf Team, something like that. It was a mixture, I think. But yeah, trouble afoot for Sheffield. Where are they on track, Andrew? They're coming through the...
They're going to be coming out of the final corners in a few moments' time. In fact, they might be about to go back into another load of trouble. There go... No, that's the number 43. There goes Sheffield, the number 5 at the moment. And
there goes Brighton.
There's the number 30 Brighton carts. They are now in the traffic. They're still doing low 22s. This is really impressive from Brighton A. It's often the thing that happens with endurance races. It's not necessarily about wheel-to-wheel racing. It's about the race management and almost like a rally stage in a way. You've got to navigate these challenges and these obstacles in the quickest time possible. And at the moment, that is Brighton A doing the job a little bit better. CKRC we shouldn't ignore as well. 14 seconds back from Brighton A. So in terms of delta, they are closing in on Sheffield as well.
You asked me, Andrew, what kind of driver I'd want in the car at this point. If you're one of those three teams, at this point, I think you just say scrap it. I don't care who's had equal seat time or anything like that.
Yeah.
You got to put your fastest driver out.
Yep.
There's only one way you get into that podium. You've got to put the fastest driver out.
Yep.
Whether or not they've got blisters on their hands, or their feet are falling off, or they've only paid for 10 minutes of track time and they've had 2 hours already.
Yep.
You get them out. 'Cause that's the only way you're getting on the podium.
The other thought I'd have as well is we're talking about the fuel, and generally it doesn't matter when you come in or how much fuel you've got in your tank. The tank's going to get brimmed, even if you're stopping with 10 minutes to go. There's probably going to be more fuel in the fuel tank at the end of the race than you necessarily need, unless you deliberately pit about now.
Yeah.
And you go, no, we're taking control of this. We'll get a tank brimmed, but we'll go from half a tank up to a full tank, and then run it down to the end to be pretty much dry at the end of the race. Do you take that opportunity if you're never overtake Sheffield to make a driver change and do it now?
Brighton need to pit anyway.
You Brighton need to pit anyway. It's
Andrew,
fairly
is their
easy for
pit
them.
board getting ready to go out. It's not going to be this lap. It's not going to be this lap, but it could well be the one after. They've had a slow lap last time around. I think they're in that little bit of traffic that we mentioned. As we see them coming back around through the final section now.
But I think if you're never overtake Sheffield, I mean, the pace isn't terrible. We should say that for Adam Nather. It's not horrendous. He's in the mid 122s, but when we're talking about a 6-second gap, you know, you can resist 1-2 tenths of a second slower each lap, but at the moment he's about half a second slower each lap, and there's a lot more than 12 laps of this race to go.
Board out for Brighton.
Board out for Brighton, seen it, so we expect Brighton to be in on the next lap. The gap is 2.5 seconds. In fact, that time around, that was a good lap for Adam Nather. 122.2 to 122.6, pulled out half a second. 4 tenths of a second on Brighton that time around. The gap goes back up to 6.5. In fact, it was a very good lap last time around for CKRC, 121.921. They've pulled their gap down to 12.4 seconds. They've just got to go for it now if you're CKRC. We know they've got the pace. They will not be happy with fourth. They want to be on that podium. If they're not on that podium, they may as well finish 54th as far as they're concerned. So they're just going to go all out now.
Yeah, their pace is, whilst Adam may have pulled back a second on Brighton on the last 2 laps, CKRC still closing in.
The other key thing from a pit stops point of view is if you take control of your fuel destiny and take the full brimming of the tank when you want, if you do it off a half tank as opposed to a low tank, well, Brighton are going to have to take it off a low tank because they've been out there for 1 hour 29.
Yeah.
But if you're Sheffield and you box now and you're brimming only from half a tank, that's going to take less time. You're going to have a short pit stop. In come Brighton for their stop. This has got to be the best pit stop that they've done so far.
Alex has already been out this morning.
He has
Alex
already been out.
Qualified it. They got Josh Gollin as well.
I'd stick a Gollin in.
But he's heavier, as is his brother. Now.
Yeah. But they're quick. Very quick.
Josh hasn't lost it. He's spent a few years abroad, but as we've seen in a couple of guest drives in the BUKC this season, he hasn't lost it. Alex, this might come too soon for Alex, because Alex, I think, had the stint before this, didn't he? We will see when they re-emerge. And in terms of Sheffield, Freddie's been out, so it's not going to be Freddie. Adam's out right now, so it's not going to be Adam. You've got Amy or Callum, potentially Alex as well, but I think Callum will be the shout there. I think Callum had the shift before Freddie, so it'll be soon for him to be going back out.
Yep.
But, I think they'll do it. I think they'll put their best foot forward, as it were. CKRC, Curtis Granger's out at the minute. I think it's Sam John's turn next, or is it Louis Bevan? Either one has been on the pace. this weekend, so I think they'll probably stick with what they were going to do anyway.
I think with the pace that we now see for the Sheffield karts, it's kind of, now there's responded. I'd take that advantage if you're Sheffield. Box it now. Only have to brim half a tank of fuel. It will take, maybe 2-3 turns of the Bowser less, but that will be time. That will be time in your hand against Brighton. Brighton drop now down to 4th place. That's to be expected as they're in the pit. So CKRC go back through into 3rd place. Same story for CKRC as well. I would box that kart now, brim it, and control how much time you're going to sit there at the fuel Bowser. Having said that, I think quite a few teams are thinking about this. There's quite a few teams heading into the pits.
That's
now.
the 30. Josh Collins is out for the number 30. Yep. He's going for it.
Yep.
You can see as well, he's got that look about him. You can tell he's throwing it into the corners. He's not taking care of that kart. And he's one might at this stage of the race at different circumstances. He's got a big gaggle of karts in front of him. Yep. And he's got to get through those very quickly.
Ironically, he has got Sheffield out the front of this group. So for the moment, Brighton will effectively go 1 lap down from Sheffield. But remember, Sheffield have got to come into pit lane and as a pit stop. There goes Adam Nather over the line. Here comes that big gaggle of karts, which Josh Gollin is not quite in amongst yet. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 karts just exiting the D chicane. And again, some of them are quick. Again, I mentioned Benjamin Boros for Birmingham A is amongst all of that. They're all scrapping for track position. This is not going to be easy now for Brighton, but it was a decent pit stop. 2 minutes 41 seconds was their out lap. That's not bad. We've been saying 2:45. Anything quicker than that for a full service is you're doing well.
I think not only is Josh Collin arguably one of the quickest drivers in that Brighton team, one thing you can't argue he's probably the most experienced, Andrew. And here he goes for the first of 6 overtakes into the hairpin. Back mark again, slightly out of shape. He goes to cut back on 3 more
Josh.
of them.
Cut back, that's beautiful. That is spot on from Josh Gollin. That's what you can do through hairpin 2. When you see some karts ahead of you bunching up, you just back off a little bit as you run from hairpin 1 to hairpin 2 and cut them back on the inside with better drive off of the corner.
Let's see what his pace is like in traffic. He's got 2 more to navigate around those last couple. The cutbacks on again for him.
Hello again to Alistair Mallard, who's clicked the subscribe button here on DDMM. Lando sprayed the champagne again. And hello to Adam Chapman as well. Josh Gollin has been racing BUKC since 1874. Very good. Right, 1.5 hours to go in this race then.
Don't want to ask him how long I've been around for. Yeah, Josh is probably around my age, actually. Our age, I should say.
122.3 for Josh Gollin on that first flying lap, and that was with a bit of traffic as well. Very impressive. Right, let's do a very, very quick rundown with 90 minutes of this race to go. Here is the order as we're getting into the phase of the race where teams can pit now, and they will fill the karts up to the brim, and they will be able to reach the checkered flag without any additional service. TU Dublin A lead the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. They have completed 925 laps here at Teesside Autodrome, and they are looking serene out front. 8 laps is their lead over the number 5 of Never Overtake Sheffield, who are embroiled in a titanic duel now. For that second place, they are 16 seconds ahead of the number 47 of CKRC. They themselves are 56 seconds ahead of Yusuf's Goat Farm in the number 50. They sit 4th, but we're keeping an eye on Josh Gollin now in the Brighton A number 30. They sit 5th place at the moment, but crucially, they don't have to stop again. They have got their service done. They will now run this as a sprint race all the way to the checkered flag. They have a really, really good shout of at least a podium, possibly 2nd place based on current pace. 6th place, the number 51, the Swansea Graduates team. They're in the same situation. They have done their last pit stop. They pitted 1 minute ago. They're just running into the end now. They've got 2 laps to find to the karts ahead. They've got 2 laps to the Durex Extra Racing karts behind. It's probably going to be 6th for the former winners here this year, but you never know what could happen in the last 90 minutes of this race, and they'll keep pushing on. 7th place, as mentioned, is the Durex Racing Extra A effort. Bit of a question over whether they need to pit again. They pitted 15 minutes ago. If they do a very, very long last run on this fuel, similar to ones that we've seen in the British 24-hour, they could make it to the end of the race without another fuel stop, but they are risking it. And they've got 0.8 of a second over the number 45 of Morts. The karts cannot move it behind them. They definitely do have to stop again. They last came in 1 hour and 18 minutes ago, so expect them in the next 12 or so minutes. Number 45 there in 8th place. That's the team being run out of Coventry University. Similar story for the kart behind them. That's Imperial A's number 21. They're in 9th place. Have run for 1 hour and 17 minutes. So they're going to be in shortly for their final stop. They've got a good 2-lap gap over Liverpool's number 3 Tom kart. As somebody is in a bit of bother. It's not one of our lead runners, so don't worry about that. It's in the run between hairpins 1 and 2. They're getting refired again now. Almost. Oh, is there going to be problems here for a kart? It's in a little bit of a tricky position. If this has to be recovered, this could be a full course yellow. Kart is moving again now. I don't think the second engine on that kart going through hairpin number 2 now has refired. Driver has been told to circulate it round and go back to pit lane. We'll carry on with the rundown. 11th place, the number 14 of Llandown Nunda. That's the first of the Leeds entries. They've solidified. They've got back on track, but have the problems earlier in the race denied them a top 10 here this year. We'll wait and see. The number 8 of Willpower's Willpower. They've faltered in the last hour. We're up in the top 6. They're now in 12th place, 19 laps off the overall lead. They've got 2 laps to find up to Leeds ahead of them. They have got a lap over the number 23 behind them. That's the Birmingham A kart in 13th place. 14th place, the number 18 of Alan Prostate, who are having a really strong end to this race there. So they're running well. 15th place, the number 42 of Nokia Bing Bong, a lap further back. They've got a 16-second lead over Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely. And then number 55 in 16th. Coventry B, still in the top 20 there. Their number 43 is in 17th place. They've just completed their last pit stop of the race, although it looked like a bit of a slow one. 3 minutes and 50 on their out lap. Next up, the number 34 of the Miles Shelby squad continues to have some really good pace in the latter stage of this race. Another 1 minute 21 from them. They've got a lap to find up to Coventry B. 19 seconds to find up to Coventry B. So I think they've got a chance here of maybe sneaking a top 15 at that rate. We'll see how they get on. That's the team from St Andrews University. Saturday Night Fever, the Loughborough number 52 are 19th. They've got a 10-second gap over Unprotected X. That's the second of the extra karts in the number 33. That is your top 20 as it stands. 26 seconds further back, you find the DMU will get shunted off number 37 in 21st. 7.5 seconds is their advantage, and closing quite rapidly, the number 15 of Bohemian Rhapsody, the second of the Leeds karts. 1:24.0 last time around for them. They took 3 seconds out of DMU's pockets. 23rd, the number 13 of a bunch of Lancers. That's the Lancaster effort that are in the pits now, and I've actually been in the pits for a while, so I think that's a slow last pit stop for the Lancaster team. Means the TU Dublin B kart hops back ahead of them, but they still need to pit one last time. Also needing to pit one last time before the end of the race, the number 38 of Timo Clock. That's the York kart in 25th. They've been out for 1 hour and 25. The Speedafars have also been out for a long time, 1 hour and 14 minutes. So they're in 26th place at the moment, the Manchester and Leeds graduate entry. They're going to have to pit. 1-2 Buckle My Schumacher. They've had black flags in the last hour or so. They're now in 27th place, the number 17. In 28th place, still there in the top 30, the number 29 of UH Racing. Also in the top 30, the number 44 of Finding Guimo and Tap and Clapper Motorsport. Good to see that Loughborough effort back in the top 30. They've been fighting for that for a long time, since a disastrous hour or so around about the evening time when they were running up in third and tumbled down the order with a technical issue. They're 33 laps off the overall lead. They've got a 1 lap gap over the second of the Liverpool teams. That's the number 4 LGB team. Liverpool are a lap ahead of Loughborough's number 54 Ligma Kart in a 32nd, and more positions gained for another one of the St Andrews karts. This is the 35 Ix's Icons entry in 33rd now. They've also got a lap ahead of another kart that's just picking up positions in the latter stages of some efforts falter. Bristol A's number 20 there at 36 laps down. Sam Harris's International Tea Party, the number 6 second kart from Sheffield, are 35th. Cardiff are 36th, 7.5 seconds further back. Needing a little bit of pace to close up that gap. Make Huddersfield great again. I think they've just completed their last pit stop of the race. They're 53 seconds behind Cardiff. They're in 37th place in their number 39 kart. Warwick graduates, the care home's yearly outing, are in 38th in their 57 kart. Trying to hold off another one of the graduates teams. This is the Sheffield Hallam Old Boys team. 3 laps is the gap between the 57 and the 56th for 38th and 39th places respectively. Imperial B are next up a lap further back, 42 laps off the overall lead in their number 22. 18.2 seconds is their advantage over Birmingham B, the number 24 there in 41st. Nottingham A, the number 48, are in 42nd place there. They're ahead of Brighton B by 3 laps in their number 31 kart. Edinburgh Napier have gained a position or 2 in the last hour or so. They're up to 44th and they're number 49, 48 laps down. 1 lap ahead of the recovering after a problem for the number 10. That's the Mercedes team in the 45th position. 4.2 seconds is their gap ahead of Warwick B in the number 27, 46th place. 2 laps back, the number 46 of Bungle Merchants, they're in 47th place. They're a lap ahead of the Lewis White and 11 backmarkers lead to number 16 entry in 48th. 2 laps is their advantage over the number 12 of Lancaster B in 49th. 58 seconds further back, you find the number 9 of Scuderia Cos. That completes the top 50. Gurney's Gang are 4 laps further back in their number 36 6 car. Karen Chandjob in the number 19, 3 laps further back. Birmingham C, 3 laps further back in the number 25 and 53rd. Warwick A, 5 laps further back in the number 26. Lancaster A, 4 laps back in the number 11, 55th place. Bath Bandits, 7 laps further back in their number 40 for 56th. And still running out there, been running for over an hour in this current stint, in 57th and last place, the number 7 of Sheffield Steely Wheelies. 95 laps off the overall lead, and I'm gonna say it, Jacob, still front to back. Nobody's gone 100 laps down. That's quite a common thing in this race. Again, a really good effort by all the teams to be probably one of the most competitive 24 hours we've ever seen.
I mean, yeah, there's still time to go for Sheffield Steely Wheelies. They are 95 laps down and almost certainly receiving the wooden spoon. Into the pits for CKRC.
Yes, so they have gone a little bit earlier than the fuel needed to. That's fine. Again, just bring the tank, give yourself a 10-minute buffer.
We're expecting Dublin, Sheffield and Yusuf Scope Farm all to pit as well. Brighton, as we know, are out there. Ex-Swansea Bitches are out there. Brighton go up to 4th ahead of CKRC, and they're looking for Sheffield as well, aren't they? They might be 2 of last year's 3 on the podium, with the 3rd not actually racing. Finding their way back onto the top step. It's same again, please, for those guys. We've had an announcement of the best spreadsheet winner.
Oh, yes.
This year has gone to Warwick. Make your way over to the Instagram story to see that. In fact, I can put it to the screen, actually, if you want to see this fantastic piece of imagery. Let me just get the full picture up without the annotation on from the story. Slightly unconventional spreadsheet, I will say, but
this is the one on the back of the Corona box.
This is the one on the back of the Corona box. Could you switch cameras and I'll demonstrate for the guys?
There it is.
There we
That
go.
is the best engineering spreadsheet of the 2023.
Look at that. Couldn't find any paper,
BUKC
so
24
the back
hours.
of a box of a Corona, all the notes you need. You know, there's some great detail in there, stint timings and things like that. That
Probably all went out
Viewers,
the window
is what we want.
when they suffered their lack of fuel incident, are we calling it, in the first 90 minutes of the race?
yes, indeed.
So whilst it is the best spreadsheet, it's not served up very well. There we go. There we go.
Okay, warning
They get to
forward
take home a
cut.
T-shirt. Not completely empty pockets on this weekend.
CKRC are back out there in 5th. They are.
Wasn't a quick pit stop. 3 minutes and 18 seconds for their pit out. Brighton's, remember, was sub 2 minutes 45.
Through go Brighton.
121. This is very good. This is very, very good from Josh Gollin. I think tactically, if you've got to get it in now.
Yeah, I mean, ideally.
You've got to get it in, get the pit stop done, get it done well, and
Dublin,
take the
Sheffield
track
and Goat
position.
Farm, yeah.
Because I think if Josh Gollin gets ahead on the road, he's gone. They will not be able, unless it's an absolutely monumental effort. The point being, we've done over 900 laps of this circuit. Those tyres must be battered on the number 30. Right on cue. Thank you, Adam Nather. They're at least listening to us in some way, shape or form. In they go. The pace at this stage of the race from Gollin is extraordinary. Remember, the fastest race time in this whole thing from that Brighton A car, we know it's got pace, and it was a 1:20.9. That was some 12 hours ago, or there or thereabouts. Anything in the 121s is lightning pace, and we're not going to see anything that's like a low 121, irrespective of who's in the kart. I think if you're Sheffield, you've got to get it in, as they have done, fuel it up, put your fastest and widest driver out there, and get that kart out ahead of Brighton A, and hold on to that track position if you want that second place.
Yeah, no sign of the goat farm in the pits yet. Dublin look to just be going to the end of the stint, to be honest. They're filling out to the top, but they can.
They can.
So they will.
Avoid any dramas of busy pit lanes and things of that nature. I think with changes of position, DMU will get shunted off up to 22nd past.
There's, sorry, Andrew, misspoke there.
Sorry, that's okay. 1-2 Bucklemore Schumacher and a bunch of Lankers both past TU Dublin B.
CKRC battling with Brighton out. I think that's Louis Bevan back out for CKRC, is it? Battling with Josh Gollin over the far side. Looks like they're working together.
Yep.
Down the back straight, but I'm not sure if that's intentional or not. It is CKRC, and it is Louis Bevan that we mentioned going back out for them. They are a lap apart, so Louis Bevan is fighting to unlap himself. I don't think at this point they will be able to finish ahead of Brighton. But he has unlapped himself. Through they go. You can see they're 44 seconds behind Brighton. That doesn't seem right for a whole lap behind. I'm sure that will right itself. And here we have, to collect the award for best spreadsheet, the guys from Warwick.
Let me press that button there, and that button there. I'll give you that one, and that one there, and that one there. We got around.
Your fantastic spreadsheet, or as it says, suitable alternative. Bit of a variation on the T-shirt. We've got Excel. Well, you should see the Super Bowl one. Yeah, tradition to give the best spreadsheet a T-shirt. We've modified it this year to show the stream exactly what we're talking with. Whose design was the spreadsheet? As yourself. Step on forward. John, you've had an award this year. Get out of the way. I award you this T-shirt. Wear it with pride. There's a handshake as well. Thank you very much for taking part in the BUKC 24.
Thank you. At least we come away with something.
Exactly. How
We
the
might
team,
also get the wooden spoon.
you'd have to get laps deleted.
You have to start driving backwards.
Yeah. If you stick him out with no lead and bring it in with no petrol, then you might just about get away with it. But no, we'll just disqualify you altogether. We're not having that. But yeah, treasure it with and wear it with pride. Cheers, guys.
Well done to Warwick. Their inventive and resourceful work there, winning the best spreadsheet award. And we have got 1 hour and 13 minutes to go. Press that one there, bring Jacob back in. So
Dublin in the pits, Sheffield back out.
Dublin are in the pits. Sheffield I want to focus on right now. So Sheffield have come back out, and crucially, they've got ahead of Brighton. They did I think it was a really good turnaround on their pit stop. 2 minutes 33, and that's what it was meaning with, because they had a good chunk of fuel in the tank, they weren't having to sit there and wait for the bows to turn around and fill up for a full brimming of the thing. And I think that's gained them a bit of time pit stop to pit stop versus Brighton. And that's why you're now seeing them about 10 seconds down, Callum Barnett in the kart for the final stint. That's who I would have picked if I was Amy and the team down there at Sheffield. This is Barnett time.
He's probably their most talented driver, I would argue. It's simple one-on-one, him versus Gollin. Yusuf Scope Farm have got a pit stop to make, so I think they are out of it at this point, barring disaster for Sheffield or Brighton. CKRC are on the same lap, as we said. We've just seen them overtake them, so I don't think Louis Bevan's going to have it in his back pocket to go and overtake them. I've yet to actually see Callum. I'm not quite sure where he is. There's Josh Collins. He must be going into the back.
He's gone down the pit straight. Seen him go through.
So yeah, he must be coming into the back end of the track. Is that him there? I wonder. No.
You're looking for Callum.
Yeah.
You look to your left. He's going to appear there, coming through the chicanes and the S's now in the number 5.
But that's not where. Now there is Josh Collins. Yeah, I must have been distracted by someone else with a blue NASA panel and grey suit. Let's keep an eye on the lap times, because Gollin was faster by half a second on that last lap, and that's the exact kind of pace he needs really to catch up to him over the next hour.
The not so good news at the moment is that slow pit stop for CKRC. That's really put them on the back foot now, because 45 seconds is the gap between themselves and Brighton A. Exclamation mark BUKC timing in the live chat here on YouTube. That'll putting that in the live chat and entering it as your comment will get a little link pinged back to you in the live chat for the full live timing application on live.alphatime.co.uk/BUKC.
Andrew, they've had 7 or 8 tenths Brighton have taken out of Sheffield there. And what's interesting is Yusuf's Goat Farm have had half a second off them there. If Yusuf's Goat Farm are running this just to the normal stint length, they could interfere with Sheffield's race here. Callum's got to be careful. Yusuf's Goat Farm, Sam Lovelace, 2 carts behind him. So a bit of a buffer actually, 1.7 seconds doesn't seem like much, but with the traffic I think that's a decent enough gap. It is Josh Conley's got to be more worried about. CKRC are in line for a 4th place I think once the Goat Farm pits. So yeah, they will be probably gutted to miss out the podium by 1 spot there, I'd imagine, those boys.
Thank you to those of you who've newly subscribed to the channel. We're up to 764 now. We've smashed the target for this weekend. Whoa, Sam Lovelace going through the middle of a 3 wide on the approach to the D chicane. He made it work. And it was a bold move from Lovelace. He's on traffic, but he needed to do it because he's in a sprint scenario now as well.
Callum Barnett's pace on that lap was better, but still trailing by a tenth to the Goat Farm and Brighton. Lovelace will be on him, depending on how quickly he can get through the next two back markers. Josh Gollin, I think Josh Gollin will catch him. I think that will rage to the end of the race, and it's one to watch for that. What will be second place, I think. Logistics-wise, Andrew.
Yes.
I think I'm going to get an early lunch.
Okay.
Would you like to do the post-race interviews? Because I'll need to set up the podium.
I can do. Might need to get them to come up here.
Could we not? If I set off the Discord, you
could
take
do
my phone, and away you go.
There'll be a bit of a handover. Yeah. We'll
So
make
if I have my lunch now,
Yeah.
finish my lunch, and then you can go to the post-race interviews.
Yep.
I'll set up the podium whilst we do it. You can have your lunch, and
Yep.
then
we wrap it up.
home in time for the F1.
That's the plan.
Max crashed off in the first corner. Titanic battle between Lewis and Fernando for the win.
Yeah.
Decent weekend all in all.
You've written a good script there.
Yes, that's exactly what's going to happen. The Goat Farm are a little bit closer. Again, Josh Gollin's lap time was way quicker because he's not in traffic. He has caught up to the traffic that Sheffield and the Goat Farm suffered through, but Josh Gollin is 5.5 seconds off the Goat Farm. He is 7 seconds behind Sheffield for second place.
Hello to HA Gamer cheering on Huddersfield. How are Huddersfield getting on at the moment? They are currently in 36th position. 37 laps off the overall lead. Thank you for tuning in. 1 hour and 6 minutes to go. Smooth running at the moment for TU Dublin A. They just need to see this home now. Don't need to do the fast laps. They're just pacing themselves through. 1 minute 23.732 last time around. 1 minute 23.3. Where is Callum Barnett at the moment? He's still in traffic. This is the problem for him at the moment. He's just, there's a lot of traffic around him, but it's also drivers who are quite quick. And sometimes they're the worst bits of traffic to come across because they don't want to necessarily yield track position, but they hold up by their odd 10th here and an odd 10th there, and around such a long circuit here at Teesside Autodrome, it all starts to add up, and that's why another 122.6 has come in for Sheffield. They would prefer to be in the low 122s because meanwhile, another 122.4 for Josh Gollin in the Brighton A kart. Yusuf Goat Farm and Sam Lovelace driving for them at the moment, 123.4. That was a traffic-affected lap, but he's now back to a position of 3 karts back from Sheffield. Black flag. Ooh, now this could be one that changes things in the top 15. Birmingham A have received a black flag. They're currently in 12th position. They've got a 1 lap advantage over the Leeds kart, also receiving a black flag, the number 34 of the Mars Shelby squad. So the team that's had such great progress the last 3 or 4 hours are going to have to come into the pits for an unscheduled visit with 65 minutes to go. They're 34 minutes into a stint, so they were expecting to run all the way to the end. And that's going to cost them because Nokia Bing Bong are only 15 seconds behind. Don't think they'll drop out the top 20. But they're going to look a little bit shaky in that regard. Repeat showing to Birmingham A for the black flag. Where are they on circuit at the moment? They're probably about to come out behind the trees on the Bob Pope straight. On 22.8 last time around for Callum Barnett, but for the first time in quite a while, he's now got a clear track ahead of him. This is going to be a key lap for Callum Barnett to see what the pace is like. Sam Lovelace still, at least in terms of road position, 1, 2, 3 karts back. 2 seconds in terms of time. Brighton A closing all the time, 4.3 seconds back from Yusuf's Goat Farm. So that gap, which was around 8-9 seconds to Sheffield, is now down to 6.3. Over start finish comes Callum Barnett. He's got one of the Lancaster carts in front of him now. 122.6. He's got to get past this Lancaster cart as quickly as possible. He's got to get it done down into Rib Bend. He's got to go for it now, because Brighton A are pushing on here. Number of carts coming in, including the Birmingham A cart for its penalty. It's Benjamin Boris at the wheel for them at the moment. Miles Shelby squad have also come in for their black flag, and I think, did I see Tom Dent coming in as well for one of the Leeds carts? So leaders in a very good position. They're not pushing. They don't need to push. They're actually sat in the middle of this second, third, fourth squabble right now. I wonder if they know what's happening around them. Josh Gollin is now in a lot of traffic, but he's still doing low 22s. This is some stint. In the early stages of it, at least. Sheffield are going to be feeling that pressure, surely. Brighton breathing down their necks. They're just going through hairpin number 3 now as Sheffield. In fact, Callum Barnett was looking there. He could see where Josh Gollin is. He could see where their opponents are. Over start finish a 122.7 for Sheffield. Here comes Josh Gollin, even with traffic. Okay, a 123.2. He lost out on that lap. But even still, there was a lot of traffic on that lap. I think they'll take a 123.2 in that scenario. Thank you for tuning in. If you're enjoying the stream, if you're enjoying the coverage here from Teesside Autodrome, make sure that you click that like button. Let's try and get it up to 20 likes if we can. And share with your family and friends. There's a bit of a moment there between one of the Leeds carts, and I think it was the number 8 through hairpin 1. That'll have been Will Power's willpower. Understandably, I think the Edinburgh driver was a little bit frustrated with that one. So Josh Gollin has cleared a bit more of the traffic. He's got the Lancaster carts that we talked about with Sheffield next up. What can Sheffield do? They've got to find some more pace here, because at this rate, they are going to get caught. I don't feel they're going to have enough for that they can defend with. Over the line goes Callum Barnett, 122.7 again. Here comes the Brighton cart as well. Josh Gollin, 122.7, but you consider that that was traffic affected as well. That's advantage Brighton in my book. Meanwhile, Yusuf's Goat Farm haven't pitted yet. I just wonder if they're maybe playing the longer game, just waiting to see if there's a full course yellow that could throw things into the mix. They don't need to pit immediately right now, because they've still got a bit of fuel. 1 hour 23 since they last came in. Into the last hour of the race then. The 24th hour of this year's 24-hour starts. I think we know where the wind's going. TU Dublin A are just ticking off the laps now. They've probably got about 40 laps to go. They are going to be short of the 1,000 lap mark. They've just completed lap 946. Of course, we had a very lengthy full course yellow in the night in this edition. That's why the number of laps is a little bit lower, even though we've had very much a majority dry race. 122.6 that time around for Sheffield, 122.3. Sam Lovelace has started to drop back a bit in Yusuf's Goat Farm's number 50. I wonder if they're just trying to hold out and see if the endurance racing gods have one more little trick up their sleeve, one more challenge strategically for the teams to negotiate their way by and through. There goes the number 4 over the start-finish. LGB team from Liverpool B. Trying to find a way back into the top 30. Just looking further down the order. Are there any other close battles? No, I think to be fair that the closest battle is right up in the podium spots. 2nd, 3rd and 4th. 3 karts covered by just around 6 seconds now. See Kane Shepherd back out for the number 41. In 27th place for them now. Over the line, very close between Yusuf Goat Farm. In fact, in comes Sam Lovelace. So Yusuf Goat Farm have gone, nope, that's enough. 1 hour 25. We've just got to do a green flag pit stop with 57 minutes to go. So that will cycle Brighton A back up to 3rd place. This will be the last pit stop for one of our front runners. It will now be a sprint finish to the flag. And for Josh Gollin, I would say that makes his job a little bit easier now. He just has eyes set on Callum Barnett, who's going into hairpin number 1 now. Here comes Josh Gollin, hops across the curb on the exit of the S. He's actually got a little bit of attention at the moment from, I think that's Adam Kernis in one of the Leeds karts right up behind him. Now, Gollin will hope that he gets a little bit of help, and he is getting a little bit of help. Well, strange things can happen in a 24-hour race. Your enemy can become your friend can become your enemy. Right now, Liverpool receiving a little bit of help from Leeds, pushing them along and probably helping with their pace a bit. 2 engines, or 2 sets of engines better than 1. Rocketing out of the final corner was gone there. Yes, it's the number 14. It's the Premier Llandown Nunda Leeds entry. Oh, was there a bit of a moment there for Gollin through the D chicane, possibly. 122.6 for Sheffield, 122.4. Now you see it on your live timing. 5.5 seconds is the gap between 2nd and 3rd. CKRC should cycle back through to retake 4th place. They've got some stunning pace at the moment. They're going to be kicking themselves, surely, with what happened. We're not sure what delayed their final pit stop. He lost about 30, 40 seconds. And that's going to cost them in the end, because at the moment they are 40 seconds down from Brighton A. Indeed, CKRC do file back through. Who have Yusuf's Goat Farm put out for this final stint? They're looking good for a top 5, but they dearly, dearly like more. In fact, Sam Lovelace has stayed out. So Sam Lovelace is double stinting to the end of this race. Well, good chunk of double stinting. It'll be a slightly shorter final run to the flag, as it's only 55 minutes. I say only 55 minutes. If you've never done 55 minutes in a go-kart before, tell me, I'll tell you, bits of your body will hurt that you didn't know they could hurt. It's a long, long time. I've got to give the credit to a lot of the general fitness that I'm seeing of the students and the graduates this year. We've noted already how we've not really had any retirements from this race. Still the whole field covered by less than 100 laps. So the race carrying on then for 2nd place. Callum Barnett and Sheffield come into hairpin number 1. Likewise, there's Josh Gollin into hairpin number 1. Last time around, 122.3 for Gollin, 122.5 for Sheffield. And is the pace just starting to go out a tad for Brighton's card? It has slightly raised in temperature here. There's an element of mugginess back in the commentary box for the first time in a few hours. That'll make things uncomfortable for the drivers out there on circuit. Jacob rejoins me. This is just what we wanted, isn't it, mate? It's a great for the neutrals battle here between Sheffield and Brighton A. I'd hate to be in either one of those teams right now because it's all on the line, but
Very tense.
after what have we done? 23 hours and 6 minutes, 4.6 seconds is the gap between Sheffield and Brighton in this battle for second place.
6/10 on that last lap, Andrew. It's not a gap that's going to be big for long if Callum Barnett can't lap faster than a 23.2. I think Golin's got the edge on him in terms of pace. It's going to be traffic management. It's 53 minutes. That's the problem. I think there's just too much time left from a Sheffield perspective, and just about enough. Callum's struggling there to get through some karts. He's got traffic, that's why he's slow. 3 karts in quick succession as Golin tries to get around one of the Leeds karts. Callum struggles past a Swansea driver in similar attire, but not the same, obviously. Callum's now through a pack of 3. Golin has the pack of 3 to go. I'd imagine the gap will be smaller this time around as well, as Callum looked to have a bit of trouble with his pack of 3. There's another 2 just ahead of him. That's the 55 and someone else who's in the 55. I see 55.
3.5 seconds now, the gap. Brighton took 1.1 seconds out of Sheffield on that last lap.
How far behind is CKRC as well?
CKRC are about 40 seconds further down the road. That delay in their final pit stop has really cost them in this battle for the podium.
But look at their lap times. They were a second lap
great.
quicker.
Yeah.
40 seconds is fine when you've got 50 minutes to go. Not fine.
On a more conventional karting circuit of about 800 meters, a kilometer, I'd say, it's a second over 1.5 kilometers near that. I just don't think they've got enough time in hand to see this one out. The quite bizarre one at the moment is the race leader. The race leader's having it out for a very casual Sunday drive.
You would
letting
be there,
everybody
wouldn't you?
through. It's like, it's fine.
Yeah, I'd hazard a bet that most of the field will overtake the race leader over the next hour. All for nothing though, because they're all 8 laps or more behind.
Yep.
Golin in a bit of traffic this time. I'm not sure he's going to be cutting the deficit quite as much. He still takes a 10th out of Sheffield though, through traffic. What of CKRC? CKRC have done a 21.9, so it's not quite a second a lap better than what Sheffield are producing, but the raw pace is absolutely there for CRKC, and a mishap for Callum would see them miss out on a podium, I think, at this point, because CKRC are within pouncing distance. Louis Bevan out there somewhere. I say somewhere, I think he's about to come across the start-finish line. The 2 pink Bigfoots right next to each other on track, making it very easy for me to pick them out. We've got a wooden spoon to dish out in the next half an hour. It's looking like it's going to Sheffield. Whether they get overtaken for second or not is one thing, but they'll certainly be the proud recipients of the official BUKC 24-hour wooden spoon.
I'd hold fire on that.
Yeah?
Bath Bandits are in the pits, and I think they've been in the pits for a while.
Okay.
So let's see if the Bath Bandits
13 laps.
The Bath Bandits come back out soon, but if I'm understanding the timing screen correctly, they've been in the pits for 23 minutes.
Okay. Perhaps someone is waiting to take the checkered flag. You don't think that would be job done? You think, certainly if I was in that team, I'd be like, oh, I'm not finishing last.
Yeah.
I'm going to take that car back out there and lap
Yeah,
as
and
slowly as the leaders are.
even if it's 3-4 seconds a lap off the pace, you'd still go around to achieve that. Keep your comments coming in. Apologies for we've not got live tracking information of who's in each individual kart. So we'll try and keep an eye out for helmets that we know. something we'll work on for next year for developing. Ooh, now, black flag being prepared for somebody, and it's going to be the number 16. It's going to be Lewis White and the 11 back markers. It's the number 27, a very smoky looking. Oh, that's overheated. The number 27, just to compound Warwick's issues today. I think I've had an engine failure for Warwick B, because a very steamy, very smoky right-hand side Honda-powered engine has just rolled past us here in the commentary box. So poor Warwick B are going to lose their 46th place with an engine change.
That gap's 2.5 seconds, Andrew.
Yep. Golin is charging, and they're down the far end of the circuit at the moment. It's going through Rib Bend, according to our tracker.
Do you do the little AWS striking distance graphic?
Oh,
or
no, none of that rubbish here.
Yeah.
It spoils
No.
the fun.
Yeah, no. Yeah, I agree. You should get it, though. You should
We should
definitely
go.
try. We should definitely get it.
Right, where are our second and third place carts?
They'll be coming, here's Callum, coming down into hairpin
Yep.
1, and then not the cart behind him, but the cart behind that is Josh Golin.
And that's the thing for Golin now. He's, we talked earlier, it was like, he's got to get through 12 carts of traffic to get up to the rear of the Sheffield cart to take this position. It's now 1. There is a solitary cart between Josh Golin in the Brighton A number 30 and the rear of the number 5 Never Overtakes Sheffield, piloted currently by Callum Barnett. And Callum Barnett's not a slow driver, we know that. We've watched him race a good number of races and race well in the BUKC over the year. But the cart's tired and there's more traffic ahead for Callum now. He's got to try and find a way past the Scuderia Ecos number 9, which is a bit slow through the D chicane. It's down to 1.9 seconds. Oh, and the Ecos cart went off. Now, I took my eye away from that, Jacob. Was that an encouragement off the circuit from the number 5?
Potentially.
Potentially.
We'll keep an eye on the timing screens, but might be a little bit of frustration. Now, what I'm wondering is, does Josh Golin know who he's racing against?
Yes. Oh, I bet he'll know. He will know.
They're from different eras of BUKC. Josh Golin had been and gone and was in Australia when Callum Barnett started racing. They may know each other anyway. I'm not saying that no one has lives outside of BUKC. And he's obviously been on the same track as him, or at the same track as him,
Yep.
let's say, for the last 24 hours. But Brighton haven't got a pit board, other than a whiteboard that tells you when to pit. Don't think they've got radios. I think Golin's more of a just leave me alone, I'm doing Kimi Räikkönen style than keep me informed and up to date kind of person.
Race Control's view of that moment through the D chicane was curb warning for Scuderia cars. I'll be honest, I think that's the right decision. You can do a little bit of a bump drafting through the D chicane.
Tom Dent is coming up to be lapped by Callum Barnett and Josh Golin.
I think for Barnett at the moment, the best defence is just keeping one cart, at least one cart, between himself and Josh Golin. Each lap he can do that. Each time he can go around and tick off another 80 seconds of this race, they stand a better and better chance of holding on to this second place. live.alphatiming.co.uk/BUKC if you want all the stats and figures. Alternatively, type !BUKC timing into the chat. And for the first time in a while, Golin has a direct line of sight as down the inside of Tom Dent there in one of the leads carts goes Callum Barnett. Josh Golin does likewise through hairpin number 2, and now he's got a straight line of attack. There's about 2 kart lengths between second and third place with 45 minutes of the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. This signs out to some of the teams to say just bring it home, but this battle is going to rage and rage.
I was saying Josh Golin might not know. He'll know now.
Yeah.
The whole team are pointing
Saying,
at Callum
"That's
Barnett. They're
it,
just
there he
outside.
is."
He's going for it into turn 1.
Side by side through the D chicane and Liverpool and through. Through goes Josh Golin. Brighton A takes second place with a brilliant move through the D chicane. Not much that Callum Barnett and Never Overtake Sheffield could do about that. But now does it change the story? Because now pretty much one of the fastest drivers on circuit, is ahead of the Never Overtake Sheffield kart. We've been talking about how powerful Slipstream is around here. Can Callum Barnett now reply, use the toe of the Brighton A kart to stay on the rear of the 30 and potentially strike back?
I mean, there's been a half a second to a second pace deficit. He's already got a little bit of a gap going down that back straight. There might be some Slipstream benefit to Callum Barnett on this lap, but he's really got to stay with him through this tricky section, which... Callum's a good driver, we have said, and he may well be learning from Josh as we speak. Looking back, 40 seconds is still the gap to CKRC, so I think the message to Callum now from the Sheffield team, if they've got him on radio or if they can signal him using a pit board, is just bring that home in third.
Yep. Yeah, that might be a wise way to do things, especially if there's fast drivers coming up behind him. But at least on this lap, Barnett has been able to stay with Josh Gollin. This is where Gollin is really quick through this fast section towards the D chicane. The change of position is confirmed on timing. Brighton A now go across the timing line into second place ahead of Never Overtake Sheffield. 0.4 of a second was the gap. What a race this has been. A really, really intriguing race. One that's had its ups and downs, and there's still 42 minutes of it to go. This place has served up drama. Remember back to the 2019 British 24-hour, we saw a lead change, partially induced at least by a mechanical failure on the last lap. This place doesn't stop punishing the karts and the drivers just because we're in the last hour. And there's still that element that they've got to bring the machinery home first and then think about position. Barnett is staying with Gollin at the moment, Jacob. It's that gap as they go through the South Bank curve and towards hairpin 3 hasn't really changed from one lap ago.
The gap isn't opening up as quickly as it closed, Andrew.
Yeah,
I'll say that much. And there's traffic to contend with coming through. Obviously, Gollin would appear to have navigated his way through traffic better over the last 20 minutes or so. But, yeah, Callum Barnett's still with him. The gap's extended a bit. It's now out to 0.591, which is still touching distance. In terms of fuel loads, Sheffield are on the heavier fuel load, so that might be hampering him a little bit. Of course, the fuel will go down at the same rate as long as they're lapping around together. But you never know what those tyres have been through, what those karts have been through, what the engines have been put through, and how their performance will degrade over the remaining 40 minutes of the race. Callum's got a bit of a gap to Gollin now, who's eyeing up another back marker. If you can get him into the next hairpin, I'll put a bit of a breathing space between him and Callum, but I think that back marker's got a bit of pace about him, Andrew.
I think they have indeed. Bath Bandits are back out on circuit, by the way, so the minutes are ticking on by now, and it is looking like it's going to be the wooden spoon to the number 7. Just tracking through who we think we've still got to have come into the pits. I think pretty much everyone has made their final pit stop. I think the one question mark we've got at the moment is Nottingham A, who have been out for an hour and 1, so in theory you could get that home with a bit of fuel saving. Without having to visit to the pit lane. And if there is going to be a kart that's going to splash and dash, it could be them. Oh, and of course Exeter as well. I still don't understand with Exeter. They've made so many good calls this year that we've not quite got some of them right here today.
Well, this is their first 24-hour race for a lot of them, isn't it? It's certainly their first proper tilt at winning the 24-hour.
True, but I'd say that there's been other 24-hour races that they've competed in other places. I still don't understand why they pitted with 1 hour 25 on the penultimate tank of fuel. Not take it 10 minutes further and not need to do any fuel saving or splash and dashing at the end, because they've got 7th place. I suppose they are comfortable. They've got 2 laps over the karts behind, and they're 2 laps, 1 lap deficit to the kart ahead. They may need to do bit of a splash and dash. 39 minutes to go. The gap between Brighton A and Sheffield A, well, last time was very close. It was quarter of a second. How is it looking this time?
Still within a kart length, Andrew.
Still within a kart length. Got to give it to Callum Barnett. He is wringing everything out of that number 5 kart in this last hour of the race. They have negotiated their way past the number 55. That was some laps down. Needed to be overhauled.
I wonder, Andrew, is there a potential issue with that Sheffield kart that Callum was nursing?
Potentially.
And now that he's been overtaken, realises it's all or nothing.
Yep.
I don't think so, because I think they'd still be happy with the podium.
Yeah.
I don't think he'd be risking breaking the car in the last half an hour, 40 minutes of a race for the sake of having a second over a third. I think as a team, Sheffield will be very happy with a third once they get over the disappointment of narrowly missing out on second place.
For the benefit of those following CKRC, they've just come over the line, so Louis Bevan at the wheel for them. 39 seconds is the gap for CKRC to find. Yeah, I just
See, that's not coming down either. That was coming down at nearly a second a lap.
Yep.
When Callum was in front of Golin, but now he seems to match his pace.
Yep.
It's just not coming down. I did say keep half an eye on it 5 minutes ago, but I think that half an eye has turned into a cursory glance every now and then, just in case. Or if they're, as I said, they're in penalty distance and off for one of those two at the front. Could see
penalties for either of them if there's a little bit of argy-bargy.
Oh yeah. I'd say they're both quite heavy drivers, Callum and Josh. I don't think there's much chance of them coming in underweight.
One thing that has changed is the lead gap is back down to 7 laps. So that shows you that TU Dublin are just taking it easy. They're not pushing. A 124.345. Nothing to be worried about, if you ask me. I think that when we look through this race and go, well, where did TU Dublin really get a strong hold on this race? What a bit of driving and taking care of the kart. We talk about it so much here. The fact that when we left at around midnight, the leaders, well, there was a number of karts on the lead lap. We came back at 6 in the morning as we were driving in and having a look at the stream. You know, they'd basically taken a lap an hour through the night time, the bulk of the night time, and then you just knew from that point, it's like, well, you just sit on this now. You've got the time to assess the kart. We've already talked about how last year they were in a situation where they knew they needed to nurse an issue home, and they didn't want to push the kart too hard and lose time having to go for mechanical fixes in the abyss.
Yeah,
Wouldn't be surprised if we've had another story of like, oh yeah, we've been dealing with this problem for the last 3 hours and just nursing the kart home.
The last time they did a lap in the 21s was about 100 laps ago now.
Yep.
They've had 2 pit stops since then. Both drivers have clearly had the instruction to go out and bring it home.
Yep. Do not
they're
push.
not even pushing it. They're barely even touching in the 22s anymore.
Yep.
But that's what they need to do. That's what I'd be doing if I was good at go-karting and in their position. Yeah, that's still 3/10 between second and third, though.
Second and third place battle coming through. Hairpin number 1 now. Still Callum Barnett quite close, and it's on those long runs along the Bob Pope Straight, for example, where Callum Barnett with Josh Golin ahead is just able to hold himself within potential striking distance if Golin makes a mistake, if there's a back marker that gets in the way of the Brighton A kart. And he'll have it again out of a hairpin number 4. Barnett is very good through this latter part of the circuit in particular. Through hairpin 3, 4. That's aiding him quite nicely at the minute. 122.0 for Golin, 122.2 for Barnett.
Yeah, I'll admit, I thought Callum was out of it.
Yep.
As recently as 10 minutes ago, when he was still in front, I thought Callum was resigned to finishing third. Now I'm not so sure. I am really not so sure. I think we'll call the wooden spoon in 5 minutes' time, Andrew.
Yep. Quick check on the weather. no precipitation for at least 2 hours, so we should be good to the end of the race. Few clouds in the sky over to the left of us, but to be honest, they're looking no more threatening than they did early in the race. Is off at the first hairpin. I'm trying to wait, is that the
Andrew
number
Trevor,
40?
I believe.
Yeah, Andrew
Track
Trevor.
numbers Trevor in Nottingham A.
Yeah, gets going again now.
I will never not call him track limits Trevor.
Oh, he was all right there. He was.
Oh, he hasn't done track limits for ages, but well, I think there's one this year.
Yep.
Oh, there he is. There he goes again. But now, for those of you who don't know, track limits Trevor. How many track limits did he get at PFR? I think it was like 20. He even if he'd won, he would have finished last, but purely based on track limits penalties. He had, I think, something like 10 times as many penalties as the rest of the field put together. Or was it 5? No, 5 times as many penalties as the rest of the field put together, half of which were Dante as well, misbehaving himself, which would be considered a bad race.
Yeah.
But for Andrew Trevor, and I thought JV was going to go absolutely ballistic on him. I thought this is going to be
This is going to be popcorn time.
And he goes over and puts his arm around him. A little bit of a laugh on the radio. I was like, "What happened there, John?" He goes, "Oh, he's not too bad, actually." I've never seen John react like that. He's a very personable man.
Interesting situation going on the circuit now. Callum Barnett going down the inside of a back marker to get himself back on the rear bumper of Josh Gollan. Josh Gollan now going down the inside of Sam Lovelace. So that tells you the story for Yusuf Scoat Farm, the number 50. You've got Gollan, Lovelace, and Lovelace having a little look up the inside. There was a big no up from, and that's a mistake, and through goes Sheffield. Through goes Sheffield. So Sam Lovelace went for an overtake to unlap himself because he wants to keep himself on the same lap as Brighton A in case there's some kind of full course yellow weirdness at the end, and Callum Barnett snapped on the opportunity through the South Bank bend to retake second place. That's the opportunity that he's been waiting for, Jacob, in this last 5 or 6 laps since he lost second place. Keep himself in striking distance, probably not able to overtake on pure pace Josh Gollan, but if Josh had a problem like he did then, wham, up the inside went Callum Barnett. Very, very good stuff, and Sheffield back into control in second place.
Yeah, I think Sam Lovelace will be entirely aware that these are the people that he's racing, and he needs to stay in contention with them. I know he's a lap down, and he'll know he's a lap down as well, but anything happens to those guys, anything happens at all, he needs to make sure he's on their pace and keeping up with them. And they've gone. Callum's gone.
Callum's gone. Where have Sheffield
Callum and
gone?
Sam have gone.
What has happened? And yes, here comes Callum Barnett through and has lost second place. So something has happened on the far side of the circuit, out of our view. There's a yellow flag out down towards turn 1. I don't think we've seen Sam Lovelace come through as well, as something happened with the number 50 of Yusuf Scoat Farm, which were trying to stay on the same lap as both Sheffield and Brighton. Has there been contact? This time with Sheffield. Well, we definitely know that that's allowed Brighton A back through, and that, I think, is going to be the big moment in this battle, because Brighton A now go through. Here come Sheffield, and now the gap is 7.6 seconds. Sam Lovelace is running again, but he's only going through hairpin number 2. Now, drama here in the last half hour of the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. What a lap there for Brighton. They'd lost second place, but almost as soon as they'd lost second place, they've got it back again, and now they're in a much stronger position, 7.6 seconds ahead of the number 5 from Sheffield.
Through comes CKRC, 30 seconds the gap to Sheffield. Anything more like that, they've just lost 10 seconds. Anything more like that in the last half an hour, and their podium is in jeopardy.
Yeah. No, definitely. And that's why CKRC have just got to keep pushing on here. Let's have a very, very quick rundown of the order. The last rundown of the order of the race, last bottom of the hour. 29 minutes and 20 seconds to go. TU Dublin A are on course for victory again here in the 2023 BUKC 24 hours. They've completed 968 laps. They're in the 124s. They are quite literally cruising home at the moment. It's been a very, very dramatic last hour directly behind them in the order, though. Brighton A have just retaken second place. They're 7 laps behind. They've been having this battle with never overtake Sheffield, but crucially now they have a 10-second lead. Josh Gollin, what a stint this has been. He's kept calm, he's kept his nose clean, and it looks like Brighton A are going to be rewarded. It would be a great effort. They had disappointments at the Buckmore Park 24-hour a few months ago, but they showed their pace. They've delivered here today, and they are on course for a podium. Never overtake Sheffield. The number 5, the Premier team from Sheffield, they're still there. They've still got a chance of a podium, but they are now being chased by CKRC. It's been encouragement to Louis Bevan on the side there. 29 seconds is the gap between Sheffield and CKRC. That battle isn't over. 5th place for Yusuf's Goat Farm. Bit of drama for them in the last 10 minutes. There has been an incident for them that was out of our view here in the commentary box, but a bit of a delay for Sam Lovelace as he was trying to stay on the same lap as the 2nd, 3rd and 4th place battle. He's now off that lap. He's a lap behind them, and it looks like the number 50 are going to have to settle for P5 this year. 6th place, the ex-Swansea graduates kart. They're a lap further back. It looks like they're going to have to take 6th place. The former winners there. Another good run for them, but yeah, just didn't have the luck with the mechanicals today. Durex Racing, the first of the extra karts, is in 7th place. They may need to pit again for fuel, but they've got a lap and a half over Mort the kart. Cannot move it in 8th place. Battle's not done for that spot, 8th place actually, because Imperial A are only 15.8 seconds behind the number 45 in their number 21, and they were 1.5 seconds quicker on the last tour of the circuit. Liverpool's number 3, O'Tom, complete the top 10. Will Power are in 11th. Landau Nunda for Leeds University are in 12th. Birmingham A, after their Black Flag, are still there in 13th, and that's probably where they will finish. Alan Prostate have had a really, really good last quarter of this race. They've walked away from outside the top 25 to now 14th. They're ahead of Coventry B by a lap, who complete the top 15. Seriously Hard and Great Go-Karting, ending really safely, are there in 16th place. They're ahead of Nokia Bing Bong by 27 seconds, 22 laps off the overall lead. Both of them very close, though, to Coventry B. Actually, that is the closest battle on circuit. Coventry B and Seriously Hard are 0.2 of a second apart at the last count. 18th place, the Miles Shelby squad. Also had a Black Flag recently, but are still there in the top 20, which is completed at the moment by Saturday Night Fever and Bohemian Rhapsody. Unprotected X, the second of the extra karts, is there in 21st. DMU will get shunted off 22nd. Lancaster's A Bunch of Lankers are 23rd, ahead of TU Dublin B by some 33 seconds. Speedophiles are 25th. They're in a great battle at the moment with Timo Clock. That's the York entry. 2 seconds separating those two karts for 25th and 26th at the moment. 1-2 Bucklemar Schumacher are next up in 27th. UH Racing 28th. Finding Guimo 29th. Tap and Clapper Motorsports back into the top 30 as they were 1 hour ago. They've got 2 laps over the LGB team. That's the second of the Liverpool karts. Ligma from Loughborough, the number 54, are next up in 32nd. Ix's Icons have held in 33rd. They've got 28 seconds over Bristol A in the number 20. They themselves have got 26 seconds over Sam Harris's International Tea Party. That's the number 6 from Sheffield. As one of the Liverpool karts comes into pit lane. We'll track that through in a minute. Make Huddersfield Great Again, a 36th. They're 16 seconds ahead of Warwick Care Home yearly outing. Imperial B are 3 laps further back in the number 22 in 38th place, 15 seconds ahead of the 24 of Birmingham B. Wrapping out the top 40 are the Hallam Old Boys. Cardiff University Motorsports, the Star Wars lovers, are there in 41st place. They've got 3 laps over Nottingham A, who look like they're going to come home with 42nd place because they've got a lap over Brighton B in the number 31 behind them. Mercedes are 44th, ahead of Edinburgh Napier by some 17.5 seconds. 46th for the 46. Bungle Merchants have got up to that position in the last hour. They've got past Warwick B, who suffered an engine failure. It's a mechanical job for one of the back markers, so no need to worry too much about that. We'll get to them in a minute. Lancaster B, the number 12, are in 48th. Lewis White and the 11th back markers next in 49th. Scuderia Kos complete the top 50. Gurney's gang are 51st. Karen Chanjob have just been called into the pits for a mechanical defect. They're in 52nd place. Here they come in. I think they may have lost an engine and nearly took out one of the bollards on pit entry as they were coming in. Birmingham C are 53rd. They may have an opportunity to gain a spot now with the number 19 ahead of them in trouble. Warwick A have had a torrid race. They're going to finish in 54th, but at least they got the trophy, well, the T-shirt, I should say, for the best spreadsheet in the paddock. Lancaster A are 55th. Bath Bandits 56th. 12 laps is their advantage over the last of the carts out there. 57th place, number 7, Sheffield Steely Wheelies.
And if anyone from Sheffield Steely Wheelies is listening, please do come to the complex to receive your wooden spoon. Third place still isn't done. The gap is coming down significantly quick. That incident really knocked Callum Barnett out of his rhythm.
It did.
I think following Golan really helped him find some pace, and now he's done a 23.9. He's in the 23s, basically. And Louis Bevan in that CKRC is consistently lapping in the low 1 minute 22s. He's taken another second, 1.7 seconds out of him that lap. It's 22 seconds the gap, 22 minutes left. But if he carries on like that, he will catch him. I don't think it's going to be 1.7 seconds at every lap. I think that's traffic induced partly on Callum's part, and Louis got some clean air. But yeah, another mishap like the one he's just had with Sam Lovelace, and that podium could slip away from Sheffield. That one's going to go down to the wire, Andrew.
Joe's had a good question. We will have a think about it, mate. We kind of threw this one together a bit last minute in a way.
What's that?
Stream.
No,
About tuning radio. I do like a bit of tuning radio. I follow a lot of Radio Le Mans stuff when I'm on the move. By that way.
I don't know what it is.
It's an internet radio app.
Okay. What would
I'll have a think.
Okay, you think that's not for me? That's not. That's a you question rather than a me question.
It's 22 minutes of the race to go. Hope you have enjoyed the coverage of the BUKC 24 hours this year. It's been great to be back here as DDMM after not been able to make it the last few years. Always love coming to Teesside Autodrome. It never fails to deliver an exciting race. But in different elements as well. Say when we were last here in August 2022 for the British 24 Hour, that was a very different kind of race that was more affected by the weather, of course. I think what's been interesting to see, Jacob, and say this is a big difference, I say, with the British 24, where it is a multi-classes. This is, from stint to stint, it's almost like 16, 17, 18 back-to-back 1.5 hour Ironman sprint races for the drivers out there. It's just been relentless from the very first lap.
It has. There's been plenty to talk about. It helps when you're commentating for such a long amount of time to have plenty to talk about, and there really was. I've enjoyed it. We've got Durex in the pits.
Yeah, so Durex in the pits. Yeah, it's okay. So maybe it was just they have been nursing a bit of an issue on short fuel mileage. So they pitted with 1 hour 25 last time around. Now they've pitted with 1 hour 22. I'll take on more than enough fuel to get through the last 20 minutes. And I'll still hold on to that 7th place. I mean, just the Brighton A story. I remember when we had Alex Mitchell in the box with us earlier on. He was saying how started 3rd, really positive start, got turned round on lap 1, went all the way to the back. Brighton A, if it wasn't for the TU Dublin A, would have almost done the back to front super challenge that you see on something out of a sim racing.
Me and Club 100 sprints. Yeah. All that. I failed the challenge, by the way. I don't say
you've had a go.
I don't say I complete it. Certainly something I dream about, though. They've had a very good race. Consistent pace across the team. Obviously, I think they're a clubman team in BKC Mains, aren't they? I said to them on the grid walk last year, what are you doing up here? Because they qualified 3rd or 4th. And I made my words last year. Still eating them now. Still chewing on them tasty, tasty words from the grid walk of 2022. But they're really good at the 24 hour. That's just
Yep.
as a team. They've added the man in the cart now, Josh Gollan. I don't think he was here last year, but as a great addition to the team for them. Bit of pace, bit of experience. A family connection. We've got a Swans driver off at hairpin 2 there. Not quite sure what he's been doing. That's that. Going into hairpin 1 now, Andrews, who I got confused with Josh Gollan.
Ah, okay.
I kept looking at him thinking, he's nowhere near Callum Barnett. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
You know, greyish, creamy suit, white helmet. Very easy mistake to make. But no, Gollan still in second place. 17.8 seconds now. The gap is still coming down for CKRC. Andrew, it's at a rate at which it needs to.
Yep, 16.7 seconds.
I'm worried for them.
Yeah, if it keeps coming down, let's not think about it in laps at the minute. Let's think about it in terms of versus time remaining in the race. If that comes down at a rate of a second a minute, which it has been, CKRC are going to be right on Sheffield here. It is not done for the previous race leaders. They could still be on the podium. I need some more pace out of that number 5.
Speaking of Sheffield, I think I'm going to have to go find them to deliver the wooden spoon. I need to clear the podium as well, so there will be no ceremony on stream, but I'll go and shake the hand nonetheless.
Cheers, mate. He's been doing a cracking job this weekend as Jacob. Man wearing many hats. Not just here in the comms box. Sign going out to Louis Bevan in the CKRC kart to say it's 16 seconds now. Less than 16 seconds. 15 seconds for CKRC. They are charging along. They may as well go for it. We said it earlier. It doesn't matter if it's 4th or 54th for CKRC. They want to be on the podium. 3rd or higher. Nothing else will do for them. Very competitive team, very fast team. Will feel somewhat aggrieved, I think, because they were very much in control of this race 6 or 7 hours into it. They did have a full laps lead at one point. Through comes Josh Gollan. Starts a new lap, 122.3 for the Brighton driver. I'll just keep pushing on now. Where is the number 3? Well, Callum Barnett's coming out of the final corner now. He's going to flash across your screen in 3, 2, 1. There he is. Now, where is Louis Bevan? Should be pretty easy to spot. I think that's him there coming through. Shot. No, I said it's easy to spot. I just got yellow and green mixed up there across the line. There he goes in the blue and yellow. It's now 13 seconds. That is closing. That is closing at the rate that CKRC will be on Never Overtake Sheffield on the last couple of laps for 3rd place. We've seen this before. We've seen podium positions change in the latter few laps of this race. Remember, for the win 2 years ago between Birmingham and the Swansea graduates. It's not going to be for the win this time. Is there a problem on the Never Overtake Sheffield kart? Because whilst it didn't have the greatest of pace early when it was being chased down by Brighton A, it was still able to do mid-122s. Right now, Callum Barnett, very quick driver indeed, is struggling to even get into the 123s. Louis Bevan moving past some more traffic. He's going through the South Bank bend now. And there, Louis Bevan will have been in the eye shots of Callum Barnett as he went through hairpin number 4. Across start finish now. What is the pace like for the number 5? Clear out in front. That's a, well, no, it's not really that much better. 123, but it's a 123.9 for the number 5. Here comes Louis Bevan over the line, the number 47 with the pink nose panel. 11 seconds. That gap is now coming down at a greater rate than a second per minute on the race. This is on, you know, Jacob.
Yep, I've just spoken to CRKC. They think it's on. They say Callum Barnett is tapping his engines or looking at his engines. Yep. They think he's got a problem. Whether or not it was a result of that incident with...
I think it's got to be, because the pace that kart had before whatever happened on down at the bottom end of the circuit was mid 122s. He's 1.5 seconds off that pace each lap now, and that's what CKRC are using and more. They're 2 seconds a lap quicker at the moment than the South Yorkshire team.
Callum's got Kane Shepherd for company.
Yep.
And
Kane's just unlapped himself on Callum Barnett. Now that, in a way, could be what Callum Barnett needs. He needs a bit of a tow like he had with Josh Gollin earlier, but I just don't think the Sheffield kart has the power on the straights, on the flat-out bits to keep... No, he can't. He cannot keep in the wheel tracks of Kane Shepherd. By goes another lap. A 123.7 that time around for Sheffield. Here come CRKC. Louis Bevan does a 122.1. Sorry, that was in a reaction to a driver going so fastly into the pits I couldn't even see what kart it was. Nearly took out the barrier that marks out pit entry. Might have been Warwick B for that one. But 13 minutes to go here. I think we know first and second where they're going, but where is the last podium trophy going for 2023?
what's the deficit on the last one? 1.5 seconds.
Yep.
CKRC need to keep it there. Is that with Kane Shepherd's toe? Kane's dropped Callum.
Yep.
There's not going to be a toe anymore from that go-kart. As Louis, where is Louis?
He's going through hairpin number 2 now. He's
yeah,
at
a bit of traffic.
Got 3 more karts to clear, so this won't be a particularly quick lap for Louis Bevan.
As Callum gets overtaken again.
And the trouble for Callum Barnett is if he gets dropped out of this pack that he's in at the moment, then he's really going to start losing time because he's not going to have a slipstream to help him. Louis Bevan has got by another one. He's just got to be patient at the moment. Time, even though there's only 12 minutes, I think he's on his side here.
I don't know if it is, Andrew.
He's just got to not pick up a penalty now. 8.2 seconds, 122.4 last time around for CKRC, 123.7 for Sheffield.
It's going to be nip and tuck.
It is. It is going to be nip and tuck, but I think there's probably 6 or 7 laps remaining in this race. He could even just go at 1. Now he can go at 1 second a lap and will be right on Callum Barnett on the last lap of the motor race. Callum Barnett again coming through hairpin 1 now. How has Louis Bevan dealt with the traffic? He's got one more. He's got one more and then he's going to be clear. Is he going to send it up the inside into hairpin 1? Yes, very good move from Louis Bevan. That was spot on, getting past the number 46 of the Bungle Merchants. Now he's got to get his head down. This is going to be, in some ways, the even harder bit because he's got no brake markers, he's got no reference points around him. He's just got to trust himself and the kart to push on now and try and close up to Sheffield, who are exiting hairpin number 4 now as Louis Bevan enters hairpin number 3.
Just looking at the reaction of the CKRC, they got the pit board out. They got a +7 on there, which it probably will be this time round.
Yep.
But as soon as he made that overtake, Sam Johns had the biggest grin on his face.
Yeah,
Lucas Sullivan had his hands behind his head. It's on. They know it's on. It's in
their control now. It's in their control. They've not got any traffic ahead of them. If Callum Barnett gets dropped out of the group that he's currently in, which I think is what's going to happen, there's going to be a merging of the two. This has been a great run from Louis Bevan to wrestle this CKRC kart back into the opportunity of a podium. There's a kart off in hairpin number 1. It's not one of the key runners. I think it'll just be covered by local yellows at the moment.
Callum's struggling down the straight again. I think he's going to be overtaken into the hairpin. Oh, he's going. Oh,
now he's getting held up by traffic. Then they can't overtake because they're in a yellow flag zone. Louis Bevan's got a clear run through the yellow flag zone. That's going to aid him for the run here in the CKRC kart. Less than 10 minutes to go.
It's absolutely going down the wire for this podium. Louis Bevan, the ringer for CKRC, the wild card entry. They've got 3 drivers, 2 from Bukc and Lucas Sullivan and Curtis Granger, and 1 from UWTSD, Swansea Metropolitan in Sam Johns. I think they're all race winners. I'm not 100% sure on that. I'm pretty sure Curtis has won a race though. As Callum crosses the line, here comes Louis. What's the gap this time, Andrew?
The gap is now less than 5 seconds.
2.5 seconds out on that lap.
4.8. Nearly half. Well, if he does that again, 2 laps.
Striking distance in
2 laps. He's going to be on Callum Barnett here. And you've got a feel for Callum Barnett, because I think he very much will say that if they'd not had that incident down at Rib Bend, we believe it was, they'd be looking at second place here. They'd got the track position back. They've lost it. Brighton A and Josh Gollan have disappeared up the road. 27 seconds is their advantage now over this battle for third place. But the kart simply hasn't had the pace since that incident. Back marker yields out the way. Barnett goes through hairpin 2 as Bevan is leaving hairpin number 1, and that gap gets closer and closer, but the time keeps ticking down. 8 minutes and 20 seconds to go.
Callum's at the front of that group of 3, although he's at risk of being overtaken. I think he initially had the guy in the orange helmet in front of him, Andrew. He's dropped right back now. Who are these guys? Let's find out, because they're going to be involved in this.
Well, one of them is the number 39. That's the Huddersfield kart.
The 7's in there as well, and the 20 as the 20's Bristol A.
Yep.
What's the gap now? 3.5 a second, 1.2 seconds out that lap. So we're down to 3.5 with 7 minutes remaining.
They're all karts in. Well, interestingly, the 7 is of course their own teammates.
Ooh,
so could Sheffield Steely's wheelies get involved in this and try and hold up CKRC to resist this charge? 3.5 seconds now the gap, 7.5 minutes to go.
We wait for them to emerge. Callum comes out first. It's just the 3 karts in front of them.
Yeah,
3 karts between them.
But importantly for Louis Bevan, they are spread apart. They're not a big pack. He will be able to pick them off one by one. He's just got to trust his pace at the moment, that he's still got time on his side. Got to get one of them into hairpin number 3. Kicks in his seat there, almost like a racehorse. Kicking it up round the South Bank corner, but not particularly great amount of straight line speed there for Louis Bevan.
This is like watching F1, isn't it? The leader's miles away, but
yeah,
the rest of the
battle
really
is absolutely brilliant. Very compliant back marker there for Louis Bevan. Gets one of them. 2 more to go before we can then have a go at third place and Callum Barnett. The next one is the Sheffield Steely Wheelies. This is the kart that's in the same stable, but is down at the back of the order. I think they're going to be picked off as they go down to Rib Bend.
1.1 seconds off the gap, Andrew. It's now down to 2.4. Still striking distance in 2 laps, but we're running out of laps. We've got 6 minutes remaining.
6 minutes remaining. Where is the lead? Where the leader is could be important in all of this, because it's always that thing of it's 24 hours, and after 24 hours, that's when the race will stop in terms of where the race leader is. The race leader is going down to Rib Bend now. And in a way, CKRC will want this race. If the race can run for one more lap, depending on where the race leader is. Big kick up of dirt to the spin in the middle of hairpin number 1. It's the number 53 that's involved, and the 52 as well. So there's going to be yellow flags out in hairpin number 1.
The 53 is in trouble, Andrew.
Yeah, 53 is in trouble here.
This could be a full course yellow.
It could be a full course yellow right at the end of the race. This could neutralise things, or are they just going to cover this with a local yellow flag? 5 minutes to go. Now CKRC really need to pedal on, because they could be losing time here. Driver is out of the kart in the 53, but if this is one where a driver needs a bit of help, this could neutralise the race 5 minutes early. One more back marker for CKRC to get by, but are there going to be enough racing laps left for Louis Bevan to catch up to the back of Callum Barnett here and overhaul him for third place overall?
Clerk of the course is out on the track assessing the situation. Paul Franklin there has a full view of the situation. He was the one who will call whether or not it's a full course yellow.
I think what happened
but
there was
not getting ready with their boards.
Got a little bit of a hit in the rear axle.
Callum Barnett's coming down to this exact place now. He's got the 39. Who was the 39, Andrew? Remind me.
39 is one of our... That's going to be the Huddersfield karts. Yeah, make Huddersfield great. Going to give them credit. Have just been staying there. They've not wanted to get too involved with this. They are still covering the incident down at Hairpin 1 with local waved yellows at the moment. We stay green on the rest of the circuit for now. Louis Bevan is closing into Hairpin 3 goes Callum Barnett now. There goes Louis Bevan into the same corner.
Traffic, but Callum Barnett's negotiated it. There's one more. I think that's Andrew Trevor in the Nottingham 48. Yep, next up for him. And that's the 11 that Callum Barnett's just got beyond.
Driver in the number 53 has got their helmet off. They've been able to do that. That's always a good sign. The other marshal's running over with a bottle of water. I wonder if there's just a little bit of case of exhaustion at the moment in his warm day here at Teesside. We stay green on the rest of the circuit, just covered by local yellows, and well done to all the drivers. They are all paying attention to them very, very well indeed. 3.5 minutes to go. Now, depending on where the leader is, where is the leader? The leader has just come over start, finish now. Quick map. I think we've got 3 laps left. 3:10, 2:10, 1:50. Yeah, we're going to have 3 laps here. We're going to have 3 laps. Full course yellow. Oh, that is a big, big moment. Full course yellow with 3 minutes to go, and that may end things for CKRC's charge of trying to get 3rd place. Now, the field may bunch up, but if this full course yellow isn't cleared before the end of the race, of the time, and I don't think it is going to be, Jacob, that could be it.
That's big, big news.
I can understand the call. I can understand the call from race control that they've got a driver who's needing a bit of assistance. But that may mean for CKRC that they are agonisingly just going to miss out. And even more frustratingly, the pack is now going to bunch up ahead of them. Well, there is Louis Bevan. Now, where is Callum Barnett gone? Where has the number 5 gone? I was expecting to see it pretty much right in front of Louis Bevan, and it's not there.
He's over there. Is that him in the... No, it's not him. Where
Has there been a problem for Never Overtake Sheffield? We have had some karts have trouble under full course yellow keeping power. Well, this would be an extremely ironic way for CKRC going over the line. This may be the last lap because we've got 1 minute and 37 seconds to go. CKRC, Callum, I think they've lost it. I think Callum's had a stop down the far end of the circuit. Pretty much the same thing that CKRC had earlier in the race. Remember in the long full course yellow where they were struggling to keep motive power.
No, he's still ahead.
He's still
ahead. He's just caught up to the back of that pack, and Louis stuck behind someone going a bit slower, I think. Yeah, Callum's still ahead of him.
Yeah, sorry, no, you're absolutely right, Jacob.
Well, I say we're all right. CKRC will probably get
it.
But yeah, this is just going to bunch up. Callum will be 1 kart ahead of Louis Bevan.
So 1 minute to go. There go Sheffield across the line. It's a bit of a scare, but no, they're still in the race. And yeah, there's nothing Louis Bevan can do. It's full course yellow. The Huddersfield kart is going to drive the pace it wants to drive under full course yellow. And that is going to be it for CKRC. There are 40 seconds of the race remaining. The race leader, where is race leader? I think they're just
middle of this pack
coming through.
That's them there going wide into the first part of the chicane.
Yeah, through the chicanes now. 30. So I think this is going to be final lap. This is going to be final lap. 20 seconds to go on the clock. And at this pace under full course yellow, this is how we will end the 24 hours of the BUKC for 2023. 10 seconds on the clock. Looks like Andrew Trevor has had to pull off the circuit. His kart has stopped. We are now on the final lap. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is time. Checkered flag is being prepared for TU Dublin A to come round and take a 2nd victory in a row in the BUKC 24 hours. Bit of a strange way for us to finish here, Jacob, but the guys from Dublin will not care one jot. They will take the trophy back to Ireland once again, as they did in 2022. They're in the middle of this long train under full course yellow, but there is the number 1. TU Dublin A are the winners again in the BUKT 24 hours. I know we're going to go around one more time,
Yeah,
okay?
The leader has to see the final lap board and then do the final lap.
Okay, they put the final lap board out late then, because it's not a +1 lap. Anyway, they're still going to be under full course yellow.
Yeah. The driver is being seen to now. It's getting medical attention. He looks like he's just exhausted to me.
Yeah.
I'm going to video call you on Discord.
And let's get this up and running.
So we may as well just put that by there.
Yes.
And you put it on the screen, and then you take the stick.
Why is it not calling?
Am I not calling you?
Might be my internet on this, the laptop struggling. Race leader is still coming on the back straight. Either way, this won't change the result.
There you go.
TU Dublin are going to be the winners.
Get it, get it, get it.
Second place will be to Brighton A. Come on, Discord. You can do this one last time. But what a race it's been, Jacob. By the way, the Andrew Trevor